Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Like Kakuzu is all about making money, and Deidara is to show his art to the world. Uchiha Itachi is a double agent and more. Therefore, Uchiha Myanmar's disinterest in peace theory is quite normal. Anyway, what Pain needs is that the opponent can contribute in the process of collecting tailed beasts. As for, after the collection of the 9-tailed beasts is completed, will there be any moths? Pain never cared. When all the 9-tailed beasts are gathered, he can use the power of the Ghetto statue to control the power of the 9-tailed beasts. With his Rinnegan, he will not be an opponent in the entire ninja world, even in One Piece. What else has he to worry about? This is your future room. Your clothes have been placed in the room for you. You have to get back the empty chin ring as soon as possible. That ring is a key tool for the members of our Shao organization to communicate with each other. Conan, who led the way, brought Uchiha Myanmar to the door of her room and stopped. Her face was as frosty, and she looked like she refused to be thousands of miles away from everyone. I'll go as soon as possible. Uchiha nodded slightly. Immediately after, Conan gave a turn around and left. Walking into the room, Uchiha saw the Akatsuki uniform prepared for him. It is also a windbreaker with a black background and red clouds. He tried it on, and it fit just right. Uchiha's face is almost 190 tall, much taller than Night God Ryosuke himself. As for Yagami Ryosuke himself, his height is about 178. However, he is only 12 years old, and his body is developing rapidly. He will continue to grow in height in the next few years, and it will not be a problem to grow to 190 in the future. As for whether it can reach 2 meters, this is actually unnecessary. This is the world of Hokage, not the pirates next door. A height of 2 or 3 meters is very rare in the ninja world. At about 1.9 meters, he is almost tall enough. However, Nagato's Pain 6 Paths is a bit average. I thought it would give me some surprises, but I didn't expect it to be this level. After changing his mahjong clothes, Uchiha sat down at the 910, thinking about the process of fighting Pain's 6 Paths before. He has been restraining his strength throughout the whole process. Otherwise, there is no need for Susanoo at all. His physical skills alone can blow up the complete Pain 6 Paths. Actually, his physical skills are also Super Kaga level, and it is close to the level of the Super Shadow Peak. Big Pin's 6 Paths, naturally no problem. Leeva would clone with the Shao organization in the future. I'm not used to living in this gloomy environment. Uchiha thought numbly. His identity as Uchiha Myanmar will be played by his avatar most of the time. As for the Night God Ryosuke himself, he still lives in Konoha. After all, compared to Rain Shinobi Village, which rains all day, he still likes Konoha, which is sunny most of the time. In addition, he still has a few girlfriends to accompany Konoha. How can he spend so much time in Rain Shinobi Village? Anyway, one of his 2 important goals of joining the Shao organization has already been achieved. The rest is Nagato's biological information. Just go there in a few days. Not in a hurry. As for the biological pheromones of other people in the Akatsuki organization, to be honest, people from a Shao organization have been running outside for many years. Really stay at the base, namely Nagato and the lodge. Conan's biological pheromone can be obtained with Nagato at that time. It's all incidental. For everyone else, just take your time. Anyway, it's just a few purple talent entries. When the time comes, leave a little more chakra for would clone, lest the chakra be exhausted and dissipate. In terms of strength, although would clone is not as strong as I am, it has also entered the threshold of Super Kaga level. The entire Akatsuki organization is also Nagato's Super Kaga level. Uchiha Itachi can't use its full strength at all. It's a life and death battle with Nagato. Otherwise, I won't be afraid to push it. Generally, even the task of catching tailed beasts can be easily handled. It's decided. I will leave it with clone later, and then the main body will go directly to Konoha. Just when the Night God Ryosuke, made a decision, BHC. The other side, a Fae, who was still a little funny before, is standing on a cliff outside range Shinobi Village with Ju at this time. That Uchiha face is a bit too strong. Are you sure there will be no problems? Looking at Obito in front of him, Ju said, "Don't worry, I've already grasped his fate. His strength will only be good for us." Obito said confidently, "I just feel that the plan to collect tailed beasts is a bit slow. Adding such a member of Admiral to Nagato and the others, it's time to urge Nagato. Are you going to start collecting tailed beasts early?" Asked in amazement. "Let's do it in a year. Wait a year later." Obito said, "That's fine. I should get ready too." Ju nodded. He would naturally not object to Obito's decision. After all, if you collect the tailed beasts in advance, you can get your mother out of trouble as soon as possible, and you don't have to continue to be sealed on the moon. Go. Obito nodded, watching Ju get into the ground and disappear, and then looked deeply at the distant sky. "Lin, it's almost here. Wait for me for a while. We will meet soon." In the room of the Akatsuki organization base, Knight God Ryosuke left behind a wood clone, and after giving the wood clone 10% chakra, he made the wood clone use the pretending technique to turn Uchiha into a numb face. "I'll leave it to you in the future, and I'll come over from time to take a look. Remember, if you meet other members of the Akatsuki organization, try to collect some of their biological pheromones." Yagami Ryosuke said to Uchiha in front of him. "Don't worry, the main body." Uchiha said, "Leave it to me here. Nothing will go wrong. It's okay. Even if something happens, just admit that you are a clone." Knight God Ryosuke is quite relieved. Even if a clone is exposed, it doesn't really matter much. "I go first." After Yagami Ryosuke finished speaking, he directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear into the room. Seeing that the main body had left, Wood Clone pretended to be Uchiha and sat cross-legged on the bed, pretending to be refining chakra. The other side, Yagami Ryosuke, who left the room, did not actually return to Konoha. He found the top floor of the tower where Nagato was. After the eyes opened Mangekyo, the body directly merged into his own shadow, and then quickly sneaked towards the top of the tower. After a while, Night God Ryosuke reached the target location. Coincidentally, Konan also came over to chat with Nagato at this time. Night God Ryosuke simply followed Konan and entered Nagato's secret hideout together. "Nagato, are you sure you want to keep that Uchiha face? He's too strong, and I'm worried he'll threaten your status." Konan came in and directly expressed his concerns. She had seen the battle between Uchiha Myanmar and Pain's six paths before, and the strength shown by the other party was too strong, and it was not much lost to Nagato. And Konan suspects that the other party still has something to hide. The last Susanoo dispersed on his own initiative, although it seemed that his pupil power was consumed too much. But what if it's not? Besides, from the beginning to the end, the Uchiha face num only used one kind of pupil technique, that is, reading. But what about his other pupil technique? Why not? Konan is worried that Nagato would be in danger. That's why I came here to remind Nagato that it's best to get that Uchiha face out of the Akatsuki organization. "Konan, you underestimate the power of Rinnegan." Nagato sat on a chair, haggard and skinny, like a mummified corpse. This is Nagato, who was obviously a cute little boy back then. I didn't expect it to turn into such a ghost now, and it was his pair of Rinnegans that caused all this. After all, it is not my own eyes. Just look at Kakashi. Kakashi's eye is still only Mangekyo, and he never used the power of Mangekyo, only the power of the pupil in the state of Senju. Rao is so. It also changed Kakashi from the original super genius to today's man with blue kidney deficiency. And Nagato's pair is Rinnegan. In terms of level, it is a full 2 levels higher than ordinary Mangekyo. And the gap between the two is as big as clouds and mud. Even though Nagato's surname is Uzumaki, he has Uzumaki sage body, but it was still made into this ghostly look by the pair of Rinnegans. If this is a different person, I'm afraid I won't be able to live today at all, and my vitality has already been sucked dry by this pair of Rinnegans. But Nagato, your body. Conan looked at Nagato worriedly. Don't worry, I can last for a few more years. As long as I complete the collection task of the nine-tailed beasts, I will be able to live for a long time with Geto statue's feedback. As long as peace in the ninja world can be achieved, no matter how much I pay, it will be worth it. It's Yahiko's dream, and it's our dream, isn't it? Nagato looked at Conan in front of him. He knew that Conan was worried about him, but Nagato couldn't stop. Because if he stopped, how could he be worthy of the dead Yahiko? Hearing what Nagato said, Conan also fell silent. In fact, Conan knew very well that he could not convince Nagato. It's not like she hasn't tried it before. Actually, peace in the ninja world has always been the dream of Nagato and Yahiko. For Conan, nothing is more important than that the three of them can live happily. Whether it is Yahiko or Nagato, they're the kind of people who are willing to give everything for this dream. What Conan can do is to accompany them and help them. Now that Yahiko is gone, she can only do her best to help Nagato and help Nagato realize their dreams as much as possible, even if this is not the life she wants. But just like Yahiko and Nagato are willing to give their lives for the dream of peace in the ninja world, Conan is also willing to give his all to help them realize this dream. At this time, when the two were talking, they didn't notice that there was an extra shadow behind Conan slowly approaching Nagato. About there, Night God Ryosuke calculated the distance, then instantly got out from the shadow and grabbed a red stick not far away. Color hair, then goes straight away with the flying thunder god technique in an instant. Nagato looked in that direction. Just now he vaguely felt something, but after looking over, he didn't find anything. What's the matter, Nagato? Conan asked. Nothing, Nagato said, shaking his head. But I was thinking in my heart, the feeling just now, could it be my own illusion? The other side, Ryosuke, the night god who left Rain's shinobi village with the flying thunder god technique, also appeared somewhere in the land of fire at this time. Phew, Nagato's perception is really sharp, as expected of a member of the Uzumaki clan. Night god Ryosuke is thankful that he has mastered the flying thunder god technique and this shadow secret technique. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to get this Nagato's hair. Even if he is equipped with the entry transformed from Aburame Shino, the sense of existence is reduced by 1,500%, and the entry transformed from White Zetsu improves his aura concealment experience. But it was almost discovered at the last minute. The people of the Uzumaki family have more sensitive senses than others. Fortunately, Night Ryosuke managed to get Nagato's hair. This is also thanks to Nagato's frail physical condition. If his body is not so weak that his hair often falls out, there will not be so many people around his seat. Hair out. If one needs to be pulled directly from Nagato's head, to be honest, it is impossible to succeed so easily. Now that Nagato and Obito's biological pheromones are available, we can start transforming their talent entries. Yagami Ryosuke has been looking forward to this day for a long time. Whether it is the ability of Uchiha Obito's pair of Mangekyo, or Nagato's pair of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan, Night God Ryosuke wants to get it. And Uchiha Obito also became 10 Tails Jinchuriki in the later stage, and his strength once reached the 6 paths level. Night God Ryosuke was thinking, the entry transformed by a Super Kaga level powerhouse is golden. Then, will the entries converted by 6 paths level powerhouses be directly God level? Although it is unlikely, we still have to try. In fact, Night God Ryosuke doesn't have much confidence. After all, he has transformed the entries of Naruto and Sasuke before, and these two are 6 paths level strengths in a later stage. Although whether it is Naruto or Sasuke, their 6 paths level strength comes from the fact that Sage of 6 paths helped them to get up. But so what? The 6 paths level is the 6 paths level. No matter how it is promoted, let's talk about it. And since Naruto and Sasuke did not transform into God-level talent entries, if there is such a high probability, Obito will not be able to convert the entry of God-level talent. Therefore, Night God Ryosuke only had a little hope in his heart. Even if he didn't, he wouldn't be so disappointed. After all, no matter how bad it is, it is still 2 golden talent entries. System: transform his hair on my hand. Night God Ryosuke took out the black hair of Obito that he got before, and then ordered the system to transform it. Ding! Transformation succeeded. Congratulations to host for obtaining the talent entry. I am the Unicorn Gold, Blackened for Love Gold. Public Enemy Gold. Really, there is no God-level talent entry. But Yi Shunliang was quite surprised that 3 golden talent entries were transformed at once. The last time something like this happened, it was the last time 2 years ago. After Naruto and Sasuke, there is finally another person who can transform 3 golden talent entries. Is this the standard configuration of the 6 Paths class? Night God Ryosuke couldn't help thinking. It can still be a coincidence once or twice, but it's still like this the 3rd time, so it can't be a coincidence. So with a high probability, this is the standard configuration of the 6 Paths class. Sanjin, although there is no God-level entry, 3 golds are not bad. Look at the attributes of the 3 golden entries. Yagami Ryosuke was in a great mood and offered 3 gold medals, which made him feel like he was back 2 years ago. So, he opened the character panel, found the 3 new talent entries at the bottom of the panel, and then checked their attributes. I am a unicorn. Golden, there can only be one unicorn in this world, and that is me. Other unicorns are just unicorns, and my unicorn is the real unicorn. Lightning Style Kirin Power plus 1000% if you have a girlfriend. Lightning Style Kirin Saving Speed plus 1000% if you have a girlfriend. Comes with Lightning Style Kirin. 1. How should I say it? In short, the entry of I am a unicorn cannot be said to be bad, but it is not particularly good because it is only aimed at a certain ninjutsu. Although it gave this ninjutsu directly to Night God Ryosuke, so that he can learn it instantly. But let's be honest, Lightning Style Kirin, Night God Ryosuke, can also develop it himself, but he has never done it before. If you really want to develop it, it won't take long. As for why Night God Ryosuke didn't take the initiative to develop the ninjutsu of Kirin, of course it is because the forward swing of this technique is too long. You have to use fire style and water style again, and you have to wait for the water vapor to accumulate enough to release this ninjutsu with the help of natural lightning. But I am the unicorn. This entry has increased the speed of saving in the early stage, and it has also increased by 10 times. In this case, the forward swing of this ninjutsu can be accelerated a lot. Basically put a water style first, then a fire style, and then wait a few seconds. In this way, it is not considered tasteless. In addition, there is an additional 10 times power bonus. To know, Lightning Style Kirin itself belongs to the category of ninjutsu power bonus. Now, it has increased tenfold. The power exploded directly. The Lightning Style Kirin itself is an S-level lightning style ninjutsu, with great power, large range, and fast speed. Now, it is more powerful, and the range is enough to spread to a radius of 20 or 30 kilometers. The speed is many times faster than the lightning in nature. Combining these advantages together, one can imagine how powerful this ninjutsu is. As soon as the unicorn blasts down, its destructive power catches up with the Emperor Guy's Yi-Guy. But if it's just an ordinary lightning-style unicorn, no matter how powerful it is, it can't really threaten the existence of the 6 Paths class. Because it is ninjutsu, it is released with Chakra as the source. But if the lightning-style unicorn is developed into a fairy art, the effect will be completely different. Immortal art is an art that can really hurt 6 Paths level powerhouses. Although there are not many bonus entries for fairy art, there is only one. But the power of fairy art itself is much greater than ordinary art. Coupled with the bonus of the entry, and then an additional 10 times the bonus of the lightning-style unicorn itself. So once the lightning-style unicorn is developed into a fairy art, this art will become the most powerful art in the hands of Night God Ryosuke, directly surpassed the various Maruko ninjutsu in front. Let Shadow Clone try to develop it into a fairy art later. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Immediately, He looked at the second golden entry again. Blackening for love. Golden blackening is 10 times stronger, and whitening is 3 points weaker. For love, today I want to blacken. I am 10 times stronger. How should you deal with it? Jin and spell power plus 1000% in blackened state. Body spell power plus 1000% in blackened state. Attached. Blacken for love. Blackening for love. Sacrifice a random girlfriend who truly loves you, and you will enter a state of blackening. What kind of entry is this? System, do you want to mess with my mentality again? Knight, God Ryosuke, looked at the entry of blackening for love, speechlessly. It has to be said that the attributes of this entry are very strong. 10 times the power of ninjutsu. 10 times the power of the body technique. Can it be strong? The prerequisite for enjoying this bonus is to blacken it. What counts as blackening? This time, the system also gave rigid regulations. Yishin Ryosuke suspected that he had exploited the loopholes in the system before. So now the system took the initiative to make up for this bug and did not allow him to exploit it. So this entry also comes with the ability of blackening for love. Only through this ability can one enter the blackened state that meets the entry's blackened conditions. And this ability is what makes Knight God Ryosuke feel so F*** ed up. To sacrifice a girlfriend? What the hell are you? You have no love in the system. Well, there's a high probability that the system is loveless. But Knight God Ryosuke still felt very speechless. What rubbish entry? Want to who my girlfriend? And it even marked that they must truly love each other. What's the meaning? System, do you think that I will temporarily find a girlfriend to sacrifice for this blackened state? Don't forget that there are 2 random words on it. Or do you think I will break up with my girlfriend first for this blackened state, and then find a random woman to be my girlfriend before offering sacrifices? Well, this is indeed a feasible way. But the system, do you think I am that kind of person? Am I? Knight God Ryosuke is angry. The system is slanderous. He insulted me. Garbage entries are as rubbish as that ninja world dutiful son. Knight God Ryosuke complained. Huh, that's right. I can synthesize this entry together with the great filial son of the ninja world. He slapped his forehead suddenly and instantly felt enlightened. Didn't Knight God Ryosuke have been waiting for a golden entry of the same rubbish before, so that he can synthesize it with the entry of the ninja world dutiful son? Good guy, why don't you come now? And these 2 entries are still the same F***K. It's a perfect match. It's decided. I'll try to synthesize it later. Although waste utilization can get 20,000 experience points after decomposing it, but 20,000 experience points are just 20,000 experience points. Knight God Ryosuke will take it seriously. What he wants is a god-level entry. Except for god-level entries, Yagami Ryosuke would not accept even if he synthesized a pretty good golden entry. After all, if he really wanted the golden entry, why didn't he use the 20,000 experience points obtained by dismantling it to upgrade the existing purple talent entry? Asking for flowers. Then you don't need to try your luck. You can break through directly. That's convenient. Try it after reading the last entry. Knight God Ryosuke thought to himself, and then his eyes fell on the last golden entry. I hope this entry will not try spam entries again. Enough of his junk gold entries. Public enemy. Gold and you are the enemy of the world, but it also shows that your strength is enough to surpass the world. Ninjutsu Power Plus. Increased with the number of enemies. Taijutsu Power Plus. Same as above. Physical Fitness Plus. Same as above. Note, each additional hostile big ninja village, level of the 5 major countries, increases the index by 100%. Each additional hostile small ninja village other than the 5 major countries, increases the index. 10%. Huh, this entry is not bad. Other than Knight, God Ryosuke looked at the entry of Public Enemy, and he was worried that there would be another entry attribute similar to the previous blackening of love. After all, this Public Enemy sounds like it has a connection with blackening for love. did not expect. The attributes of this entry are surprisingly good, although it requires that the more enemies there are, the more bonuses will be improved. But there is no rigid rule that it must be judged as the Night God Ryosuke. That is to say, enemies provoked by Night God Ryosuke as Uchiha Myanmar are also counted in this judgment. Originally, Yagami Ryosuke's positioning of Uchiha Myanmar was a bad guy, a character who was doing things everywhere in the ninja world. Now, it seems that he is really quite prescient. He created such an identity early on and joined Shao Organization, a rebellious and ninja organization destined to be an enemy of the world. Does this mean he'll be on his way to achieving public enemies soon? As long as the Akatsuki organization starts collecting tailed beasts, ninja villages in major countries, and even ninja villages in small countries, will become enemies of the Akatsuki organization, especially after Obito announced the start of the Fourth Ninja War. Absolute public enemy. Yagami Ryosuke began counting with his fingers. Needless to say, there are exactly 5 ninja villages in the 5 major countries. That's a 500% bonus. Then there is Ninja Village in a small country. Night God Ryosuke counted, and he knew about 8 or 9. This means at least an 80% bonus. This is already a 580% bonus. However, for the Golden Talent entry, the 580% bonus is not much, but this entry has 3 bonus attributes, and they're all very useful attributes. A ninjutsu power, a physical power, plus a physical quality. That's great. And who said 580% is the upper limit? The entry does not stipulate that it must be the ninja village that exists now. Ninja village is not enough. Yagami Ryosuke can create more by himself. And who stipulated that each of the 5 major countries can only have 1 ninja village. At that time, Night God Ryosuke can try to create a ninja village within the scope of the 5 major countries. If it is recognized, it also enjoys a 100% bonus. That would be great. At that time, Night God Ryosuke will directly create 17 or 18 ninja villages within the scope of the 5 major countries. Isn't that the bonus of more than 1,700%? You could try it later, even if it doesn't work, but Sharingan Village must be able to do it. 10% is 10%. As long as the number is enough, it can also be very powerful. Although the bonus of Little Ninja Village is small, it is only 1/10 of that of Great Ninja Village. But what if Night God Ryosuke came up with hundreds of them? That is also a bonus of more than 1,000%. Equally remarkable. So, the upper limit of this public enemy entry can be said to be infinitely high. But the ninja world is limited in size. It is impossible to create so many ninja villages without limit. Therefore, there is still a limit, but it will be very high. System, you let me find your bug again. Yagami Ryosuke thought flatteredly. Even the bad mood that he suffered from because of love turned cloudy in an instant. Immediately, Night God Ryosuke also equipped 2 golden entries. Then open the synthesis interface of a system and throw in the 2 rubbish golden entries of Ninja World's Great Dutiful Son and Blackening for Love. The same is 100 experience points at a time. Night God Ryosuke began to synthesize these 2 entries. Unexpected failure for the first time. No trance-level entries were synthesized. Only a less rubbish but not very good golden entry was synthesized. Choose not to accept this result and continue compositing. Another 100 experience points are consumed. Yagami Ryosuke glanced at the result. Not surprisingly, it failed again. It's okay 100 points at a time. As long as it doesn't fail 800 times, it's a good deal. Night God Ryosuke is not in a hurry. This is only 2 times. Even if he fails 100 times, he will not be satisfied. But if you fail 5 or 600 times, that's a little bit of a bad mood. But as long as it does not exceed 800 times, Night God Ryosuke will earn money. Continue. Night God Ryosuke simply used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back to Konoha's training ground. Then he removed the wood clone he had left in the village, and then found a place to lie down, watching the white clouds in the sky change, while continuously synthesizing 2 golden words. 10th failure, 20th failure, 30 times still failed. Of 400 times of synthesis, experience points are also crazily consumed. Soon, Night God Ryosuke synthesized it more than 40 times and found that his experience value is definitely worthless. Miscalculated. I almost forgot that I didn't have the experience points to synthesize hundreds of times. Yishun Ryosuke saw that there were only dozens of experience points left and looked helplessly at his character panel, and then disassembled some useless purple entries. No way. It can't take long to wait, can it? So, let's break it down. One of the purple entries is 1,000 experience points, which can be synthesized 10 times. Anyway, they're all useless entries. If they are broken down, they will be broken down. Don't feel bad. First, break down Spy Without Ego and I'm Strong. Both entries are useless. Get 2,000 experience points. Then, Night God Ryosuke looked at the remaining purple entries. They were basically useful and could not be decomposed. After thinking about it, Night God Ryosuke still decomposed the entry of Invisible. Although reducing the sense of presence is a bit useful, but for the current Night God Ryosuke, it is actually very tasteless. It's optional. Can't say it's rubbish, but it's definitely not worth much. So break it down. In this way, Night God Ryosuke gained another 1,000 experience points. The experience value of 3,000 points has been increased, and it can be combined 30 times. Night God Ryosuke didn't save it for tomorrow or later to synthesize and directly used up the newly acquired 3,000 experience points. 30 times more synthesis. The result is still a failure. So, he has synthesized it more than 70 times. Without exception, all failed, consumed more than 7,000 experience points. But it's okay, it's not even 100 times. That is, the experience points of Night God Ryosuke have been exhausted. Have to wait. It is impossible to continue the synthesis today. No way, let's talk about it in a few days. Night God Ryosuke got up from the grass, and then a flying thunder god disappeared instantly. He planned to go and play with Xianglin for a while. The only ones who are free right now are Xianglin and Anko. Other Night God Ryosuke's girlfriends are busy with other things. For example, Hinata and Yuahong are performing a sea-level bandit suppression mission. Although Ino's 10th squad has no new leader Jonin, they are still performing a D-level weeding task. Yuzuki Shien is practicing, and it is not good for Yashin Ryosuke to disturb her. So if there is time, only Xianglin is left. Because the 5th Hokage is not yet in place, Xianglin is not a real Konoha shinobi player yet. So there's nothing to do every day, just stay at home and practice a genin technique or something. Next day, Shao Organization Base. Wood Clone pretended to be Uchiha Myanmar and stayed in the base for a day, and no one came to chat with him. So Wood Clone, who originally wanted to chat with someone, felt a little bored. Forget it, go to Orochimaru and get the Kongshin ring back first. Immediately, Uchiha Myanmar opened the door and left the room, walking directly towards the outside of the base. Senior! Senior! At this moment, a trotting figure shouted towards him. Uchiha looked back with numbness. It's Afei. He stopped and waited for Afei to run to the side before asking, Afei, what's the matter with you? Senior, is this going to find Orochimaru? Afei asked. Yes. Why, you want to come with me? I'm Senior's companion, so naturally I want to go together, and maybe I can help Senior. Afei scratched his head with a smile and said, That's fine, if you want to follow, just follow. Uchiha Minma nodded lightly, then turned around and continued walking outside the base. Afei saw it and hurriedly followed. Senior, let's go to Orochimaru this time. Why don't we go to Yino country, by the way? I heard that the hot spring there is great. Senior, don't you have a girlfriend yet? Actually, I don't either. Senior, do you have money? Let me say yes first. I don't have money, Afei. Senior, shut up. Uchiha looked over with a numb face. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. Hooligan. He covered his mouth with both hands, but with a mask on his face, the movement of covering his mouth looked a little funny. Uchiha's face was numb, and he didn't bother to talk to this idiot. Sometimes he can't understand. Even if Obito wants to pretend to be a doppelganger, there's no need to pretend to be so funny, right? Could it be that he was influenced by the white Zetsu, a Fei on him? Or, in fact, it is white Zetsu, a Fei, who is talking now, instead of Obito? Obito is just in charge of watching? Uchiha couldn't figure out, but it wasn't something he needed to worry about. The task assigned to him by Yagami Ryosuke is to play the role of Uchiha Myanmar well and to stay at the Akatsuki organization base at other times with peace of mind. Get some biopheromones if you get the chance. As for other things, that's not what he needs to care about. After being scolded, Afei became much quieter. However, this quiet state did not last long. In fact, it only lasted for an hour or two, and then Afei couldn't hold back his beeping again. Uchiha looked numb at him, beeping endlessly and unceremoniously. An illusion was used to make him shut up completely. That's what it looks like. Uchiha looked at Afei, who finally calmed down, nodded with satisfaction, and continued on his way. At the same time, Uchiha Obito's face under the mask of Afei also showed a smile at this time. Is it just this level? Sure enough, this Uchiha's face-numbing illusion has no effect on me. Obito, who also has Mangekyo, has a strong resistance to illusions, and half of his body is composed of white Zetsu cells. His resistance to illusions has been raised by another level. Just now he intentionally made Fei keep beeping in order to let Uchiha face numb to cast illusion on him. Now it seems, even the illusion used by Uchiha, who is very strong in illusion, has a mediocre effect on him. It just made him appear in a trance for a moment. Not even a second. Certainly, Obito also knew that this was definitely not Uchiha's strongest illusion. But he himself is not in the strongest state either. In the state of hollow, no amount of illusion is useless to Obito. After all, the principle of illusion is to use chakra to affect the target's brain. However, Obito in the hollow state itself is in the Kamui space, and the outside world is just a phantom. Therefore, Obito in the hollow state is really invincible, unless your attack can penetrate the space and affect the interior of the Kamui space. Otherwise, it is useless. Also, thankfully, Obito's hollow has a 5-minute time limit. Otherwise, he would really be completely invincible. Of course, Wong's hollow is useless against a strong player with the ability to travel through space. And the existence of the 6 paths level basically has some spatial abilities. So Obito's hollow said that invincibility is not invincibility. After all, facing the existence of the 6 paths level, the effect is not so good. It is easy to find the coordinates of Kamui's space, thus find his body, and kill him. Inin Village. Uchiha Minami came in directly from the main entrance. Although he has now changed into the uniform of the Akatsuki organization, he has already put on a numb white mask when he went out, so the two-tone ninjas in charge of guarding the gate still recognized him. Quickly informed Master Kimimaro. Uchiha Myanmar didn't care about these two flustered Otoshi and went straight into the village, and soon saw Kimimaro and others coming to him. Is Orochimaru not here? Uchiha frowned and asked. Master Orochimaru has something to go out. Kimimaro said coldly. He hates this person in front of him because he has no respect for Lord Orochimaru. Since it's not there, I'll go get it myself. Uchiha said with a numb face. Then he sensed it according to the method of the communication ring that Pain gave him before and vaguely sensed a signal point somewhere underground. Obviously, Orochimaru used some kind of sealing technique to shield Kong Chen's ring. But as long as the distance is close enough, the position of the ring can still be vaguely sensed. Stop! Seeing that these two people were about to break in, Kimimaro immediately stood in front of him. Step aside. Uchiha glanced coldly with a numb face. Moment. These sound ninjas, including Kimimaro, were all controlled by him with illusion. But because it's not the main body but would clone, this time he directly used Wanhua. Barrel power. Without obstruction, Uchiha Myanmar easily found the Kongchen ring hidden by Orochimaru. That thing was on a broken arm. It was placed on a table covered with seals. Uchiha glanced numbly, then directly used violent means to destroy the sealing technique outside and got the empty Chun ring. After getting the ring, Uchiha put it on his right hand directly, just the right size. He took one look, then wandered around Orochimaru's lab to see if he had anything of value to take away. As a result, after walking around, 5.3 has nothing to gain except being disgusted. Orochimaru is really careful. Does he take all the good things with him when he goes out? Uchiha muttered, and then left the underground laboratory. Come out of the lab. Uchiha Myanmar first dispelled the illusion on Kimimaro and others, and then calmly took Fei away from his sound. During the whole process, he seemed to be visiting his own back garden. These sound ninjas had no chance to resist at all. At the same time, Konoha, Enko's house. Yagami Ryosuke just woke up and was pouring water in the kitchen. At this time, he suddenly felt that his physical fitness had become a little stronger. Open the character panel and look, and soon find the reason. Public enemy. Gold in you are the enemy of the world, but it also shows that your strength is enough to surpass the world. Ninjutsu power plus 10%, increased with the number of enemies. Physical power plus 10%, same as above. Physical fitness plus 10%, same as above. Note, each additional hostile big ninja village, level of the 5 major countries, increases the index by 100%. Each additional hostile small ninja village other than the 5 major countries, increases the index 10%. Hostile ninja village, music ninja village, small. Is it Odinin village? Yagami Ryosuke took a sip of water and smiled lightly. It seems that what clone went to Odinin village to recover the Kong Chun ring, but Orochimaru should be gone by now. Ininin village. Counting the time, it's almost time for Jiraiya and Naruto to find Tsunade. And at this point in time, Orochimaru should also go to Tsunade to treat his 10 fingers. But Orochimaru didn't know that even Tsunade couldn't help him with this problem. Even if Tsunade agreed to help him, it was useless, because there is nothing you can do, so he can only figure out his own way. But Orochimaru's current strength is much stronger than that of him at this time in the original book. In the original Konoha collapse plan, the soul of both arms was directly lost due to the snake. And now it's just the soul that lost 10 fingers. Using the device he built, he can still use 10 fingers, but it is not as flexible as before. But in terms of strength, he is indeed much stronger than he was in this period. I wonder if Tsunade and Jiraiya can beat them? But in fact, as long as Tsunade cured his blood phobia, it will be no problem to beat a semi-disabled Orochimaru. In this case, in a few days, Tsunade should return to the village to serve as the 5th generation. Yagami Ryosuke said heartily. Tsunade's return to the village also means that Sasuke's defection is not far away. The 7th squad has been performing tasks under the leadership of Kakashi these days. But most of them are some D-level tasks and occasionally receive a C-level task, which is just a simple bandit suppression task, and even ninjas will not encounter it. This obviously made Sasuke very dissatisfied. What he wants is to improve his strength quickly, instead of doing these boring tasks all day long, playing ninja games. So, Sasuke will definitely defect and leave Konoha afterwards. I just don't know if Sasuke's relationship is better now. Can Naruto persuade Sasuke to stay? Maybe I can take Sasuke by taking advantage of Uchiha's face? Night God Ryosuke had a whim. In the beginning, he intended for Sasuke to be Orochimaru's disciple as before. But now he has an extra entry for public enemy. So 17 Night God Ryosuke was wondering if he could accept Sasuke, who is also very troublesome, as his disciple of another identity Uchiha. I believe that if there's a choice between Orochimaru and Uchiha Noodles, Sasuke will definitely choose Uchiha Noodles without hesitation. After all, Sasuke is very clear about what makes him truly powerful. That's his pair of Sharingan. As long as he can open the 3-hook jade, his strength can reach the Jonin level. If you can awaken Mangekyo, Kaga level is alright. Therefore, Uchiha Myanmar who is also Uchiha, is more suitable to be a teacher than Orochimaru. As for the mantra, that thing is actually quite easy to remove. At least not for Night God Ryosuke. When the time comes, should it be removed directly, or should I ask Orochimaru for a way to further improve the curse seal? It's all possible. Before Yagami Ryosuke did not accept Sasuke, it was troublesome. But now, he additionally created a new identity, just in time for his new identity to teach Sasuke. Then take Sasuke to various places in the ninja world to do things, or let him do things by himself after Sasuke is a little stronger. It's called exercising him. I just don't know how Sasuke would feel if he met Uchiha Itachi. It's fun to think about. It's decided, let Uchiha Myanmar accept Sasuke, and when Sasuke opens the three-hook jade, let him go outside to attract hatred, and let him dig some talents by the way. It is convenient to build some ninja villages in the future. Yagami Ryosuke immediately made a decision. As for Orochimaru, it's cool and stay there. Dare to be dissatisfied? Then let him find Uchiha Noodles by himself. Let's see if Uchiha Myanmar agrees to give him Sasuke. Go to Sasuke in 2 days and tell him about it. Thought. As for whether Sasuke will agree, don't think about this at all. With Sasuke's vengeful character who is willing to do anything for the sake of strength, he will definitely agree. Didn't he ask Uchiha Myanmar to help him take revenge before? It's just that Night God Ryosuke didn't agree at that time. But things are different now. Certainly, Night God Ryosuke still won't let Uchiha Myanmar directly help Sasuke kill Uchiha Itachi, although that is not difficult for him. But such a waste. Without the motivation of Uchiha Itachi, can Sasuke still be so obsessed with becoming stronger as he is now? Probably not necessarily. May still want to work hard to become stronger to honor the Uchiha family. But it is also possible to sink and become a waste who only knows self-pity all day long. So, Uchiha Itachi, the big enemy, lets Sasuke solve it himself. But Uchiha Itachi's pair of Mangekyo, Night God Ryosuke, will not be left to Sasuke. As for the Mangekyo, without Uchiha Itachi, how could Sasuke awaken the eternal Mangekyo? Hee, that's not something Night God Ryosuke needs to think about. Does he realize that he has awakened the eternal eye and has half a dime relationship with the Night God Ryosuke? Night God Ryosuke is not the kind of person who would sacrifice himself for others. Huh, you got up so early. When Ryosuke came out of the kitchen, he saw a sleepy Anko coming out of the bedroom, rubbing his eyes. I have a task today, Anko muttered. Then he turned and went to the bathroom to wash up. It turned out to be a mission. Yagami Ryosuke nodded suddenly. He just said, Anko uses sleep until the afternoon every time before getting up. Why did you get up so early today? But it's actually not too early. After all, it's already past 9 o'clock in the morning. Yagami Ryosuke was fine, so he lay on the bed for a while. And Anko, she really wants to sleep a little longer, but she has a task today, so she can't stay in bed anymore. After a simple breakfast at home, Anko went out after talking to Night God Ryosuke. But Yagami Ryosuke had nothing to do by staying at Anko's house alone, so he went out to the #1 training ground to exercise. In the past 2 days, he has been a little indulgent again. You have to go back to the way it was before. Training ground #1, next to a waterfall. Yagami Ryosuke took off his shirt and picked up a piece of iron body weighing hundreds of tons. This is his custom-made iron body, which is in the shape of a cuboid and weighs 100 tons in one piece. Carrying the iron body, Night God Ryosuke stood under the waterfall. Chakra sucked the water and then practiced squats. After 5,000 squats, 5,000 push-ups, and 5,000 leapfrogs. All day long, Night God Ryosuke practiced in the #1 training ground. In the middle, Xiang Rin came to look for him and saw Ryosuke, the Night God, was practicing hard, so Xiang Rin obediently stayed at the side and practiced ninjutsu by himself. Now Xiang Rin also learned the shadow clone technique. A dozen or so shadow clones can be separated out and let the shadow clones help in cultivation. After all, Xianglin is also from the Uzumaki clan, so her physique is also good and is not a problem at all to support the cultivation of more than a dozen shadow clone. The sky also darkened. Night God Ryosuke looked at the time and ended today's practice. Finally, I didn't continue to indulge myself today, not bad. Continue tomorrow. After taking a bath in the water and changing into clean clothes, Yagami Ryosuke greeted Xiangrin, who was already tired and was resting, and went home together. Xiangrin, how hard are you today? No hard work. Then continue tomorrow. Well, good. The two smiled and chatted while walking towards home. Night God Ryosuke didn't go to Anko's place tonight. For no other reason. It was Anko's relatives who came. Exactly. He could spend some time with Xiangrin. This little girl has been clamoring for Night God Ryosuke to sleep with her recently. Of course, it's just normal sleep, nothing else. In fact, Xiangrin does not feel safe living in Konoha. Only when the Night God Ryosuke is by her side can she feel a sense of security. Therefore, Xianglin is particularly dependent on Ryosuke, the Night God, wishing to stick to him 24 hours a day. But Xianglin is very sensible, knowing that Yagami Ryosuke has other things to do, so don't cling to him too much. Occasionally, Night God Ryosuke has to leave the village for something, and Xianglin will go to Ino and Hinata. At least in this village, Hinata and Ino are the people she has the best relationship with besides Night God Ryosuke. Night, Yagami Ryosuke took a shower, and when he came out of the bathroom, he saw Xiang standing outside holding the hem of his clothes. What's wrong? Night God Ryosuke asked her. Ryosuke, I can't sleep. Xianglin lowered her head, blushing. Yagami Ryosuke looked at it and rubbed her little head with a smile. Come on, go to sleep in my room. Hearing this, Xiangrin quickly trotted to keep up with Yagami Ryosuke, with a happy smile on her face. In the room, Yagami Ryosuke put her arms around Xiangrin, telling her to sleep well and not to think about things. Xianglin couldn't fall asleep at all at first, but after a while she was probably really tired, so she fell asleep quickly. Seeing that she was asleep, Night God Ryosuke also took out the hair obtained from Nagato from the system's biopheromone warehouse, and then let the system transform it. He has been cultivating all day today, so he was so busy that he kind of forgot about it. Fortunately, I remembered it before I went to bed, otherwise I would have wasted this opportunity to transform today. Ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. Rinnegan's vessel, golden. Uzumaki Nagato only transformed into a golden entry. This is not beyond the expectation of Night God Ryosuke. After all, the highest achievement of Uzumaki Nagato in his life is beyond Kage level, not at the 6 paths level. Therefore, only one golden entry can be transformed. Unlike yesterday's Obito, 3 golden entries were transformed at once. Rinnegan's container? Is it really related to Rinnegan? Night God Ryosuke looked at the name of this entry and couldn't help but feel a little anticipation. If it can come with a pair of Rinnegan, then the value of this entry will be high. To know, the last one with a pupil-like blood successor was the entry transformed from Sasuke at the earliest time, and it was only the Sharingan at the initial stage. Certainly, there's also an increase in eye-opening efficiency. However, after this upgrade to the Night God Ryosuke's Eyes Awaken Mangekyo, the effect is reduced a lot. Because Mangekyo cannot directly evolve to Eternal Mangekyo, there must be another pair of blood relatives Mangekyo fused. So, only by Night God Ryosuke himself will almost never be able to activate Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But there is no other way, and Ryosuke, the Night God, still has other ways. The easiest way is to change the eyes. For example, if he replaces Sasuke's eyes, then awakens Sasuke's eyes to the Mangekyo level, and then fuses Uchiha Itachi's eyes, wouldn't that be enough? Or, just wait until Sasuke's eyes are fused with Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo and evolve into Eternal Mangekyo, and then he will transplant Sasuke's eyes. That's okay too. Anyway, Night God Ryosuke also has Uchiha blood. Don't worry about rejection or something. Unlike Kakashi and Nagato, because they're not of the same race, the body has a rejection reaction. But Night God Ryosuke actually has another way. That's straight up getting a pair of Rinnegans. That is tantamount to reaching the sky in one step. There's only to think about eternal Mangekyo and the like. Go straight to the Rinnegan. Therefore, Nagato's talent entry is very critical. If you can get a pair of Rinnegans that come with it, you'll be fine. If not, there are other ways to do it. Specifically how to do it, Yagami Ryosuke has to think about it. In short, let's take a look at the entry transformed by Nagato. What is the attribute? Opening the character panel, Night God Ryosuke quickly found this new entry. Rinnegan's container. Golden, you have a pair of Rinnegans that do not belong to you. A deceitful purpose. Pupil power plus 500%. Vitality plus 500%. Pupil power plus 500%. With Rinnegan's guidance. Seeing the attributes of the entry, Night God Ryosuke still sighed, showing a touch of disappointment. Really, getting a pair of Rinnegans from a golden entry is far too far-fetched. If only Rinnegan were so easy to come by. Then it is not the legendary Fairy Eye. However, the first three attributes are well understood. Except that Vitality is a new attribute that appeared for the first time. The other two are attributes that have appeared before. One increases the power of the pupil technique, and the other increases the power of the pupil. It's easy to understand. As for Vitality, it is actually very simple. For example, the Sage Body of Night God Ryosuke increases Vitality. And now, this Vitality plus 500% attribute can further make the already huge Vitality of Night God Ryosuke to a greater level. The Vitality of a Night God Ryosuke was already close to the limit of the Junior Sage Body. Even if it grows normally, it only needs to wait another year or so. At that time, Ryosuke's primary Sage Body will be advanced to an intermediate Sage Body. At that time, his Vitality will be at least 3 times higher than it is now. And now, if Yagami Ryosuke is equipped with this entry, it means that Yagami Ryo can directly obtain the Vitality of an intermediate Sage Body without waiting for a year or a half. Moreover, this is an additional addition to the entry. After the Night God Ryosuke Sage Body is advanced, this 5-fold bonus is still improved on the basis of the former. Therefore, as long as the Night God Ryosuke Sage Body advances to the intermediate level, then his Vitality will be enough to reach the level of the advanced Sage Body. That is, the same level of Vitality as Senju Hashirama. Therefore, the entry attribute of Vitality, Yagami Ryosuke can also understand its meaning. But what is this accompanying Rinnegan's guide? It seems to be related to Rinnegan, and it is a guide. Could it be that where is the Rinnegan who guides him in the ninja world, but doesn't need guidance? Because Night God Ryosuke knows where those Rinnegans are. Isn't it on Nagato? If this is the case, then this attached ability is too rubbish. Let's see. It shouldn't be so rubbish, right? Night God Ryosuke thought to himself. While opening the extended description of this entry, he found the introduction about this Rinnegan's Guide above. Rinnegan's Guide. When a user has the limit of Rinnegan's blood successor, this ability can make the user's blood successor level evolve towards Rinnegan without limit, and there will be no bottlenecks and problems before the final evolution into Rinnegan obstruction. Good guy. Night God Ryosuke looked at the introduction of this ability in surprise. If he understands correctly, the above meaning should mean that as long as he has this ability, his Sharingan can evolve without limit until it evolves into a Rinnegan, right? And there will be no bottlenecks in the evolution process, nor will there be any obstacles. For the former, if his Sharingan is still the 3-pointed jade, then even without any stimulation, as long as the pupil power is reached, Mangekyo will be awakened naturally. There's no need to die a pair of parents, gay friends, lovers, and the like. The latter is the difficulty that Night God Ryosuke is currently facing. Mangekyo evolves to Eternal Mangekyo, and a pair of blood relatives Mangekyo are needed to fuse with each other to obtain Eternal Light. This is the obstacle. And now, Night God Ryosuke can simply ignore this obstacle. As long as the pupil power arrives, Mangekyo Sharingan can directly evolve into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo, who don't need any blood relatives, evolve directly on the spot. Then, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan evolves to Rinnegan. In fact, there are very strict conditions, even more stringent than the previous evolution of Mangekyo to Eternal Mangekyo. Night God Ryosuke is not sure whether his guess is correct, but he feels that for Eternal Mangekyo to evolve to Rinnegan, it may require the combination of Indra and Ashura's Chakra, not just the combination of Uchiha and Senju's Power Emperor. Otherwise, Rinnegan's ability as a fairy is somewhat low. It seems that anyone who is Uchiha and Senju can open his eyes after gaining the power of the other party. Therefore, Yagami Ryosuke thinks that the key point should be on the chakra of Ashura and Indra. However, Night God Ryosuke does not have this condition. If he hadn't activated Eternal Mangekyo before, Night God Ryosuke would have started to test whether his guess was correct. From the bottom of his heart, Yagami Ryosuke hopes that he guesses wrong, because then he would have been able to evolve his Eternal Mangekyo into a Rinnegan. But the probability of this is really low. Night God Ryosuke himself doesn't have much confidence. But it's all right now. There is no need for Ashura, Indra, etc. With this talent entry, the eyes of Night God Ryosuke can evolve to Rinnegan without hindrance. There will be no obstacles at all. That's great. Although it didn't directly give Night God Ryosuke a pair of Rinnegan. But that's about as good as just giving him a pair of Rinnegans. And if it is directly given to Rinnegan, the eyes of Ryosuke, the Night God, cannot return from the state of Rinnegan to the state of Eternal Mangekyo, because the Rinnegan is obtained directly, and there is no such evolutionary process, so it cannot be reversed. However, Rinnegan, who has evolved all the way up, can choose to reverse back to the state of Eternal Eyes or ordinary three-god Jade at will. It won't turn into getting Rinnegan, and then the ability of Sharingan can't be helped. Such an awkward situation. It's really another village. I didn't expect what I wanted, but I already got it. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Embarrassing? Not all awkward. This kind of thing, Yagami Ryosuke wished he could do it a few more times. How could he be embarrassed? Equip it and try it out. Night God Ryosuke couldn't wait to equip this entry. Almost because of the pleasing eyes on his equipment, Night God Ryosuke felt a huge change in his eyes. The pattern of Mangekyo appeared automatically, and then the whole pattern spun wildly. He himself could clearly feel the power of the pupils in these eyes soaring. In a short period of time, it has skyrocketed a lot, and it has no intention of stopping. Taking out a mirror, Yagami Ryosuke looked into his own eyes. About 10 seconds or so, the rotating pattern in the eyes also stopped. At the same time, the sharply increased pupil power also reached a peak state and stopped increasing. At this time, the pair of Mangekyo and the Night God Ryosuke in the mirror has undergone great changes. The pattern that was originally like 5 sickles became more complicated. A red line appeared in the middle of the sickle, connecting them with each other. In addition, in the middle of the pattern of 5 sickles, a black circular line appeared. The whole pattern is divided into 2 layers, inside and outside. Night God Ryosuke looked at these eyes in the mirror. Even he himself could feel the horror of these eyes. In terms of pupil power, compared with before the evolution, it has increased by more than 10 times on the basis. Plus the addition of 3 items that increase pupil power on Ryosuke, the Night God. It made his pupil power reach an extremely terrifying level. Even if it is from Rinnegan's pupil power, it is only a little bit short. And Night God Ryosuke could clearly feel that his pupil power was improving. Although the speed of this increase is much lower than the speed of the sudden increase just now, it is indeed improving continuously. This is obviously affected by the effect of the item eye-opening efficiency plus 1000%. Originally, the growth rate of pupil power must not have been so fast. But now, Night God Ryosuke feels that his pair of Eternal Mangekyo, who have just evolved, will probably not be long, maybe 2 or 3 months at most, before they can evolve again, the final form of Chungshi's eyes. Rinnegan, there is no peace, and there is no need for any external factors to catalyze. This effect is simply too heaven-defying. Night God Ryosuke himself couldn't help but feel amazed. I was still thinking about how to evolve these eyes. It's done in minutes, and it will soon be able to evolve to the Rinnegan level again. This is so efficient. This Rinnegan's guiding ability is so powerful. I don't need to work hard with these eyes to complete the evolution again and again. It's a pity that I can only evolve to an ordinary Rinnegan in the end. If I can continue to evolve and reach a stronger Goyu Rinnegan, that would be great. Night God Ryosuke thought a little greedily. People, that's it. Once you get some, you'll want more. If you earn 1 million, you still want to earn 10 million. And if you earn 10 million, you still want to earn 100 million. Night God Ryosuke is not immune either. He was just a layman. Next day, Night God Ryosuke, who didn't sleep much all night, still got up early. It took one night for Yagami Ryosuke to get used to his new eyes. Including the soaring pupil power, it can already be completely controlled. Today is still a day of hard work. On the way, Night God Ryosuke also met the 7th class with only 2 members left. Ryosuke, do you want to practice? Seeing the direction Ryosuke was going, Sasuke guessed that he was going to the training ground to practice again. For Ryosuke, who is already so strong, but still works so hard, Sasuke admires him. And at the same time, he is extremely envious. He listened to what Kakashi said. When that be ************ D. Uchiha Itachi came to the village the other day, it was Night God Ryosuke who beat him and cut off one of his arms. Sasuke also went to see that arm, and couldn't help but spit on it. Originally, when he heard the news, he still wanted to catch up. But later Kakashi told him that even Umbu from Konoha couldn't track Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts. So in the end, Sasuke could only give up the idea of catching up unwillingly. After all, you don't even know where the person is gone. So, is it useful to catch up? Don't do it in the opposite direction at that time. It would be shameful. Yes, go to practice. Are you going to perform a task? Yagami Ryosuke nodded and asked casually. It's just a boring D-rank mission. Sasuke frowned, very dissatisfied. Obviously, he didn't like wasting time on such boring tasks. But Kakashi still accepted 2 or 3 such tasks for them every day. This almost annoyed Sasuke to death. That's fine, you guys come on. I'm leaving first. Yagami Ryosuke did not intend to comfort Sasuke either. After saying hello, he continued to walk towards the training ground. Behind him, little Sakura looked at his back with an indignant face. What? You didn't say hello to me? Little Sakura said angrily. Sasuke glanced at her, then turned around and continued walking, ignoring her. Little Sakura has complained from time to time since Naruto followed Jiraiya out of the village, either complaining about the troublesome tasks or the weather. Let Sasuke have a feeling that Sakura is not very old, but she is developing towards a resentful woman. But Sasuke is too lazy to talk to little Sakura anyway. From Sasuke's point of view, little Sakura has always been the one who dragged them down in Class 7. I'm afraid that today, the only member of the 7th class that Sasuke really recognizes is Naruto. As for little Sakura, isn't that a powderable pendant? Sasuke is really impatient. So tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, let's meet him as Uchiha. Yagami Ryosuke was thinking as he walked towards the number 1 training ground. At this time, a Konoha shinobi dressed as Umbu suddenly appeared in front of him. Master Yagami, Master Jiraiya is back. He asked me to inform you and go to Hokage's office as soon as possible. The Umbu in front of him said, Hey Fong, have you been discharged from the hospital? Night God Ryosuke looked at Umbu in front of him. Yes, this person was his former teammate, Hey Fong in Umbu. Heard. There was also a wry smile on the face under the black tooth mask. Just got out of the hospital, he said. In fact, Black Fong is a little reluctant to face the Night God Ryosuke. The reason is naturally that the status of the 2 parties have changed too much all of a sudden. He, Black Fong, is still an ordinary member of Umbu. However, Ryosuke, the Night God, has transformed into a very popular figure in the village. Now even when he sees Night God Ryosuke, he has to respectfully address him as Lord Night God. This made Hey Fong feel a little uncomfortable. Can't tell if it's jealousy or envy. In short, He himself doesn't really want to meet Night God Ryosuke alone. But there is no way. His current task is to guard the Hokage building. Just after Jiraiya came back, he was notified to send a message to the Night God Ryosuke. Even if Black Fang doesn't want to see the Night God Ryosuke again, he can't disobey the order above. It's good to be discharged from the hospital. You go down, I'll be there in a while. Night God Ryosuke nodded. He also felt it. The black teeth in front of him seemed a little unbalanced. But Night God Ryosuke will not comfort him either. An old man. Does he still need Yi Shunliang to comfort him? Do you think you are a big beauty? Yes, then I will take my leave. Heifang also didn't want to face Night God Ryosuke for another second. So after finishing talking, he directly used the body flicker technique. And Night God Ryosuke did not go to the Hokage building immediately, but went to the training ground first, and then separated thousands of shadow clone. Technique disappeared in the training ground in an instant. After equipping the new entry yesterday, his vitality directly reached 6 times the original one. Such a huge vitality is also enough for Night God Ryosuke to support the practice of thousands of shadow clone without worrying about falling into a coma when it is retracted. At most, it's just a headache for a while. Trifle. Hokage office. Night God Ryosuke also left the Flying Thunder God mark here, so he appeared directly in the office. What? Tsunade, who just returned to the village and didn't know much about the village, was about to go to the window to see the current village, but he bumped into a figure just 2 steps away. But she swears that there was absolutely no one in this position a second ago. And it's impossible for someone to be so fast that even she can't see clearly and stand in front of her. Night God Ryosuke is also a little confused. He had just arrived when he was hit by someone. Especially that kind of special elasticity makes Night God Ryosuke have a strange feeling. Is this Tsunade? I seem to have bumped into her. No, obviously she hit me. Night God Ryosuke saw the person in front of him clearly. Wearing a green coat with a gray gown underneath, with blonde hair, bright eyes, and white teeth, and a delicate and beautiful face, she looks like a little girl in her early 20s. However, these are not the most eye-catching. What really attracts attention is Tsunade's biggest specialty. TSK. As expected of Tsunade, Yagami Ryosuke sighed in his heart. At this time, Tsunade, let me tell you, this is the Night God Ryosuke. I mentioned to you before, don't look at him young. He is now the 3rd person in the village to be sent to Kaga level besides you and me, Master. Jiraiya's eyes lit up when he saw the sudden appearance of Night God Ryosuke, and he didn't care that Tsunade bumped into him just now, so he just pulled Night God Ryosuke over and introduced Tsunade. Ryosuke, look here. Naruto on the side jumped up and shouted. Naruto, how does it feel to be out of the village this time? Night God Ryosuke greeted Naruto with a smile. Ryosuke, have you noticed any changes in me? Naruto looked at Night God Ryosuke expectantly and asked, this? Night God Ryosuke looked at Naruto, who hadn't changed at all from a few days ago, and couldn't understand what Naruto meant. What changes? You just say it directly. My strength. Can't you see that I have become stronger? Naruto said with a grin. Yagami Ryosuke, how can I see this? At this time, Jiraiya next to him hit Naruto on the head with his fist. Stupid. Be quiet, Jiraiya said angrily. He had just introduced Yagami Ryosuke to Tsunade, but Naruto interrupted suddenly. What? Kirby Sage knows to hit me. Naruto pursed his lips angrily and said, but it can be seen that the relationship between Naruto and Jiraiya is better than before. There was even a feeling of grandparents getting along between the two of them. This brat is Night God Ryosuke. Tsunade looked him up and down, frowned after a while, and said, Jiraiya, you told me that this brat doesn't have any family, right? But why do I feel Japanese stock in him similar to my grandfather's breath? Jiraiya opened her mouth wide with a surprised expression on her face. He really doesn't know this. Seeing Jiraiya's expression, Tsunade knew that Jiraiya didn't understand at all. So Tsunade looked directly at Night God Ryosuke and asked with scrutiny in his eyes, "Little ghost, can you answer my question?" I've been spotted," Yagami Ryosuke said with an annoyed expression. "I wanted to hide it for a while, but Princess Tsunade deserves to be the orthodox Senju inheritor. Obviously, no one else saw it." Jiraiya looked at Yagami Ryosuke with a puzzled expression, and Naruto next to him also had the same expression. "No, Ryosuke boy, what do you mean by that? Are you hiding something?" Jiraiya asked curiously. "Actually, it's nothing, it's just with style," Yagami Ryosuke said with a calm face. "Oh, so it's my wood style." Jiraiya nodded subconsciously, and then suddenly reacted, silently said, "What? You said wood style? What is wood style?" Naruto, who had never heard of wood style, pulled Jiraiya's clothes and asked, "That's the ability of first Hokage-sama, who created Konoha," Jiraiya said with a serious expression. Is it Grandpa, first generation's ability? That's amazing." Naruto doesn't understand the key to this, so he just thinks that Ryosuke, the night god, is so powerful that he has the ability of first Hokage. Since it is first Hokage, it should be very powerful, right? I just don't know if there is any Grandpa third generation who is the strongest Hokage. Naruto thought to himself, "Ryosuke boy, your wood style is also..." Jiraiya had a tangled expression on her face because she really didn't want her guess to be true. Master Jiraiya, are you talking about Tenzo?" "No, my wood style is different from his." Night God Ryosuke looked suddenly enlightened, and then pretended to smile bitterly and said, "Master Jiraiya, you have misunderstood. My wood style was awakened by myself, not obtained through experiments like Tenzo." "Awakened by yourself?" Jiraiya looked at him in surprise. "But you're not from the Senju clan." "No, Jiraiya, he has Senju's blood in him." Tsunade on the side reached out and grabbed the hand of Night God Ryosuke. She didn't have close contact just now. She just felt the majestic vitality in Night God Ryosuke's body. It was very similar to the feeling her great-grandfather gave her back then. And now, after holding one hand of Night God Ryosuke, Tsunade could clearly feel the warm breath of chakra in Night God Ryosuke's body. That's the power of wood style. And it is the power of the wood style of the pure Senju clan. It is definitely not an experiment or something that can be transplanted in the past. Wait, I see. Jiraiya finally thought of something. He looked at Night God Ryosuke with an incredulous expression on his face and said, "So, someone in your ancestors is from the Senju clan?" At that time, most of the Senju clan merged into Konoha, and Jiraiya and the others were not born at that time. But when they were young, it was the time when the first generation was in charge of the Konoha regime, so they also knew about the integration of the Senju clan into the village. BHDG. And those Senju people who have integrated into the village are combined with the common people in the village. And the Night God Ryosuke was born as a commoner. This is already pretty obvious. The generation of Yi-shun Ryosuke's great-grandfather is very likely to be a member of the Senju clan back then. And the Night God Ryosuke, because of his outstanding talent, had the phenomenon of atavism in his body, so that he awakened the blood power of the Senju clan hidden in his body. So, the blood successor of your previous physique is actually because you have the blood of the Senju clan. Jiraiya knew that Night God Ryosuke had awakened some kind of blood follower. Although I don't know much about it, I have read the information. Now that I think about it, everything seems to make sense. Because of the Senju blood, the essence is particularly powerful. In fact, it is not a special blood inheritance, but the body of the Night God Ryosuke is constantly returning to the ancestors, further awakening the power of the Senju bloodline. And until later, no one in the Senju family has awakened except Senju Hashirama, the wood style. "I'm sorry, Master Jiraiya," Night God Ryosuke said with a look of embarrassment, "because even I don't know what's going on with me. Before that, I wasn't sure if I had the legendary Senju blood. Until wood style after awakening, I realized this possibility." "How long has your wood style awakened?" Tsunade looked at the Night God Ryosuke in front of him softly. After confirming that the other party has Senju blood and awakened wood style, Tsunade seems to have regarded the night god Ryosuke as his family. Exactly. Yagami Ryosuke is about the same age as Nawaki when he died. Therefore, at this moment, Tsunade already has the feeling of treating night god Ryosuke as his younger brother. Actually, it didn't take long. It was just this month. Yagami Ryosuke said, "Then will you use the power of what style?" asked Tsunade. "I secretly learned a few tricks from Captain Tianzong, but I didn't use them very well." Night god Ryosuke said modestly, "It's okay, since you have Senju blood in your body. Then you'll be a member of my Senju clan from now on, and I will teach you the wood style left by my grandfather." Tsunade said softly. "Really?" Yagami Ryosuke smiled secretly. The reason why he deliberately exposed his wood style in front of Tsunade was actually to PR *ST*** Uta Senju Hashirama's wood style ninjutsu for nothing. Although he can develop it himself, but there are ready-made ones, why not? Before the night god Ryosuke checked, he found that the Roots and Sarutobi Hiruzen had very little wood style ninjutsu. Basically just a few very basic wood styles, including those wood styles of Tianzong, many of which were improved by himself. For example, the wood style ninjutsu of building a house is one of his most proud works. And the wood style of the real Senju Hashirama doesn't seem to be in the hands of these two old guys. At that time, Night God Ryosuke suspected that these wood style ninjutsu were hidden by Tsunade. Now hearing what Tsunade said, Night God Ryosuke also confirmed that his guess was correct. You could go to Senju Hashirama's many wood styles for free. Night God Ryosuke is also in a great mood. At this time, Tsunade in front of him suddenly reached out and touched his cheek. Yagami Ryosuke looked at her with a question mark expression on his face. Being so handsome must have inherited the excellent genes of our Senju family. Tsunade said with a smile. Yagami Ryosuke, you're more or less like a princess selling melons and boasting, right? Master Tsunade, you are beautiful too. Yagami Ryosuke said. This sentence is not a lie. It is the truth. Leaving aside the issue of age, in terms of looks, the Tsunade in front of me is indeed a beautiful woman, and the figure is called the best ninja world, just a little short in height. It's okay when Night God Ryosuke hasn't grown yet, but in the future Night God Ryosuke will grow to a height of 1.9 meters. Tsunade is standing next to him. The whole is a little Jasper. Is there any cutest height difference? Don't call me an adult. You can leave it to my sister in the future. Tsunade took Night God Ryosuke's hands and said softly, EXT. Looking at the Night God Ryosuke, who was treated so tenderly by Tsunade, and recalling the scenes of getting along with Tsunade in the past, Jiraiya suddenly felt a sense of taste. He's actually a little jealous of Night God Ryosuke. Grandma Tsunade, why did you ask Ryosuke to call you sister? At this time, an untimely voice suddenly came. Tsunade swiped and turned to look at Naruto. His eyes were murderous. Scare. Naruto was taken aback. No matter how long his reflexes were, he knew at this moment that he might have said something wrong. He quickly covered his mouth with a smirk. Naruto, how many times have you told me not to call me mother-in-law? Tsunade said viciously. Naruto nodded again and raised 3 fingers to swear that he would definitely remember it and never forget it again. But based on Night God Ryosuke's understanding of Naruto, this guy probably can remember it most today. As for after today, that's hard to say. Number 2 training ground, somewhere. Yagami Ryosuke stood in the field, surrounded by Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Naruto. Wood style. Birth of the tree world. I saw Ryosuke, the night god on the field, clap his hands and let out a loud shout. Next second, boom! Towering trees rose from the ground one by one. In an instant, the open space was transformed into a primeval forest. Even in the surrounding forest, the original trees were growing crazily. For a while, a virgin forest with a diameter of more than 1 or 2 kilometers appeared in the number 2 training ground. The 3 of Tsunade and the others were inside the forest at this moment, watching the scene happen in front of them with a surprised expression, especially Naruto and Jiraiya. Tsunade is okay. At least her great-grandfather also showed her the wood-style ninjutsu of birth from the tree realm in front of her. But Jiraiya and Naruto really met for the first time. Both of them opened their mouths wide open with stunned expressions. Good, it's so big. Any tree in front of you is extremely tall, at least 50 or 60 meters tall. It takes more than a dozen people to hug each other to hug. Before that, only palm-high weeds grew in this open space, and most of the surrounding trees were ordinary trees that were more than 10 meters high. Is this wood style? Naruto observed these trees curiously, wondering what is the use of these trees. At this time, brush. The surrounding vines attacked in an instant, so fast that Naruto was tied up and hung upside down under a tree before he could react. Put me down. Let me down. Naruto struggled and shouted. Brush. At this time, the figure of night, God Ryosuke, also appeared on the tree. He smiled and looked at Naruto, who was hung upside down. Naruto, how are you feeling? He asked. Ryosuke, put me down quickly. Naruto yelled. Yishan Ryosuke saw him like this, and let the vine let him go with a smile. After regaining his freedom, Naruto also looked at the surrounding trees cautiously, never daring to underestimate these seemingly bigger trees. Ryosuke, is this the wood style you learned from Skyturn? Jiraiya asked in surprise, because he knew that Tianzong didn't have such a strong wood style at all. It doesn't count why secretly learned from Captain Tianzong is a tree sea birth, but this trick has become like this when it comes to me, so I call it the tree world birth. Asterisk, is that so? Is this the difference between the real wood style and the transformed wood style? Jiraiya suddenly wanted to take Tenzo over to see the night god Ryosuke's nativity in the tree world. Compared with Tianzong's small and pitiful tree sea vassal, night god Ryosuke's tree world census is much stronger. Not at all of a magnitude. This is the birth of my great-grandfather in the tree world. The wood style of Tianzong is too ordinary, so will be degraded when it is used. But Ryosuke has pure Senju blood flowing in his body, and it is also a wood style that has been awakened on its own. The power is natural, not the same. Tsunade looked at the surrounding trees with nostalgia. This reminded her of the scene when her grandfather showed her this trick when she was a child. It was so shocking at that time, and even the birth of the tree realm performed by her grandfather was even bigger than this scale. But this is normal. After all, her great-grandfather is the god of ninjas, and it has been many years since he awakened wood style at that time, while Ryosuke, the night god, has only just awakened not long ago. Being able to use this look already shows that his awakened wood style is very authentic. It's her grandpa's version. In fact, Tsunade didn't know that night god Ryosuke was restraining himself deliberately. Otherwise, with his current vitality comparable to that of an intermediate sage body, coupled with the addition of the power of wood style, the wood style he displays is no less than Senju Hashirama's wood style. That is to say, if he really does his best, the scope of this tree world birth can be expanded by 3 or 4 times. But not necessary. He just showed his wood style to Tsunade and the others today. It's not really about hitting anyone. A little more or less is fine. Ryosuke, you are amazing. Tsunade embraced night god Ryosuke excitedly. Night god Ryosuke bent over. Even being wrapped in a deep evil, it felt like he couldn't breathe. But it feels so good. Night god Ryosuke kind of lingers. But by now Tsunade had let go of him. He can't stand still, can he? That seems so disrespectful. And it made him look like an LSP. To know, the image of night god Ryosuke in the eyes of everyone in Konoha has always been tall and majestic. Don't let people misunderstand that he is an LSP. Only Jiraiya is suitable for the title of LSP. Night god Ryosuke, forget it. After all, he is not lecherous at all. He doesn't even like being around women that much. As for why you don't like being close to women, but you still have several girlfriends? Night god Ryosuke's explanation for this is that he is a person who is not very good at rejecting, because he is not good at rejecting, and he can't bear to watch them cry because of his rejection. That's why they fulfilled their pursuit by sacrificing themselves. Yes, That's right. Go back to the Hokage office. Where did you just go? As soon as he came in, Yagami Ryosuke saw the two Hokage consultants who had been waiting in the office for a long time and asked with a frown when he saw them come back. Obviously a little unhappy. It's nothing. I just missed Ryosuke's with style at the #2 training ground. Tsunade said without hesitation. She didn't intend to hide the news that Night God Ryosuke has a Senju blood and awakened with style. Because Tsunade knows that once the news spreads, Night God Ryosuke's reputation, Golden Car Connection, will skyrocket again. Tsunade is making noise for Night God Ryosuke. It is also a small preparation for him to succeed 6th Hokage in the future. After all, Senju blood plus with style. What this means, no one knows better than Tsunade. At that time, the prestige of Night God Ryosuke may even exceed her 5th Hokage. But what does that matter? She is not Sarutobi Hiruzen. She will be afraid of the strength and prestige of her subordinates too high. And Night God Ryosuke is a descendant of their Senju clan. It is the hope of the continuation of Senju. Tsunade wished that the prestige of Night God Ryosuke could be higher, and he was even willing to let Night God Ryosuke be the 5th Hokage. If it wasn't for the Night God Ryosuke himself to decide, Tsunade would never be greedy for the position of Hokage. What? With style? Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu looked at the four of them in shock. How is it possible? Night God Ryosuke, isn't he a commoner? Could it be Orochimaru's? The two Hokage consultants immediately thought of Orochimaru's original wood-style experiment. But after Tsunade explained, he let them know that they were wrong. Night God Ryosuke's wood-style was awakened by himself. As for the reason, that's because he has the orthodox blood of the Senju clan in him. This, Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu looked at each other, seeing shock and worry in each other's eyes. Shocked because someone has awakened wood style again, and it's not a parallel import like Tianzong. The worry is because of the reawakening of wood style, coupled with the pure Senju blood in Ryosuke, the night god. Will it mean that the Senju clan will once again rule the ninja world? Will Konoha be ruled by the Senju clan again in the future? And what about the two Hokage advisors? What about the family behind them? How should I deal with myself? Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu couldn't help but feel worried. Before, they didn't have any bad feelings toward Ryosuke, the night god. They are not Danzo, and they like to recruit talents everywhere, especially those who have the limit of blood succession. But now the night god Ryosuke has been confirmed to have the orthodox blood of the Senju family, and will even spread branches and leave for the Senju family in the future. This made the two of them restless. How hard did it take for them to work together with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to completely erase the influence of the Senju clan from Konoha? As for flowers, available now. You tell them that the Senju clan is about to resurface again? They don't agree to this. But whether it is Tsunade or Night God Ryosuke, they are both strong at Kaga level. With their old arms and legs, can they beat them? Not to mention, there's also a Jiraiya next to it. Jiraiya will definitely side with Tsunade and the others. That's 3 Kaga levels. And there are only 3 Kaga levels in Konoha. Thinking of this, the two Hokage consultants are in a bad mood. What to do? Could it be that the rise of the Senju clan is already unstoppable? These two old guys keep rolling their eyeballs. Are they playing for something? Night God Ryosuke noticed that the state of the two Hokage consultants in front of him seemed a little weird, and after thinking about it for a while, he probably understood what the two old guys were thinking. Now, are you worried that the rise of the Senju clan will make them unable to survive? Although I don't have any thoughts on this at all, you two old fellows are a little bit self-defeating, aren't you? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. To be honest, among the previous Konoha F4, the two Hokage consultants Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu were the most trashy. Danzo still has at least a root, and the Shimura family is also very strong. But what about Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu? It's not just that there is no power of their own in the village. Even the two ninjas behind them are quite average in strength. Obviously, there are a lot of resources, but why can't they be cultivated? All I can say is that it's trash. The matter of wood style will be disclosed later. Let's first discuss about Tsunade's purpose of succeeding 5th generation. Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu exchanged eye contact and decided to delay this matter. If it doesn't work, then you can only think of other ways. Anyway, they will never allow the Senju clan to rise again. When they thought of this possibility, they felt shuddering. No matter how powerful Zungjin Senju is, the psychological shadow it brings to them is just as great. With great difficulty, the two small families, Mido and Zhuangju, have just gained a place in Konoha. Even Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu have made up their minds, and they will assist Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, in the future and use their status as Hokage consultants to further seek more benefits for the family behind them. Now that there are no Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the two guys who used to have big heads, Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, can't help but feel alive. They couldn't handle Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. So could it be that they couldn't handle a mere junior like Tsunade? Yes. Midokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu, they have already planned to use Tsunade before. But they also don't think about Tsunade's temper. With their old hands and legs, they still want to handle Tsunade? I can only say that I am overwhelmed. www. In the next 2 days, news about Tsunade's return to the village spread in the village. Tsunade Haim, one of the Sannin, Princess Tsunade of the Senju clan. Various legends about Tsunade began to spread widely in the village. Even a younger generation of ninjas have heard of the legend of Sannin and know that Tsunade is the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, possessing the top medical skills. And those ninjas of the older generation who have been favored by Tsunade have also stood up to build momentum for Tsunade. In just 2 days, Tsunade's prestige in the village has grown day by day. Now, anyone who dares to stand up against Tsunade's succession as 5th Hokage will be overwhelmed by the spittle of these villagers. Not to mention other people. Even if Danzo is reborn, facing this situation, he can only smash his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. I dare not jump out at such a juncture to make troubles. Something that even Danzo, the darkness of the ninja world, dare not do. Let alone other people, then I dare not. Failed again. Looking at a golden talent entry that was finally synthesized on the synthesis interface. Night God Ryosuke shook his head, chose not to accept the result, and directly exited the synthesis interface. No way. The few experience points he managed to record in the past 2 days have only been used up. Keep waiting. I don't believe that I can't synthesize a god-level entry. Yagami Ryosuke is not in a hurry. He has plenty of time, so he can take his time. But some people just can't wait. Uchiha Clanland. Sasuke knelt in front of his parents' coffin, bowed his head, crying about his incompetence, unable to avenge his parents. After waiting for a while, Sasuke wiped away his tears, got up, and was about to practice. As soon as I turned around, I saw a person standing behind me. It's you. Sasuke recognized the other party, although the other party changed clothes, but the mask did not change. It was the same as before, so Sasuke recognized at a glance that the person in front of him was Uchiha Mima, who had appeared during Konoha's collapse plan. Didn't bother you to cry? Uchiha said with a smirk. When Sasuke heard this, his face turned black instantly. Damn, the most vulnerable side of myself was actually seen by this guy. Damn it, the damn voyeur. Cursing in his heart, Sasuke asked with a dark face. What are you doing here? Just say it first. I won't listen to you and become a reproductive machine. Uchiha's face went numb, and he burst out laughing. You kid, you still remember what you said at that time, he said with a smile. Sasuke looked at this guy with a black face and a vicious 961. How could he not remember? What happened that day? He will never forget in his life. Don't worry, I'm not here today to persuade you to be a fertility machine, Uchiha said with a numb face. Hearing this, Sasuke also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Not good. He doesn't want to become the kind of man who doesn't think about making progress and only knows how to spend his energy on women. Speaking of this, Sasuke couldn't help thinking of Ryosuke, the night god. This guy obviously has to accompany so many girlfriends all day long, but why is he still so strong? Hateful. Is this the real genius? And I, Uchiha Sasuke, have been a pseudo-genius all along? Sasuke couldn't help being a little skeptical. At this time, Sasuke, I met Uchiha Itachi. What? Sasuke, who was still doubting his life just now, when he heard the name Uchiha Itachi, his expression changed instantly, revealing an expression of incomparable hatred. Where did you see him? Sasuke asked eagerly. Shao Organization. Have you heard of this organization? Uchiha asked with a numb face. Sasuke shook his head. How could he have heard of any Akatsuki organization? The number of times he even left the village is very limited. The range of activities is basically in an area near the village, and the farthest one was the one I went to the Land of Waves before. Nothing else. So, what Shao Organization? He really has never heard of it. I was invited to join this organization some time ago, and then I saw Uchiha Itachi at the base of the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha said with a numb face. So you're in the same organization as Uchiha Itachi now? Sasuke looked at him warily. Don't show this expression. If I really want to do something to you, do you think you can escape? Uchiha sneered and said. Sasuke's face turned black, but he had to admit that what the other party said was the truth. Based on the strength gap between them, there was really no way he could escape. Even if this is Konoha, then what do you want to say? Asked Sasuke. How long do you think it will take you to stay in Konoha to become as strong as Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha asked nonchalantly. I remember you told me very firmly that you would never give up for Uchiha in your life. Revenge, but now do you think you can do it? Hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help clenching his fists, because he knew what Uchiha said was the truth. If I continue to waste time in the village, I will only waste more time. Not to mention killing Uchiha Itachi to avenge Uchiha's ghost. Even if it is barely a tie, it is impossible to do it. You want to help me? Sasuke is not stupid. On the contrary, he is actually very smart. So when he heard Uchiha Miyama mention this, he immediately realized that this fellow of the Uchiha clan was planning to help him. Although Sasuke didn't know what made the other party change his mind. But thinking of the opponent's strength, Sasuke couldn't help trembling with excitement. As long as there is help from Uchiha Miyama in front of them, the revenge of the Uchiha clan can definitely be avenged. Don't think too much. I won't help you deal with Uchiha Itachi. After all, it's your hatred. It has nothing to do with me. Uchiha Miyama said lightly. However, I really appreciate you, kid. You're talented. He started Chuangyu at a young age, and his character is tough enough, willing to endure hardships. Sasuke looked at him with bright eyes. So, I plan to accept you as my disciple, but I don't know if you are willing to leave Konoha. Uchiha turned numb and looked at Sasuke in front of him. I do. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke in front of him couldn't wait to agree. Of course, he is willing to leave Konoha. For revenge, he is willing to pay any price. Just leave the village. It's nothing at all. You sure? Uchiha looked at him with numbness and said, You have to know that once you leave Konoha, it means that you will become a traitor, and you will never be able to see your good friend Uzumaki Naruto again. Even, you may become enemies. Even so, you still want to follow me? Naruto. When Sasuke thought of Naruto, he hesitated a little, but soon he thought of what Naruto said before. No, Naruto, he will understand my choice. Sasuke said firmly. If it was someone else, Sasuke felt that they would not understand. But if it's Naruto, Sasuke thinks he must understand why he did it. You're quite confident. Uchiha smiled slightly and said, Okay, since you have already made up your mind, then you should prepare in the next few days, and I will pick you up after a few days. By the way, if you meet Uchiha Itachi in the Akatsuki organization in the future, don't rush forward over your own strength. Your current strength is too weak. Sasuke gritted his teeth and nodded. Compared to the original Uchiha Sasuke, who only knew how to rush forward blindly, regardless of the difference in strength between the two sides. Obviously, the Sasuke in front of him is much more mature. The way of thinking about problems is also more rational than the original Sasuke. Certainly, saying that it can be done now is just lip service. Can it be specific? It still depends on whether Uchiha Itachi can keep calm enough when he actually appears in front of Sasuke. 2 days later, the ceremony for Tsunade to succeed 5th Hokage was also held in the village. Almost all the ninjas at the scene came, and there were countless villagers outside. They shouted the name of Tsunade, and some people even pulled up banners that read, "Senju returns. Invincible." These civil servants, Uchiha Koharu and Mitokado Hamura, who were also standing on the high platform, saw their eyelids twitching. I became more and more determined in my heart that the Senju clan must not be allowed to rise again. Now it's just Tsunade becoming Hokage, and that's it. Then if the night god Ryosuke really spreads out in the village and even restores Senju's surname, then it will be okay. Night god Ryosuke, I can't stay. The two have almost the same thoughts. But how to get rid of the night god Ryosuke is still a problem. Direct assassination? Feel sorry. They do not have this strength. Rumor making trouble? Using public opinion to kill Night God Ryosuke? Not to mention whether they have the opportunity to play such tricks under the nose of Tsunade, Hokage. Even if there is Night God Ryosuke, this kid doesn't look like Hitaki Sakumo, who is all forced to death by a few words. So, this method does not work either. What to do then? The two old guys were thinking desperately, killing an unknown number of brain cells. Finally, get an idea. That is to use people from other villages to come and kill people with a borrowed knife. Isn't Tsunade going to announce the identity of the night god Ryosuke, Senju clan? Also to announce that he's awakened wood style, trying to make Yagami Kyo the second legend like her great-grandpa. Then they can help Tsunade. They not only want to promote the wood style and Senju blood of night god Ryosuke in the village, but also want to spread the news throughout the ninja world. By the time, those ninja villages who were once dominated by Senju Hashirama's wood style, will they watch the rise of second Senju Hashirama? They can't. So, they will definitely try their best to kill Night God Ryosuke, the successor of wood style. When the time comes, Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu don't have to do anything but watch, and it will be the end of Night God Ryosuke. After all, Awakened wood style is very different from Senju Hashirama's wood style. They don't believe that Night God Ryosuke, who has just awakened wood style, can have power far beyond Kaga level and directly catch up with the first-generation goal. And if it's just ordinary Kaga level strength, then facing the assassination of the major ninja villages, he will definitely survive. And at the same time, they can also issue rewards in the underground gold exchange. They have also collected a lot of money over the years. Even if only a small part of it is taken out, that is a huge sum of money. As the saying goes, money touches people's hearts. I believe that under the high reward, someone will stand up and accept the reward task to assassinate Night God Ryosuke. By the time, not only the ninja village of the four great nations wanted to kill him, even those rebels would want to kill him. Thinking of how Yagami Ryosuke was shouted and beaten like a mouse crossing the street at that time, the two movie consultants couldn't help laughing. On the side, Jiraiya, who was watching Tsunade speaking on stage, suddenly saw Mitokado Hamura and Uchiha Koharu laughing inexplicably. The key is that he still smiles like a beating. This made Jiraiya look puzzled. I don't understand what funny things these two Hokage consultants thought of to laugh like this. On the high platform, Yagami Ryosuke was a little bored listening to Tsunade's inaugural speech. After finally waiting for Tsunade to finish speaking, Night God Ryosuke thought that Mizuki, the ceremony is coming to an end, so we can go. As a result, Tsunade suddenly looked at him and beckoned him to pass. Have no choice. Night God Ryosuke can only walk over. He knew what Tsunade was going to do, but he didn't expect Tsunade would want to announce it today. She really doesn't care that she stole her limelight, Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. However, It can be seen from this that Tsunade really sincerely regards zero point 0.5 as his own. I believe you all know the person next to me, right? Tsunade took Knight God Ryosuke's hand and asked him to stand beside him. Master Yishun, great hero. The hero who saved Konoha. Konoha Shinigami. The people below shouted one after another, and most of them were shouting heroes. But there are also people who shouted Ryosuke's ninja nickname, Konoha Shinigami. This nickname was passed on to him by the people from San Shinobi. Didn't San Shinobi come to Konoha to negotiate last time? After the two parties discussed it, San Shinobi offered a certain amount of compensation. After that, he took Baki and others who were under house arrest and went back. After Baki and the others returned to San Shinobi, something went around in the ninja world about the day Konoha collapsed. The most eye-catching one is the Konoha Shinigami in the mouth of San Shinobi called Night God Ryosuke. 12-year-old Kage level. He is good at swordsmanship and body art, and possesses a shadow secret art that kills people invisible. These are the information about Night God Ryosuke. Yagami Kyo didn't care that San Shinobi leaked information about himself. Anyway, that's just a tiny bit of his true strength. Fencing? That's just his weakest item. Physique is quite strong, but Night God Ryosuke didn't show it much before. It's just a general Kage level. And the shadow secret technique is just one of the many means of the Night God Ryosuke. It's not the strongest one. It's just that the victory is weird. But there are also many weaknesses, which are easy to be targeted. Not only that, but Ryosuke also awakened my great-grandfather's wood style. He is the successor of wood style who inherited my great-grandfather's will, and also the hope of our Konoha future. Tsunade can be said to have given up all the opportunities to show off to the Night God Ryosuke. Obviously today is her inauguration day at Hokage. But at this moment, after Tsunade announced that the Night God Ryosuke possesses Senju blood and awakened the wood style of Master First Hokage, everyone's attention fell on the Night God Ryosuke. It's as if her Hokage is just a foil. But Tsunade didn't care at all. On the contrary, I am very happy. I haven't seen Master Tsunade smiling so happily for a long time. Shizune, who was hugging a porcupine, looked at Tsunade with a happy smile on his face and said with sincere emotion. Jiraiya also nodded. In his memory, the last time Tsunade smiled so naturally and happily was it, how many years ago? Jiraiya scratched her head a little annoyed and found that her memory was really getting worse. Is it really because of getting older? It seems that the old man used to be like this. Just when Jiraiya was fascinated by recalling the past, those people who were shocked by Tsunade's announcement also let out a tsunami-like exclamation. My God! Lord Yagami awakened wood style. That's wood style? It's the wood style that Mr. First Hokage put down in troubled times. By the way, is wood style so strong? Why are you so excited? Idiot! What do you know, kid? That's Shodai's wood style. Do you know the gold content of the 4 words Shodai? You young ninjas, you really don't know anything. I saw Shodai with my own eyes. It's a funny thing. In a ninja school textbook, the 3rd generation is written as the strongest Hokage. Hee. Chill. Don't talk nonsense. Lord 3rd generation is also a great Hokage. Those textbooks must have been written by some people who wanted to flatter. Who knows? With Tsunade's announcement, everyone around was shocked. Some people who don't understand the gold content of wood style were also popularized by the old seniors around them, and suddenly showed a look of enlightenment. And those ninja patriarchs who had been surprised once, just now, were shocked again by the wolf. If the Senju bloodline only represents the prestige and connections of the Senju family, then wood style is the embodiment of the strength of the Senju clan. Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, was able to calm down the troubled times, not because of his wood style. And now, yet another teenager with Senju blood has awakened wood style. Will Night God Ryosuke become Senju Hashirama II? Many people's hearts also began to become active. He couldn't help frowning, not because he didn't like Night God Ryosuke, but simply worried. After all, the power of wood style is obvious to all. Although Konoha does not have only one wood style, Ryosuke, but the other wood style is a defective product and a degraded version. It can't be compared with the real wood style at all. If the wood style of Yagami Ryosuke is really like Mr. Zungjin, first Hokage, then things will be serious. I still have to ask Master Tsunade after this matter is over. Naruto thought to himself. If this matter is not handled properly, it may lead to the outbreak of the Fourth Ninja World War. After all, if you think about it in your shoes, if he is the shadow of the other four major ninja villages, would you allow Konoha to have a second Senju Hashirama? Absolutely not allowed. So, once the wood style of Night God Ryosuke was confirmed to be the wood style of Senju Hashirama's level, not a degraded version, then the other four major ninja villages will definitely not be able to resist. It doesn't matter whether it's an assassination or a direct army. That would be extremely bad news for Konoha. It turns out that Ryosuke can also wood style. On the periphery of the crowd, Tianzong wearing Umbu costume looked at the Night God Ryosuke on the high platform and couldn't help thinking. As the only surviving wood style subject under Orochimaru, Enzo always felt that he was the most special one. Although his wood style is far from being able to compare with the wood style of the first generation, it is at least the only wood style in the ninja world. But now, this uniqueness has also become a thing of the past. I wonder how powerful Ryosuke's wood style is. Tianzong thought to himself. He didn't have any thoughts of jealousy, but was more curious. Want to know whether Ryosuke's wood style is stronger or weaker than his wood style? Ryosuke, show me. Tsunade turned his head and said to Ryosuke, who was beside him. Hearing this, Night God Ryosuke also nodded. 2 days ago, Tsunade had handed Senju Hashirama's wood style scroll to him, which was full of content about various wood style ninjutsu. Even Senju Hashirama's most powerful move, Sage Art Senju, also in it. At this time, after hearing Tsunade's words, Night God Ryosuke also clapped his hands, and a terrifying chakra energy burst out from his whole body. Wood style wood dragon technique. 5. A huge wooden dragon soared into the sky, and Night God Ryosuke stepped on the top of the log, allowing the wooden dragon to support himself and fly into the air. The 100-meter-long wooden dragon flaunted its power and flew around the sky. The Konoha people below also burst into cheers like a tsunami. It's wood style. Really wood style. It's Hashirama-sama's wooden dragon technique. I didn't expect to see it in my lifetime. Dragon. It's a dragon. It's flying. Master Yagami is so handsome. If we say that when Tsunade announced that Night God Ryosuke had awakened with style, a small part of the crowd still had some doubts in their hearts. Then at this moment, when seeing the Night God Ryosuke stepping on the wooden dragon and flying into the sky, these very few people who had doubts in their hearts completely let go of the last trace of distrust. This is wooden dragon technique. If the opponent is not a naturally awakened wood style, it is impossible to display such a powerful wood style. At least Tianzong among the crowd couldn't do it. His wood style is more fishy than Russia, Tianzongshin said. At the same time, he is convinced of the Night God Ryosuke. This kind of wood style is indeed much stronger than his degraded version. The wooden dragon flew a few laps in the sky before landing on the ground, and plunged into the ground with a bang, turning into a towering tree with a height of 100 meters. Under the shade of the trees, people cheered loudly, shouting the name of Night God Ryosuke. The warm atmosphere made Yagami Ryosuke a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, soon people calmed down. Then, after the two Hokage consultants stood up and announced the end of today's Hokage inauguration ceremony, they dispersed with excitement on their faces. But what happened here today, I'm afraid it will be discussed by them for a long time. In Hokage's office, Tsunade took off the Hokage hat from his head and put it beside the table. There are two smaller tables on either side of her table for her assistants. With Tsunade's character, it is obviously impossible for one person to complete so many documents that Hokage needs to review. So Tsunade has already figured out a way to put 2 more desks in the office, and then let competent people handle these documents for her. Tsunade is not Sarutobi Hiruzen. He refuses to let go of everything, and wants to hold everything in his own hands. To be honest, on the first day of being Hokage, Tsunade already felt a little tired. Even want to sneak out to gamble. But no matter what, today is her first day at Hokage, so she has to obediently sit in Hokage's office for a whole day, no matter for the sake of saving face. Lugio, this position will be yours from now on. With a big wave of Tsunade's hand, he arranged a seat for Dongliang Lugio. Nara Shikahisa accepted the arrangement with a wry smile. But I thought in my heart, I am afraid that I will have to work overtime every day in the future. I wonder if my wife will have any objections. As a strict wife, Nara Lugio's family status at home is lower than that of her son. If I have to work overtime every day in the future, I'm afraid I won't be scolded to death by my wife. But he had to listen to Lord Hokage's order, so he could only think about how to explain it to his wife after returning home, so that she would understand that he had been promoted. Well, actually he is run, because Nara Shurjo's current position is equivalent to several Hokage consultants during Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign. To know, when Sarutobi Hiruzen was in office, these 4 seats were firmly controlled by the 4 of them. Outsiders can't get involved at all. Ryosuke, I still have a place here, or should I leave it to you? After Tsunade made arrangements for Nara, he looked at Yagami Ryosuke again and pointed to another small table next to him. Don't. I'm too young to sit in an office. Yagami Ryosuke hastily refused, using the reason of being young. This reason, on him, is simply an excuse like panacea. Works great every time. Then Jiraiya. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya again. Jiraiya was so scared that she shook her head and refused. Tsunade, I still have to teach Naruto, so I don't have that much free time. Jiraiya used Naruto as a disciple as an excuse to reject Tsunade's good intentions. Cut. Everyone is afraid of trouble, right? Tsunade couldn't see Jiraiya's careful thinking, so he curled his lips and said, while pulling his student Shizune, and pushed her on the seat. Shizune, you will be my assistant from now on. Tsunade put his hands on his hips and announced. What can she do? She also wanted to refuse, but she couldn't. With a bitter face, Shizune could only nod his head in disapproval. Okay, today's work will be handed over to you. Tsunade laughed and praised his ingenuity, and then he was ready to take Yagami Ryosuke to the village for a stroll. But at this time Nara Lugio called her to stop. Master Hokage, you still have a job to complete before this. Lugio handed her a document. You just need to deal with it. Tsunade waved his hand and said, Master Hokage, this must be compared with you. Nara said helplessly, Oh, what is it? Seeing that he couldn't push it down, Tsunade had no choice but to reach out and take the file. This is the result of the previous Chunin exam. Master Hokage, you need to decide who could be qualified to advance to Chunin. Nara Shikahisa said, That's it. Let me see. Tsunade returned to Hokage's seat and sat down, opened the file, and looked carefully. Then what? I have to leave beforehand. Jiraiya was afraid that he would be caught by Tsunade later, so he immediately made an excuse and ran away. Tsunade looked up, curled his lips, and said nothing. After a while, Tsunade put down the file in his hand. I've already read the content. That Nara Shikamaru is your child, right? Tsunade looked at Nara Shikahisa and asked. Yes, he is my son. Nara Shikahisa nodded and answered. He's not bad. He's qualified to be promoted to Chunin. Tsunade said, As for the others, we'll see. By the way, Knight God Ryosuke has been promoted to Elite Jonin. Tsunade remembered something and looked at Knight God Ryosuke, who was sitting beside Shizune and chatting with Shizune. Ryosuke, you don't have to go to Anbu anymore, or do you want to be the minister of Anbu? Asked Tsunade. From his point of view, I am afraid that as long as Knight God Ryosuke nods, Tsunade will directly hand over the position of Minister Anbu to him. No, that's too troublesome. I don't like to manage so many people. Knight God Ryosuke shook his head and said, He doesn't even want to do Hokage. and he still cares about the position of Minister Umbu? That's fine, but you, an elite Jonin, must have something to do. Tsunade thought for a while, then picked up another document next to him and looked at it, and then said, well, the 10th class of your graduation this year is still if you don't lead Jonin. How about you become the leader Jonin of the 10th class? Jonin, the leader of the 10th class? Yagami Ryosuke thought about it and thought it was okay. And Jonin, the leader of the team, seems to have no specific off-duty time, right? Does that mean it works 24 hours? Does that mean he is working 24 hours a day? Thinking of his entry beat the soul of a worker, plus Ino, his girlfriend, in Class 10, Yagami Ryosuke also nodded and agreed to this arrangement. If you lead Jonin, you can. Night God Ryosuke replied. Hearing this, Tsunade also swiped a pen and directly wrote the name of the Night God Ryosuke in the column of the leader Jonin behind the 10th class. Regarding the name, Tsunade mentioned to Ryosuke before whether to change Senju's surname. But Night God Ryosuke thinks it's unnecessary. And Tsunade didn't really care that much. He just thought that Ryosuke might want it. So he asked, since Night God Ryosuke doesn't need it himself, then there's no need to change it. After confirming that Yagami Ryosuke will mainly be the leader of the 10th class Jonin in the future, Tsunade also used an excuse to ask Yagami Ryosuke to accompany him to take a good look at the village, and then dragged him away from Hokage's office. The remaining Nara Shizun and Shizun looked at each other, then looked at the pile of documents that needed to be processed on the desk, and the two of them suddenly smiled wryly. With such a Hokage on the stall, we can only accept our fate. I walked around the village with Tsunade. During the period, Tsunade wanted to go to the gambling house in the village to play a few times, but she is now Hokage, and it is the first day of employment. In the end, it was the Night God Ryosuke who saw Tsunade's predicament, and then took her to find Anko and Shien, who happened to have nothing to do today. The four of them got together and played mahjong directly in the original Senju clan's clan field. There's no such thing as mahjong in the ninja world, but Night God Ryosuke directly uses with style to change it out. I just don't know if Senju Hashirama is still alive and knows that Yagami Ryosuke uses with style to change mahjong. Will he be happy to pull Yagami Ryosuke to learn this trick? After all, our Lord First Hokage is also a person who likes to play two hands very much. After telling Tsunade and the three of them the rules of mahjong, the four of them started playing happily. At the beginning, because they were not familiar with the rules, the three of them basically made mistakes in every hand. Either they played cards that shouldn't be played, or they thought they were wrong, but they turned around and found that they were wrong. However, this situation improved after a few laps. Gradually, Tsunade and the others found a knack of mahjong, and their skills improved a lot. But Tsunade keeps losing. As a result, more and more notes were pasted on her face. Tsunade was so angry that she almost crushed the cards in her hand. Fortunately, these cards were conjured by Night God Ryosuke with wood style. Because they contain the life force of Yongdun, they are very tough. If this was the wood style created by Tianzong, it would have been crushed by Tsunade long ago, and I don't know how many cards it has. Blooming on the bars. Tsunade released a pack of cards, and it turned out that Night God Ryosuke happened to have a pack of 3 cards in his hand, and he was always waiting for someone to release a pack or find a pack himself. It turned out that Tsunade just hit the muzzle of his gun. That's not enough. Night God Ryosuke licked a card with a bar head, and ended up licking himself. It is directly blooming on a bar. Tsunade lost it directly. There are several more notes on the face, and I can't see anything. Otherwise, Master Tsunade, you can post it elsewhere. Shien saw that there was no place to stick on Tsunade's face. Tion said thoughtfully. It's still good to see Shien. Tsunade patted Shien's shoulder with a smile, then gave Yagami Ryosuke a vicious look. Sister Tsunade, it's useless for you to stare at me. I didn't mean to harass you. Who told you to fight well? Night God Ryosuke looked innocent. Obviously he didn't mean to. Don't hit me next time, Tsunade said angrily. Then he tore off most of the notes on his face and started sticking them to himself. Night God Ryosuke saw it and couldn't take his eyes off immediately. The eyes are about to fall out. Anko next to him angrily kicked him under the table. What are you looking at? Anko wrinkled his nose angrily, and it was so cute. Yagami Ryosuke looked away with a smirk and said stiffly, I was looking to see if Ms. Tsunade has any other places to stick it, or how about sticking it on the arm? Whatever, and I will definitely not lose again in the future. Tsunade didn't care about Ryosuke's gaze at all. After all, in her eyes, Ryosuke was her junior, and she was just her godbrother. What happened to being stared at by my brother? They're all their own people. Miss Tsunade, it's good to have confidence, but... Yagami Ryosuke opened his mouth subconsciously, but seeing Tsunade's fierce stare, he quickly shut up and didn't speak. He was afraid that Tsunade would be really angry at that time, and he would hit people directly. Forget it. Let's say a few words less. Keep going, Shien said with a smile. Among the four, Yagami Ryosuke lost the least, with only 2 notes on his face, followed by Shien, with only 5 notes on his face. Anko and Tsunade were the ones who lost the most. Most of Anko's face is almost covered, and Tsunade can't fit it anymore, so I have to replace it. These 2 guys are really unlucky. This mahjong game went from morning to evening. In the middle, they even ordered lunch to be delivered directly. Okay, let's stop here today. If you want to play, you can make an appointment next time. Yagami Ryosuke showed the last hand, and he straightened again. Stop playing, stop playing. The notes on Anko's face fluttered, and even her body, arms, and even legs were covered with notes. Tsunade is about the same, maybe even more so than Anko. Only Yagami Ryosuke and Yuzuki Shien have very few notes. Yagami Ryosuke's 6 on the face. Yuzuki Shien only had a dozen notes pasted on her face. Compared with the 2 people who posted 100 or 200 sheets, they seemed to be almost buried by the note, which was very funny. I'm not lucky today. Next time I'll definitely win. Tsunade said, unconvinced. Then he tore off the paper strips on his body little by little. Before, because there were more notes to be pasted, she and Anko both took off their outer clothes and rolled up their pants as much as possible, so that there would be more places for pasting notes. Miss Tsunade, let me help you. Yagami Ryosuke went to help with a smile, and Yuzuki Shien was also helping Anko tear off the note on her body. Fortunately, the note is not very strong, and it will not hurt the skin when it is pulled off. Night God Ryosuke stood next to Tsunade, stretched out his hand to tear off some of the papers on her arms and legs, and then reached out to try to tear off the papers on her body as well, but Tsunade slapped him on the back of the hand. Brat, you want to take advantage of me? Tsunade gave him an annoyed look. Don't think she can't see it. This kid is not honest at all. No way. I just want to help you, Ms. Tsunade. Yagami Ryosuke explained with a smile. There was no sign of embarrassment at all. What a thick skin. Tsunade rolled his eyes at him, then patted his stomach and said, Let's go. I'm starving to death. I lost the most today. I'll treat you to dinner. Yeah. Both Anko and Shien clapped their hands happily. I can have a dinner for nothing, and it's Master Hokage's treat. This kind of good thing doesn't happen every day. Let's go. Let's go with Ichiraku ramen. Tsunade shouted. Anko, Shien. What the hell? Ichiraku ramen? It's not that the 2 of them don't like ramen. On the contrary, they usually frequent Ichiraku ramen themselves. But today is Master Hokage, Tsunade, treating us. Just go to Ichiraku ramen? They just thought they were in a barbecue restaurant to have a big meal. Forget it. Let me treat you. Yagami Ryosuke said, Today is Ms. Tsunade's first day in office, so let's celebrate Ms. Tsunade. He knew that Tsunade had no money. Even Tsunade's assets are negative, because she owed tens of millions or hundreds of millions of taels outside. This little money is nothing to Night God Ryosuke. But for Tsunade, who is already empty-pocketed, even if it is a treat to eat Ichiraku ramen, he will have to ask Shizen to pay for it later. As for the barbecue, please, she can't afford it. Oh, how embarrassing that is. Hearing that Night God Ryosuke was going to treat him, Tsunade also laughed and hugged him around his neck. Ryosuke, you are very nice. Tsunade gave you a very good look in your kid's eyes. Yagami Ryosuke looked at her dumbfounded, and then the four of them also left the Senju tribe and went to Konoha's food street. But, looking at the small Senju land in front of him, Yagami Ryosuke couldn't help feeling the ability of the Konoha F4 to absorb the scratches again. You must know that the clan land of the Senju clan was the largest in Konoha back then, also the closest to the center. It is well-deserved in the center of the village. And now, the location of the clan land was moved to the outskirts of the village, and its size was only about 1% of its original size. There are only 4 or 5 small houses, and there's a forest that is divided because it is close to the edge of the village. That's it. How can it be worthy of the 4 words of the Senju family? But now that Tsunade has become Hokage, this land of thousands of ethnic groups will naturally change. It's time for those who turn the things of the Senju family into their own family in the past. As for whether you dare to agree or not, the backing behind them is gone. Who gave him the courage to say no? Late at night, Yagami Ryosuke was lying on the bed, holding Anko, who was already asleep in his arms. Suddenly, Night God Ryosuke opened his eyes suddenly, looking in a certain direction. "Are you here?" he said in his heart. At this time, somewhere outside the village, 2 vague figures landed on a cliff one after the other. From here you could just see the panorama of Konoha in the distance. By the way, what are we doing here at Konoha, Senior?" Afe asked curiously while digging his earwax. "Take someone away." Uchiha, who took the lead in front, said lightly. Is it 9 Tails Jinchuriki?" Afe said in surprise. "But the leader hasn't told us to start collecting tailed beasts yet. Are we here too early?" "It's not 9 Tails Jinchuriki, it's Uchiha Sasuke." Uchiha looked at Afe with a numb face. Originally, he planned to come alone, but Afe insisted on coming with him, saying that the 2 of them were companions in a team and had to act together when they went out. "There may be a fight later. If you don't want to die, try to stay as far away as possible," Uchiha said with a numb face. Do you want to break into Konoha alone? My God, Senior, you are so amazing." Afe adores. The appearance of an idol is almost heart-wrenching, but Uchiha just felt a little nauseous. "Stop talking nonsense. Keep up, and don't expose it until you find someone," Uchiha said coldly with a numb face. Joutas. They had disappeared on the cliff in an instant. "Senior, wait for me." Afe immediately chased after him. In an apartment, the lights in the room had been turned off, and Naruto was lying on the bed, but couldn't sleep because of tossing and turning. "Strange. Why do you feel restless?" Naruto sat up suspiciously, planning to go to the kitchen to get a glass of water. At this time, boom, boom, boom. Someone knocked on the glass of the window suddenly. Naruto turned his head and looked over, and found that the person standing outside the window turned out to be Sasuke, whom he had just met during the day. "Sasuke, why are you here?" Naruto said in surprise, and opened the window to let Sasuke in. "Naruto, I've come to say goodbye to you." Sasuke jumped in from the window and said directly, Where are you going?" Naruto couldn't understand Sasuke's meaning for a while. "I'm leaving Konoha, and I may not come back for a long time." Sasuke looked at Naruto in front of him because he was also very reluctant. I remember when I was in the ninja school, Naruto was still the tail of the class, always doing some silly pranks to attract the attention of others. In fact, Sasuke has been following Naruto since then. He felt that Naruto was not as cold as the rest of the class. Although Sasuke always called Naruto an idiot on the surface at that time, in fact, he felt that Naruto was very similar to himself in many ways. Neither had parents, and they were estranged from the rest of the village. But one of them is the head student in the class, and the other is the tail of the crane. It looks like they are people from 2 completely different worlds. Until later, Naruto stopped doing those boring pranks, and he began to spend more time on cultivation, and his strength continued to improve. Although the cultural class is still at the bottom, Sasuke can feel that Naruto's strength is improving rapidly every time the class conducts actual combat exercises. Finally, even he lost to Naruto one day, Sasuke still clearly remembers everything about that day. Sasuke, I finally caught up with you. Oomph. I was just being careless, and I will definitely not lose to you next time. The conversation between the two seemed like yesterday. With reluctance in Sasuke's eyes, he suddenly hugged Naruto. Naruto, what happened to Sasuke today? Naruto's head was full of question marks. Wait, Sasuke, you just said you're leaving Konoha. Where are you going? Naruto pulled Sasuke up, looked at him, and asked, Naruto, do you remember the Uchiha noodles from last time? Sasuke didn't answer immediately, but asked instead. Naruto recalled for a moment and nodded. Remember, isn't that Sasuke your clansman? Naruto said. He was quite impressed with Uchiha's numb face. After all, he was the werewolf who defeated himself in the state of 3 tails, and he also beat up that Gaara. He's a pretty formidable guy. I have worshipped him as a teacher a few days ago, and now I'm going to follow the teacher to go to other places to practice. Sasuke said. Sasuke, did you learn from that guy? Naruto said in surprise. But why can't you stay in the village? Sasuke shook his head, looking at Naruto's reluctant eyes. His heart felt like being grabbed by a wolf. Naruto, you have Jiraiya to teach you now, but I can't learn anything from Kakashi, so I have to leave Konoha with the teacher. Only in this way can I become stronger and find Uchiha Itachi to take revenge. Maybe I will become the village's rebel. But Naruto, you will understand me, right? Even if everyone misunderstands me. As long as you understand me, Naruto, that's enough. Naruto, what? Sasuke, are you going to become a rebel? Did you really listen to me just now? Am I wasting my feelings in vain? Sasuke looked depressed. There's a feeling of playing the piano with a cow. Don't. Sasuke, you can't be a ninja. The village will want you. Naruto said eagerly. During the time with Jiraiya, Naruto didn't just learn a summoning technique. Regarding some common sense things, such as what is rebellion, Jiraiya has talked to him about science. Therefore, Naruto will say that if Sasuke becomes a traitor, the village will definitely want him. Naruto, I don't care if the village wants me or not. I only care if I can become stronger and then find Uchiha Itachi and take revenge on the souls of Jibwa. Sasuke clenched his fists and said viciously. Seeing Sasuke like this, Naruto opened his mouth, not knowing how to persuade him. Rationally, he should try his best to keep Sasuke and let him not leave Konoha with that Uchiha face. Emotionally, seeing Sasuke's painful look, Naruto couldn't bear to force him to stay. After all, as Sasuke said, if he continues to stay in the village, it will be difficult for him to improve his strength. Maybe following Uchiha is the best choice for him? Yes. Sasuke, you can go to Ryosuke. Ryosuke is so powerful. He can definitely help you. Naruto suddenly thought of Night God Ryosuke. If it was Night God Ryosuke, he must be able to help Sasuke, right? No, he can't. Sasuke shook his head. Ryosuke is very strong, but that's because he has the blood of the Senju family in his body, and he can awaken with style, so the blood of the Senju family must be very pure. But I am Uchiha. Do you want Senju to guide Uchiha? He can't help me at all. Only the teacher, who is of the same race as me, can really help me. Naruto didn't know how to persuade Sasuke for a while. Because what Sasuke said seems to be true. Then do you have to go? Naruto held Sasuke's hand reluctantly, not wanting him to leave from the bottom of his heart. Naruto, I have to go. You should understand. Sasuke said. Bitch, he is also reluctant, but for his own ambition and dream, he has to embark on this road. Sasuke, I understand. Naruto choked up, tears welling in his eyes. Seeing him like this, Sasuke felt distressed, and even opened a pair of Sharingan involuntarily. Even Sasuke himself didn't notice. Naruto, I will come to see you when I have a chance. You have to work hard to cultivate. Don't be left behind by me. Sasuke pursed his lips, trying not to let the tears flow out. But the voice became choked just like Naruto. Fart Sasuke, I won't be left behind by you. You have to work hard, or you won't be able to beat me the next time we meet." Naruto cried while talking, tears and snot all over his face. "I am leaving." Sasuke turned around resolutely, not to let Naruto see his tears streaming down. Just a moment after turning around, the tears in Sasuke's eyes couldn't stop flowing down his cheeks. The crying Sasuke didn't dare to stay here any longer. He turned over and rushed out of the window and quickly disappeared into the night with the body flicker technique. "Sasuke!" Naruto ran to the window, calling Sasuke's minister. However, in the dark night, there was no longer the figure of the person he was thinking of. Sasuke, in the room decorated in pink, little Sakura woke up from a nightmare. She had just dreamed that Sasuke had left the village, everyone, and her. This dream was so real that after being awakened, little Sakura couldn't help but open the window and look out worriedly. "How could I have such a dream?" Little Sakura thought to herself. The other side, Sasuke, who left Naruto, ran directly towards the agreed place outside the village. While running, he recalled the past and bits and pieces of Naruto in his mind, thinking of when they will meet again in the future, or even when they meet again may be hostile. Sasuke once again has that feeling of being caught in the heart. He didn't realize that the Sharingan in his eyes was also spinning rapidly at this time. A new Goyu appeared in the left eye in a short time. From the double hook jade, it has evolved into the form of the three hook jade. And the right eye was a little bit worse. And when the third hook jade was about to take shape, the emotional outburst in Sasuke's heart also calmed down. In the end, the three hook jades were not completely solidified, and as the rotation of the Sharingan slowed down, this hook jade also disappeared. But Sasuke's pupil power has indeed improved a lot, and the third tomo in the right eye is also on the verge of awakening. Next time, as long as there is some stimulation or the accumulation of time step by step, it will not take long to wake up. Now, Sasuke, who has a three-pointed jade in his left eye and a two-pointed jade in his right eye, doesn't know that his eyes have changed. When he came to the appointed place, he looked around and saw that no one appeared, and he was inexplicably flustered. At this time, "It looks like you've already said goodbye." A voice suddenly appeared. Sasuke looked back and saw Uchiha standing behind him, followed by a guy wearing the same trench coat and Uzumaki mask. "Ale, is this Uchiha Sasuke? Why are his eyes so strange? One is a three-pointed jade and the other is a two-pointed jade." Afe looked at Sasuke curiously and found that this guy is really interesting, and the Goyu of Sharingan is actually different. This really made him unheard and unseen. From this special point, he is the only one in Uchiha. Three-hook jade. Sasuke didn't notice Afe's weird tone of voice, but caught the point of his words instead. "Teacher, my eyes." Sasuke looked at Uchiha with a numb face and asked. Uchiha nodded numbly and said, "Yes, your left eye has evolved to the shape of the three-hook jade, but the right eye is almost really evolved." Sasuke was overjoyed to know, as long as the Uchiha family develops the Sharingan to the state of three-go jade, with a little practice, they will become an elite Jonin. That is, he's now halfway through the elite Jonin's goal. As long as the right eye also evolves to the form of the three-hook jade, wouldn't it be possible to have the strength of elite Jonin soon? Good. Next step is Mangekyo. Sasuke clenched his fists. The sadness in his heart because of parting with Naruto just now was diluted a lot at this moment. He didn't hesitate to bear the name of rebellious ninja and left Konoha. Wasn't it just for further improvement in strength? Now, he was just about to leave, and before he left completely, his eyes evolved. What does this mean? It means he made the right choice. "Teacher, let's go," Sasuke said. He can't wait to accept the teacher's training. Hearing this, Uchiha shook his head slightly with a numb face and said, "No hurry. Don't you want to say hello to your other old man?" "Another teacher? Kakashi?" Sasuke sensed something, swiped, and turned to look to the other side. Really, on the roof of a house, he saw several figures standing there. The figures turned their backs to the moonlight, so they couldn't see their faces clearly, but Sasuke still recognized one of them as Kakashi, That's right, after all, his hairstyle was very unconventional in Konoha, so it was easy to recognize. Brush, brush, brush. Several figures fell in front of the three of them. Sasuke, what are you doing here in the middle of the night without sleeping? Kakashi looked at Sasuke and asked quietly. In fact, during this period of time, he has seen that Sasuke is a little out of balance, but Kakashi wants to let Naruto have a good chat with Sasuke after Naruto comes back. With the relationship between the two of them, it should make Sasuke feel happy. Unfortunately, it now seems that things backfired. Even Naruto couldn't keep Sasuke. Kakashi looked coldly at the two next to him, wearing the same uniform as Uchiha Itachi last time. Needless to say, this style of clothes must be the uniform of a certain organization. Is Sasuke going to join this organization too? Kakashi thought. Seeing Kakashi, Sasuke knew that he couldn't leave Konoha quietly today. But his determination to leave has been made and will not change again. Kakashi, the village can no longer make me stronger, so I decided to leave with the teacher. Sasuke said. Teacher. Kakashi glanced at the two people next to him. For some reason, the guy wearing the Uzumaki mask always gave him a very special feeling. It's like an old friend you haven't seen in years. Yes, he is my new teacher, Sasuke said. Kakashi frowned, not unhappy that Sasuke had found a new teacher, but that these two were clearly not ninjas from the village, and they were still in the same organization as Uchiha Itachi. It is estimated that it is a group of traitors. Sasuke actually found a traitorous ninja to be his teacher. This is not good. Sasuke, are you sure you want to do this? Do you know that means you are going to betray the village? Kakashi didn't want Sasuke to go down this wrong path, and he wanted to persuade Sasuke to give up this idea before it was too late to change his mind. After all, Sasuke is also his student, and he also taught Sasuke Chidori this ninjutsu. It can be seen that Kakashi really cares about Sasuke. Pity. Sasuke has no intention of turning back. He made up his mind. Will not change. Kakashi, get out of my way. Sasuke's eyes turned cold. In Konoha, apart from Naruto, he has a better relationship with Night God Ryosuke. As for the others, even Kakashi, who taught him ninjutsu, is just a familiar person in Sasuke's eyes. If Naruto insisted on stopping him now and not letting him go, Sasuke might hesitate a bit. Could it be Kakashi instead? Forget it. Kakashi's weight in Sasuke's heart is far from enough. Kakashi, forget it. It seems that this Uchiha Sasuke has made up his mind. You can't convince him. Tenzo on the side patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said, Sasuke, Kakashi will be very sad if you betray the village. Might Guy frowned, looking at Sasuke with some unkind eyes. The three of them were supposed to come out to celebrate tonight. After all, the new Hokage has taken over, and the village has entered a new stage. For elite jonin like them, there may be a lot of changes in their future lives. As a result, as soon as he came out of the yakiniku restaurant, Kakashi spotted Sasuke, who was galloping forward. Curious about what Sasuke was up to do in the middle of the night, Kakashi brought Tenzo and Might Guy to follow. This is how the scene in front of me came about. Okay, now that we're done saying goodbye, let's go. Uchiha opened his mouth numbly and said to Sasuke, lightly. Sasuke nodded, turned around, and was about to leave. Stop. The three of Kakashi stopped in front of the three of them. As elite jonin of the village, we can't just let you take Sasuke away. Kakashi reached out and pushed away the forehead protectors over his eyes, revealing his Sharingan. Afe, who was following behind Uchiha, looked at Kakashi, and that one, I also showed a responsible look. When Kakashi revealed the Sharingan that he gave to Kakashi as a gift, Obito under the mask also had a picture of that time in his mind. Kakashi, I haven't given you a gift to celebrate your becoming a jonin, yet have I? This I will give it to you as a gift. You must use it to live on and protect Lin. The original conversation seems to be still vivid in my memory. Obito couldn't help feeling pain in his heart when he thought that Lin died in Kakashi's hands in the end. Kakashi, you live up to my expectations of you. You have let me down too much. There was hatred in Obito's eyes. At this time, Fly, you take Sasuke first. I'll play with these Konoha ninjas for a while. Uchiha's numb voice woke up Obito, who was stuck in memory. Oh, don't you plan to ask me to help you, Senior? But that's right, there are only a few Konoha shinobi, and with the strength of Senior, you can crush them to death with one hand. Afe said in a funny way. While grabbing Sasuke's shoulder, he led him to disappear in place in an instant. The figure quickly ran towards the outside of the village. Stop! Kakashi and the three planned to rush forward to stop them. In the end, they were cut by a wind blade in front of them, almost splitting them in half. Boom! The forest in the distance has been split into a passage. The ground cracked like a hideous, giant mouth. Kakashi and the others looked at the guy in front of them with serious eyes. Who are you? Why did you take Sasuke? For what purpose? Kakashi asked loudly. Don't you even know who I am? Uchiha's face was numb, and he was lifted up by a ball of sand under his feet, and he flew into the air, looking down at them 3 times. My name, Uchiha Noodles. The strange red light in the eyes flickered, and a pair of Sharingan with 3 hooks looked at the 3 of them coldly. Uchiha Noodles, it's you, the mysterious person who appeared in the Chunin exam. Kakashi has also heard about this Uchiha face numb. The other party Zungjin broke into the 4 purple flame formation, used illusion to hurt 3rd Hokage inside, and then used illusion to kill a dozen Umbu ninjas. He even appeared in the duel between Naruto and Gaara, defeating the released One-Tail Shikaku and Naruto in the state of 3 tails by himself. The strength is extremely terrifying. He is a rare master at Kaga level. Facing such an enemy, Kakashi and the 3 elite Jonin also felt a little bit of pressure in their hearts instantly. But with 1 against 3, it's not like they have no chance to win. Oh, it seems that you are quite confident in your own strength. Uchiha sneered and said, Guy, Tianzong, you cooperate with me. Kakashi said to the 2 friends beside him. Might Guy Hashikura also nodded. Immediately, one cast with style, and the other cast body technique, instantly killing Uchiha in front of him. Ridiculous. Uchiha sneered. Next second, the rushing might Guy directly kicked Leaf-Strong Whirlwind towards Tianzong. Tianzong tried to trap Might Guy with a tree bound forever. You too. Kakashi's eyes widened. Originally, he planned to let Tianzong and Might Guy entangle each other, and then he took the opportunity to use Raikiri to kill the opponent with 1 blow. But in the end, the 2 just started to attack each other when they were directly affected by the opponent's illusion. Wake up! Kakashi rushed forward to try to stop it, but in the end he was blocked by a sharp kunai, and a wound was cut on his cheek in an instant. Beads of blood oozed from the wound. Uchiha looked at him with a numb face. With a slight movement of the finger, the densely packed kunai rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi had to retreat in embarrassment. With style? Huh. It's a disgrace to send you Hashirama. Uchiha looked at Tenzang's with style with a numb face and said in a cold voice. Damn! Kakashi's face was dark, but he could only be held back by a bunch of kunai, unable to go up to help. It's just gravel, not half as good as me. Uchiha sneered and said. At this time, strange power fist, fire style, flame bomb, brush. A wall of sand behind Uchiha's numb face blocked the attack from behind. Clenching his fist, Tsunade knocked out a large cloud of sand. Jiraiya's big flame bomb exploded on the sand, and the raging fire burned in the sky, falling to the ground like a flying fire meteor. Lion hair technique. A piece of long white hair hit like a torrential rain, blocking or even cutting off a large amount of kunai. Brush. Jiraiya's figure appeared next to Kakashi. Kakashi, are you okay? Jiraiya asked. Kakashi shook his head. What's going on here? Jiraiya followed suit. He was originally drinking in an izakaya, but suddenly heard an explosion, so he rushed over immediately. On the way, I also met Tsunade, who was also unable to catch up, so the 2 of them appeared here together. Brush. The figure of Tsunade appeared between Tenzo and Might Guy, and separated the 2 by himself. Strange power fist. 1 person, 1 punch, direct physical wake-up. Master Jiraiya. This person is Uchiha Myanmar, who appeared in the Chunin exam before. He did not know how to seduce Sasuke, and now Sasuke is going to let him leave the village. Kakashi explained the matter in as short a sentence as possible. It's him. Jiraiya didn't care much about the brat Uchiha Sasuke. Instead, he frowned when he heard that the person in front of him was the descendant of Uchiha who had appeared in the Chunin exam before. This is not an easy enemy to deal with. The other side, after Tsunade woke up Might Guy and Tianzong with one punch, the three also returned to this side. Jiraiya, this guy is too strong. You and I can't handle it, Tsunade said with an unprecedented serious face. Have you seen him? Jiraiya saw her expression and knew that Tsunade must know this Uchiha face numb. Really? Tsunade nodded, and then briefly talked about the encounter he had with Uchiha Menma before. Susa, who is taller than a mountain? Jiraiya was startled and said, split the mountain 10,000 meters away with one knife? Tsunade, are you sure you're not joking? Do you think I'm joking? Tsunade said with a serious face. Well, it's not like that. But is that too exaggerated? Is such strength really supposed to exist in the ninja world? Even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who are said to have pacified the troubled times, are probably at this level, or are they not as good? Jiraiya, who has never seen the true strength of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, naturally cannot imagine how terrifying the strength of these two big men is. In Jiraiya's view, those tailed beasts should already be the most destructive creatures in the ninja world. But now Tsunade tells him that someone can surpass tailed beast in terms of destructive power, and Susan, who is taller than a mountain. How to fight this? Now what? Jiraiya asked. What do you say? Tsunade looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. It's all like this. What else can I do? Hit. Well, I did ask an idiotic question. Jiraiya smiled wryly, mainly because he was a little scared by what Tsunade said just now. Tsunade, hold him back for a while. Jiraiya said, come with me. Remember not to look into each other's eyes. Tsunade nodded, and then said to Kakashi and the three of them. The other side, Uchiha's facial numbness didn't take advantage of their talking time, but stood in mid-air, looking down on them like a god. Why isn't the deity here yet? Uchiha thought numbly. At this time, Tsunade and Kakashi all three rushed up. Go all out when you start. Uchiha looked numb. Have to. Let's get these little troubles out of the way first. Although he is just a wood clone, his strength is also above Kaga level. Even after night, God Ryosuke awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The strength of Uchiha pretended by wood clone was further strengthened. Now, the strength of wood clone alone has already reached the peak of Super Shadow. Compared with Uchiha Madara without Rinnegan, it is only 1/9 tails short. Speak up. The tailed beast chakra accumulated in the sealed space in Ryosuke's body has also formed two small tailed beasts. 1/9 tails, 1/1 tail, is much smaller in size than the real 9 tails and 1 tail. Only 6 or 7 meters tall. But the chakra contained in it has already surpassed the average Kaga level powerhouse by a lot. So, if Night God Ryosuke lent tailed beast chakra to wood clone, it's not that wood clone can't display the prestige Susanoo. The effect is definitely not as good as that of Uchiha Madara. Actually, at their peak, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were quasi 6 paths level. Except that they don't have the 6 paths chakra. Their strength is almost the same as the real 6 paths level. Especially Senju Hashirama. No need to rely on external force. A Sage Mode directly destroy Uchiha Madara's prestige Susanoo. Powerful explosion. Summoning technique. Taking advantage of Tsunade's side holding back Uchiha's facial numbness, Jiraiya immediately summoned Fukasaku Senjin and Shima Senjin. Little Jiraiya, do you need us 2 old guys? The 2 sages who were summoned also stood on Jiraiya's shoulders and asked, I'm going to trouble the 2 immortals again. This time the enemies are very strong. I need to enter Sage Mode. Jiraiya said, no problem. Just leave it to us. The 2 immortals nodded and agreed to help without hesitation. Because Jiraiya's Sage Mode is not well learned. It needs the cooperation of 2 immortals to successfully open Sage Mode. He asked Tsunade and the others to hold back Uchiha, just to let them buy enough time for him to activate Sage Mode, and only then would his strength skyrocket from the existing basis. It is possible to beat this Uchiha noodles. 8 inner gates, 6 gate, Wong. Toward the peacock, green arrogance was rising from Might Guy's body, while leaping high, blasting fists into the air. The strength of the fist rubbed against the air to form a fireball-like attack, which enveloped Uchiha's numb body. Magnet-style iron sand roar. Uchiha waved his hand numbly, and a large piece of iron sand turned into a roaring dragon, which directly blocked Might Guy's attack towards the peacock, and at the same time crushed Tianzong's with style attack. It hurts! Tsunade kicked behind Uchiha's numb face, but was blocked by Uchiha Minma's fist. This is my strange power. Tsunade looked at Uchiha in surprise. I learned it from you last time, Uchiha said with a faint smile. Damn, you ninjutsu thief. Tsunade gritted his teeth angrily. The bastards of the Uchiha clan are ninjutsu thieves. She cursed in her heart, while cooperating with Kakashi and the 3 of them. The 4 of them besieged Uchiha. But Tsunade knew in his heart that Uchiha in front of him was not serious about hitting at all. It looked like he was playing around with them. Tsunade's heart was hurt by the cat-playing-mouse attitude. I think she is also one of the legendary Sannin. When was it reduced to cooperating with a few elite jonin, but still being played by the other party? Not even the Hanzo of the salamander back then. Jiraiya, how are you? Tsunade shouted back. All right, brush. A figure passed by Tsunade. Sage Art, big flame bomb. Boom. The burning kerosene turned into a more powerful ninjutsu. Driven by the immortal technique Chakra, it burst out 10 times the power of the original Great Flame bullet. Boom. The Great Flame bombarded a wall made of iron sand. The iron sand was blasted in an instant, turning into countless smaller fireballs, which densely blasted towards Uchiha Noodles behind. Sage Mo, Uchiha muttered lightly. Immediately, his eyes opened, and complex Mangekyo patterns appeared in his eyes. Susanoo, black energy surged out, forming a half-length Susan, standing in front of Uchiha's numb face. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs hit Susan's body one after another, but they failed to hurt 573, and Uchiha's face went numb. Sage Art, hair and needles Samban. Unknowingly, Jiraiya appeared behind Uchiha's face. His white hair hardened in an instant, and then hit Uchiha's face like a torrential rain. The attack speed of this fairy art is extremely fast, and the range is extremely wide. From a long distance, Jiraiya's hardened hair hit the left side of the black beard. It turned out that some cracks were abruptly made on Susan's surface. Far away, on a cliff, Afe took Sasuke to watch a play here. Wow, is that Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin? Why is he so ugly? Afe complained, and then saw Jiraiya's hair needle Qianben repelling the black Susan. He couldn't help but exclaimed again. Sasuke on the side frowned and looked at him, thinking that the other party should be the teacher's companion. So he didn't say anything. Not to mention that although this Afe looked strange, his strength must be far superior to that of Konoha Genin. Teacher won't lose? Sasuke asked with some concern. Don't worry, senior strength is far more than that. Afe laughed and said, I was wondering in my heart. Strange, why does this Uchiha-faced Susan seem to have weakened a lot? The body has also become smaller. How did Obito know? Because the Uchiha face in front of him is the wood clone of the night god Ryosuke, pretending to be not himself at all. Nature. It is impossible for his Susan to have the huge body size of night god Ryosuke's body, and the defense and attack far beyond a normal state. After all, the effect of the entry cannot be shared by the big clone. In other words, the increased chakra on the main body can be directly transferred to wood clone. Barely enjoy the effect of increasing the entry. But other? Including ninjutsu and blood succession. What is used is the normal power. Unlike night god Ryosuke itself, the power of a second-level ninjutsu is as exaggerated as the super S-level forbidden technique. Certainly, the huge chakra in would clone, plus the blessing of eternal Mangekyo, Ordinary ninjutsu can also exert an effect far exceeding that of ordinary ninjas in his hands. It's almost like the C level has a stronger effect than the B level. But more words, no more. Could it be that Susanoo from last time was actually the pupil art of his other eye? Obito couldn't help but guess in his heart. The last time he saw Uchiha Myanmar used one pupil technique, Tsukuyami, but the pupil technique of the other eye has not been used. But now it seems that Susan is obviously much smaller than last time, and combined with the other pupil technique that the other party has not used, Obito suspects that the pupil technique of Uchiha's numb face may be able to bless the other eye. Susanoo's pupil technique. The effect of the pupil technique is probably to increase Susanoo's size and attack and defense. Although Obito has never heard of the pupil technique that can be blessed on Susan before, but Sharingan itself is the eye of spiritual reflection. What kind of pupil technique cannot appear? It is not impossible to have a pupil technique that can amplify Susan's strength. Only, a pupil technique like this should consume an astonishing amount of pupil power. The reason why this Uchiha noodle hemp was used last time may be because Pain's strength is too strong, so he had to use it. But this time, they're facing the group of ninjas from Konoha. Maybe he didn't think it was necessary to use the pupil technique to bless Susan, and he felt that a normal Susan could also deal with it, so he didn't use it. That should be it. Obito felt that his guess was close to 10, which was almost the truth of the matter. Otherwise, why is there such a big difference in the body shape of Susan before and after the two times? It must be the reason. Outside the village, the huge movement alarmed many ninjas in Konoha to rush towards this side. Yagami Ryosuke was among them, and was the first ninja to arrive on the scene. Master Night God. Master Night God. When the surrounding Konoha shinobi saw him, they also greeted him respectfully, and looked at the Night God Ryosuke with eyes full of admiration and envy. After all, Night God Ryosuke is now the hottest figure in the village. In terms of prestige, it even surpasses Tsunade, who just succeeded 5th Hokage. No wonder these ninjas would show such an expression when they saw him. Yagami Ryosuke is also used to it. After nodding to greet them, he looked at the two fighting parties in front. That's the clothes that Uchiha Itachi and that Kisame were wearing last time. Night God Ryosuke muttered. At this time, Nara Shurgyo, Konoha's strategist, also walked beside him. Ryosuke, the situation is not good. That person seems to be the descendant of Uchiha who appeared in the Chunin exam last time. Nara Shikahisa said, "You're guarding the perimeter. I will go and have a look." Yagami Ryosuke thought for a while, then said to Nara Shikahisa, then rushed up instantly. Seeing this, Nara also ordered the surrounding Konoha shinobi to stand still. After all, the strength of both sides in the battle is not generally strong. These ordinary ninjas rushed forward. Although it can help a little, but more is going up to give away the head. Now is the time for the village to recuperate, and the vitality of the village cannot be reduced any longer. Brush. Night God Ryosuke rushed into the battlefield in an instant, slashed the ninja's sword in his hand, and instantly slashed out a sword energy to block the attack of the black Susan in front. The two sides offset each other, and no one forced the other to retreat. Ryosuke, you are finally here. Hurry up and help. When Jiraiya saw Yagami Ryosuke, he also breathed a sigh of relief and shouted quickly, "Master Jiraiya, what's wrong with you? Isn't this too ugly?" Yagami Ryosuke swung a knife to block the black Susan in front of him, while looking at Jiraiya with a disgusted look on his face. Heard. Jiraiya also smiled wryly. Why doesn't he like using Sage Mode so much? It's because this Sage Mode is so ugly. Seriously affected his image. But this time the enemy is too strong. If you don't use Sage Mode, Jiraiya can't beat it at all. And in fact, even with Sage Mode, Jiraiya found that she still couldn't beat it. Another ant came. Uchiha appeared on Susan's head with his arms folded. At this time, Susan has entered the 4th form, which is also the last form before the full body form. The 100-meter-tall black Susan stood in front of everyone like a mountain. Susanoo waved the huge sword in his hand, blasting out a terrifying black sword energy to split the world. Let me do it. Night God Ryosuke rushed up instantly, put away the ninja sword in his hand, clapped his hands, and shouted, Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Boom! A wooden golem with the same height of 100 meters rises from the ground, directly blocking the attack of the opposite Black Susan with both hands. The black sword energy struck wooden golem's arm, leaving 2 wounds, but they disappeared in the blink of an eye. This is the power of real wood style. As long as it is not blown up, it can recover quickly. It's wood style. It's Yagami-sama who made the move. Is that wooden golem jutsu? My god, this is too big. The Uchiha Susan on the opposite side is also huge. Is this kind of battle really us ordinary ninjas able to participate in? Exaggeration. I feel that even the tailed beasts can't beat them. Since Master Yishan has already made a move, we just need to take a look. The many ninjas in Konoha looked at the 2 behemoths in the distance with a dumbfounded look. While the ground was shaking for a while, the 2 behemoths fought together. The shock wave that erupted in an instant directly shattered a large forest around them. The earth shattered, the sky was smashed and splashed, and even the clouds in the sky thousands of meters high were torn and shattered. Horrible. Everyone stepped back. Tsunade landed in front of the group of Konoha shinobi and shouted loudly. Hearing Master Hokage's order, many Konoha shinobi who came here also retreated and left one after another. Did not dare to approach this battlefield at all. Tsunade, I think we need to organize the nearby villagers to evacuate first. This movement is too big. Jiraiya also exited Sage Mode at this time, landed next to Tsunade, and said, after a short time of fighting just now, he has realized that even if he turns on Sage Mode, he can't beat Uchiha's numbness. The opponent's ability restrained him too much. As soon as Susanoo fired, his attack didn't work at all. As for Jiraiya's strongest illusion ULT, Toad singing, the effect is not so obvious when facing Uchiha, who is Mangekyo. Jiraiya can guess this without even trying. Certainly, hitting is doable, but Susan is too big. The 100-meter-tall Susan, Jiraiya used the Senjutsu Gomen before, and it only broke a small area of Susa's defense. Then it was fixed in the blink of an eye. Can't hurt the Uchiha noodles inside Susan. This is very uncomfortable. And now, the wooden golem of night, God Ryosuke, is also this kind of oversized monster. The 2 big guys are fighting over there. Jiraiya is worried that it will cause great damage to the surrounding terrain, and it is very likely that affects nearby villagers. That's why it was proposed to evacuate the surrounding villagers first. You're right. Tsunade nodded when he heard the words, and then ordered the surrounding ninjas to evacuate the surrounding residents immediately. Pervy Sage. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed in and landed beside Jiraiya. Pervy Sage, what's going on here? 5.8. Naruto's eyes were still red. Apparently, he cried for a long time after Sasuke left. What happened to your eyes? Jiraiya asked suspiciously, and then explained the situation to Naruto. So Ryosuke is now fighting that Uchiha noodles? Naruto looked at the 2 behemoths in the distance, and couldn't help but feel astonished. Bang! Wooden Golem grabbed the huge Black Susan with both arms, swung it up, and smashed it heavily towards a mountain 1,000 meters away. With a loud noise, the entire mountain disappeared in an instant, and a huge, deep pit appeared on the ground. Huh. Uchiha and Senju, let's fight. Better die together. In Naruto's body, Nine-Tails Kurama, who saw this scene through his eyes, also stared fiercely with a pair of vertical pupils, cursing the 2 guys to die together. For Uchiha and Senju, Nine-Tails clearly didn't like it. One was driven by Zhang Jin as an animal, and the other kept saying that he was too powerful, and then grabbed him and sealed him with one hand. They're all like beasts. It's better if they all die, thought Nine-Tails. By the way, Pervy Sage, have you seen Sasuke? Naruto suddenly remembered that before Sasuke said that he worshipped Uchiha Menma as his teacher, doesn't that mean that Sasuke is also nearby now? I didn't see this. You can ask Akashi. Jiraiya said. He came late with Tsunade and didn't see Hobby and Sasuke. But Kakashi they have seen. Ms. Kakashi? Naruto looked around eagerly, and then found Kakashi, who was bandaging his wound in the corner beside him. Ms. Kakashi, have you seen Sasuke? Naruto hurried over to ask. It's Naruto. Kakashi had just bandaged the wound on his arm for a long time and saw Naruto running over. Hearing this, he smiled wryly and said, I see. We found out that Uchiha's face is numb after following Sasuke, but Sasuke has already decided to defect to Konoha. I can't convince him either. I know this. Sasuke came to say goodbye to me before. He said that staying in the village can't make him continue to grow stronger, so he chose to leave Kanzi with that Uchiha noodles. Naruto quickly explained, Mr. Kakashi, Sasuke didn't intend to defect, and he just followed the teacher out of the village to practice. Can you not want Sasuke? Naruto, Sasuke is defecting like this. Kakashi rested his forehead with one hand and didn't know how to explain this problem to Naruto, who had a tendon. Pervy Sage also said before that he would take me out of the village to practice for a while. I can go out of the village to practice. Why can't Sasuke? Naruto doesn't want Sasuke to be wanted, let alone Sasuke to become the village's enemy in the future. So I try my best to convince Kakashi. That's different, Kakashi said helplessly. Naruto, Master Jiraiya is a ninja in the village. He can take you out of the village to practice. That's fine, but Sasuke is now following that unidentified Uchiha. It's not a ninja in the village, and this guy has joined that rebellious ninja organization, let alone. But Naruto also wanted to defend Sasuke a few words, but at this time the battle has undergone new changes. Bang! The huge black Susan was grabbed by one leg by a wooden golem and smashed violently on the ground a dozen times. 18. The entire land collapsed and a large area went down. Fortunately, the battlefield between the two of them was already some distance away from Konoha. Otherwise, just this one blow would have caused the collapse of large buildings in the village. At that time, Tianzong, the Konoha architect, will be busy again. The ground shook, and the villagers who were evacuating looked into the distance in horror. Hurry up, everyone, hurry up. The ninjas in charge of the evacuation hurriedly shouted. At the same time, I am amazed at how terrifying the power of Lord Yagami is. If Lord Yagami were not there tonight, facing such a terrifying intruder, Konoha would have to sacrifice how many people to stop him. Thinking of this, these ninjas' admiration for night god Ryosuke poured out continuously in their hearts. Even if night god Ryosuke asked them to be cannon fodder at this moment, they might not even frown. Boom! With a loud noise, the black Susan was thrown into the air heavily by the wooden golem, and then the wild Ryosuke, standing on top of the wooden golem, directly recorded wind style. The spiral shuriken hit the black Susan high in the sky, instantly destroying a large piece of flesh and bones on Susan's body. A big hole was blown out of the black Susan's abdomen, and after being hit heavily, it stirred up dust flying all over the sky. Is the teacher all right? On the cliff in the distance, Sasuke, who saw this, said worriedly. He didn't expect the night god Ryosuke to be so terrifying. Could it be that the improvement of his strength after awakening with style is really so exaggerated? A strong man is strong, as his teacher was beaten like this. This is too scary, right? Ale, Konoha is so scary. There's such a terrifying ninja. Afe was also anxiously scratching his ears and cheeks, looking nervous. When Sasuke saw it, his heart became even more uncertain. You won't be caught back, will you? At this time, boom, in the smoke and dust in the distance, an extremely huge black palm suddenly broke through the smoke and dust, and with a bang, the wind swept across, directly blowing away the dust that filled the sky. On the emptied land, a black giant that was several times bigger than the mountain was standing there. The black giant was dressed in black armor, slightly changed in style from the previous Watengo armor. His arms were more than 300 meters long, and he was holding two huge black sabers nearly 500 meters long. There's actually a pair of wings growing out of its back, and the wings spread out with a wingspan of 700 or 800 meters. This When people in the distance saw such a terrifying black giant appearing on the ground, they were shocked and speechless. Perfect Suzu. Uchiha's Namangekyo is so powerful. Obito looked at the black giant in the distance and was beyond shocked. To know, before Uchiha Myanmar, the last person who used the full-body Susanoo was Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Madara is an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in order to have enough pupil power to activate Susanoo's ultimate power and reach its ultimate form. And what about Uchiha Noodles? He is just an ordinary Mangekyo. How could it be possible to have such an unbelievably large pupil power that could stimulate Susanoo to its full body form? This guy, isn't he afraid of losing his sight in an instant? Obito murmured inwardly. At this time, others though are unclear about the various morphological differences in Susanoo. But only with this complete body Suzuo standing there, with a body size of about 600 meters, it is enough to scare people to death. Wooden Golem, who was about as tall as the Black Susan before, stood in front of this complete Susan. It's as small as a baby facing a strong man with a height of more than 2 meters. Google. Many people were swallowing their saliva, looking at this terrifying demon god with horror on their faces. Is this really something human can do? At this moment, even Jiraiya was stunned. He had never even thought about such a huge Susan, let alone saw it with his own eyes. On the contrary, Tsunade thought he had seen it once before, so he was somewhat mentally prepared. Ryosuke, don't worry. Tsunade looked at the terrifying Black Susan, who looked like a demon god, and his heart was full of worries about the night god Ryosuke. Although night god Ryosuke awakened her great-grandfathers with style. But after all, the awakening time is still short. The strength can't be compared with her great-grandfather back then. At this time, it is still an unsolved mystery whether night god Ryosuke can cope with the existence of Uchiha Madara, a ninja Shura whose strength is no less than that of Zangjin. But there is a high probability that it cannot be beaten. That's why Tsunade was particularly worried. Ms. Kakashi, is that also the power of the Uchiha clan? Naruto swallowed with a grunt. For him, the previous black mustache was already very scary. It could be compared with the 600-meter-tall Susan in front of him. Not a scale at all. The opponent just stood there, and the sense of terror and oppression that hit his face made him feel like giving up resistance and surrendering directly, let alone a real fight. Naruto doubted very much whether he would have the guts to rush forward. I don't know. Kakashi smiled wryly. Although he also has a Sharingan, he is not from the Uchiha clan. This Sharingan was given to him by his friend Obito before he died. He has no idea what the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan is like. Naruto asked him. He didn't want to ask others. In the distance, in the settlement of the Hyuga clan, Hinata and the others standing on the roof also watched the scene in the distance with worried faces. Beside, Hyuga Hayashi, who is the head of the Hyuga clan, also felt a little weak in his hands and feet at this moment. Hyuga Hayashi always thinks he knows everything about the ninja world. But what happened tonight made Hyuga Hayashi feel like he never really understood Hyuzi. Is Kaga level the most powerful ninja? So what are these two? Visitors from space? Whether it's Uchiha Noodles or Night God Ryosuke, the power displayed by the two is inhuman. And at this time, the Uchiha Noodles show the ultimate power of the Uchiha family. Even with such a long distance, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help trembling in his calves. If let him face such a giant, I'm afraid he doesn't even have the courage to approach, let alone do it. Don't worry, Hinata. Ryosuke will definitely not lose. Xianlin on the side said. It seems that he has full confidence in the Night God Ryosuke. Sister, brother-in-law will definitely win. The child Hyuga Hanabi next to him also has unprecedented confidence in the brother-in-law of Night God Ryosuke. However, Xianlin said this because she saw part of the strength of Ryosuke, the god of the night, plus some inexplicable confidence. In the words of Hyuga Hanabi, she is purely blind confidence in her brother-in-law. After all, brother-in-law is invincible. Ever since I saw the night god Ryosuke killing all directions last time, In Hyuga Hanabi's little heart, he has already regarded Night God Ryosuke as an invincible existence. Even though the Black Susan looks terrifying just by looking at it now, Hyuga Hanabi still has full confidence in her brother-in-law and doesn't think that her brother-in-law will lose to the other party. Hearing the comforting words of the two, Hinata also nodded. Well, Ryosuke will definitely win. Hinata said seriously. Hyuga Hayashi on the side saw how confident the three of them were in Ryosuke, the night god, and couldn't help but smiled wryly, saying in his heart that ignorant people are really fearless. They don't know what the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan is, do they? Hyuga Hayashi thought to himself. Great, teacher is fine. Sasuke looked overjoyed, especially after seeing the devil-like Susan displayed by Uchiha. My heart is full of longing for my future. Wouldn't it be easier to kill Uchiha Itachi if he had that power? After all, no matter how strong Uchiha Itachi is, can he still defeat such a terrifying demon godlike, complete bearded 357 Zwa? I'm afraid I can blow him up with one hand. I want to be as good as the teacher in the future. Sasuke couldn't help yearning, and Afe next to him heard Sasuke talking to himself and rolled his eyes speechlessly. Please, that's the perfect Susanoo. Do you think that the Huxia cabbage on the roadside, Uchiha, can have such power? Stop dreaming. Certainly, Afe would definitely not say these words directly. After all, what he is playing now is Afe with a funny personality, not Uchiha Madara, nor him Uchiha Bido. Perfect Susanoo. Ryosuke, the night god standing on the head of wooden golem, looks at this place in the distance. The huge monster couldn't help smiling slightly. It's really hard work, but the consumption of this chakra is not small. What Susanoo consumes is not only Sharingan's pupil power, but also chakra in the ninja's body. If the light has pupil power and there is not enough chakra, it cannot be used. Or Susan's body size will be relatively reduced to save chakra's consumption. Like this. Why is Uchiha Madara's perfect body so strong? It is because he not only has the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but also the chakra in his body is second only to Hashirama in the ninja world. Regular Uchiha certainly can't do it. But that's Uchiha Madara, Indra Chakra's reincarnation. Can ordinary Uchiha compare with him? Fortunately, I poured 100 level chakra into a clone before, otherwise after this fight, I'm afraid chakra would have been consumed almost. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. 100 level chakra is not much for him. Now the chakra in Ryosuke's own body has skyrocketed to an inhuman level. His basic chakra has surpassed Kaga level dozens of times. Almost 30 times like this. Coupled with the increase of various entries. Chakra is in the Emperor. It has surpassed Kaga level thousands of times. Senju Hashirama is here, and chakra is far inferior to Night God Ryosuke. If there are more chakra than anyone else, looking at the ninja world, they're all younger brothers. Night God Ryosuke is already the only one in this respect. Therefore, giving would clone 100 level chakra is just a little chakra for him, and it has no effect on himself at all. Would clone has worked so hard, I can't fall behind. Night God Ryosuke said in his heart, and then he patted the wooden golem under him with one hand, poured the extremely huge chakra into the wooden golem's body, and shouted loudly at the same time. Wood style. Super wooden golem jutsu. The name is very simple. In fact, it is a technique born by Ryo Yagami after a simple modification on the basis of wooden golem jutsu. Compared with ordinary wooden golem jutsu, super wooden golem jutsu differs in that the required chakra is larger, almost 20 times that of ordinary wooden golem jutsu. This is why Night God Ryosuke, who has so much chakra that he can't use it up anyway, will develop this kind of ninjutsu. Otherwise, for a wooden golem jutsu to create a 100-meter tall wooden golem, the required chakra is already several Kaga levels. 20 times more? That is 60 or 70 Kaga level standard chakra. Who can afford it? That is to say, Ryosuke, who has as many as 1 or 2,000 Kaga level chakra in his body, can use this level of surgery at will. With his recovery ability, it consumes 60 or 70 Kaga level chakra, which is only 1/20th of the chakra. It's back to normal in minutes. There's no need to worry about not having enough chakra. As the night god Ryosuke poured into the larger Yongdun chakra, the adult under him also underwent a terrifying change. First, the body size began to skyrocket, followed by the originally honest wooden golem's body surface with armor-like traces, and the originally slightly bloated head was covered by a layer of wood like a helmet. Let this super wooden golem look extremely sacred and majestic. At the same time, a pair of huge wings grew out from the back of super wooden golem, which is the change made by night god Ryosuke according to the style of the full-body Susanoo. At last, a 1,000-meter-long log snaked around the body of the super wooden golem, and the dragon's head protruded from the right shoulder, and the ferocious dragon eyes stared coldly at the complete body in the distance. Boom! The ground collapsed, obviously unable to withstand the tonnage of the super wooden golem. However, after collapsing for a certain distance, the compacted ground finally carried the heavy area of the super adult. That's wooden golem jutsu. My god, is this the giant who created the world? Gudu, what the hell is this? Are they really ninjas? A group of Konoha shinobi who stood on the outskirts of the village in the distance, and even some spies from other countries lurking in the village, were dumbfounded with fright at this moment. Some people simply kneeled on the ground as soon as their legs softened. Paralyzed. If the 100-meter-tall wooden golem just surprised them. So now this super wooden golem, which is nearly 800 meters tall, really scared them all. Even Tsunade, who had seen her great-grandfather cast wooden golem jutsu with his own eyes, was so frightened that his pupils trembled at this moment, let alone other people. On a distant cliff, Sasuke, who was still happy just now, also froze the smile on his face at this moment. Afe next to him was not much better. I was so scared that I couldn't speak. What the F***K is this wooden golem? What the F***K is this with style? Obito, disguised as a hooligan, growled inwardly. This wooden golem is bigger than the full-body Susanoo. He has never heard of it before. During the last days of Uchiha Madara's life, he had shown Obito his powers in his prime in an illusion. Watching Obito at that time was also refreshing, imagining that I could have such terrifying power in the future. Even Uchiha Madara's full-bodied bush at the peak of his life is only about the same size as the black bush in front of him, compared with his super wooden golem jutsu cast by night god Ryosuke. It's the difference between a child and an adult. The 600-meter full-body Susanoo is already frighteningly big, but standing in front of the 800-meter super wooden golem, he looks a little thin. However, it seems that my vision of super wooden golem jutsu is correct. Night god Ryosuke himself is actually using this super wooden golem jutsu for the first time. Although he developed this with style ninjutsu before, he has never used it once. Using it now, the effect is really extraordinary. This guy is almost as good as Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands. This is because the wood style that Ryosuke possesses is a weakened version of Senju Hashirama. If it is the original version, with the 350% bonus of the entry, as well as his Sage Body and Vitality bonus, the effect will be even more explosive. Certainly, in terms of pure body size. In fact, if the Night God Ryosuke summons the perfect Susanoo, it will be much larger than any super wooden golem or true several thousand hands. After all, the wood clone without the entry bonus has summoned a 600-meter-tall, full-body Susanoo. If it is the Night God Ryosuke himself, it will increase 5 times in this size. It is directly the 3,600-meter-tall Susan. 3 true several thousand hands are stacked together, but there is no full bearded Sataka of Night God Ryosuke. If that kind of Susanoo is used, shouldn't it scare the opponent to death on the spot? Slashing down with a sword, directly splitting the ninja world? Yagami Ryosuke thought about it, and really thought it was possible. After all, Tensegen's golden wheel reincarnation explosion can split the moon, so it shouldn't be impossible for Night God Ryosuke's complete body to split the ninja world, even if it's just a layer on the surface. As expected of the main body, this super adult is too terrifying. Uchiha, who was standing between the eyebrows of the complete body with his hands folded, was numb. After seeing the super wooden golem in front of him, he couldn't help feeling dumbfounded. Now, the battle between two supergiants is really going to destroy the world. Uchiha's face went numb, and he thought with a smile. Immediately, he drove this complete Susanoo to fly straight up, and after flying to a height of several thousand meters, he swooped down and slashed at the super wooden golem on the ground with a slash capable of destroying heaven and earth. Hit! The black sword energy struck, and the super wooden golem raised his head. His eyes, shining with golden light under the helmet, seemed to be staring at the ants on the ground without emotion. Next second, super wooden golem punched out directly, and the wings on the back shook. Rumble! The terrifying gust of wind swept across all directions like a shock wave. People who were blown more than 10 kilometers away couldn't open their eyes. The super wooden golem flew up, smashing the sword energy of Kwanzaa with one punch, and then flew up to the sky with undiminished momentum and threw it at Kwanzaa. Boom! 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 A roar that was dozens of times more terrifying than a thunderstorm continued to be heard in the sky. The two behemoths obviously have such a terrifyingly huge size, but they can still have extremely fast speeds. If they're not too big, these people on the ground below may not be able to see their figures at all. Horrible. Fortunately, Yishun-sama deliberately took the battlefield away from the village. Otherwise, I feel that the aftermath of the attack would have destroyed the village even if it was more than 10 kilometers away. While Konoha's ninjas were shocked, they were also grateful in their hearts. If it wasn't for Night God Ryosuke, who deliberately took the battlefield away from Konoha, let alone these buildings on the edge of the village, I'm afraid the whole village will be turned into ruins like it was when Pain attacked the village. At this time, the battlefield for Super Wooden Golem and Complete Sozo has been moved to 10,000 meters in the air. There is a distance of 60 to 70 kilometers from Konoha, and it is still moving away from Konoha. Although it is so far away, the huge movement of the battle can still be heard clearly here. Even when the battle broke out just now, some people's eardrums were pierced. Blood trickled down the ears. Signal. This kind of injury is not a problem for Konoha's medical ninja. Not to mention that Konoha still has Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world. It's not even a problem. Otherwise, after this battle, Konoha will add hundreds of deaf ninjas. A few minutes later, boom! Thousands of meters high in the air, a terrifying attack flew across the sea and flew out for a distance of nearly 100 kilometers, directly blasting an island in the sea comparable in size to the land of waves. Amidst the rumbling roar, the sea water was continuously swallowed into the black hole. It took minutes to fill the black hole. The other side, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Night Gods Ryosuke and Uchiha, who were fighting from the land of fire to the land of water, also stopped at this time. Almost. How much chakra is left in your body? Night God Ryosuke withdrew the super wooden golem and asked the wood clone in front of him. There's about 10% left. Wood clone replied, I'll give you another 100 Kaga level chakra, in case you don't have enough chakra. Night God Ryosuke said, reached out and pressed wood clone's body and sent him the past 100 Kaga level chakra. In the future, don't use the power of the perfect body Susan at will. The consumption of chakra is too serious. If you must use it, remember to come to me to replenish chakra after use. Night God Ryosuke ordered to Wood Clone. Okay, ontology. Wood Clone nodded and said, then I'm going to take Uchiha Sasuke away now? Well, go ahead. Remember to build more ninja villages, but don't do it yourself. Those ninjas are used to create hostility. Yagami Ryosuke nodded and said, I know this. Then I will meet the main body next time. After Wood Clone finished speaking, he instantly disappeared into the sky at a height of 10,000 meters with a flying thunder god technique. Here, they're not afraid of being watched by absolute authorities. After all, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, nothing can be seen from the ground. There will never be any air escape. So in the sky, the communication between Night God Ryosuke and Wood Clone will not be snooped. I should go back too, or they should be worried. Night God Ryosuke said in his heart and disappeared instantly with the flying thunder god technique. Konoha. The ninjas stretched their necks one by one, looking forward to the distant horizon. At this time, a figure appeared beside Naruto. It was the Night God Ryosuke, who teleported back directly from the sea with the flying thunder god technique. Ryosuke, you're back, Naruto said in surprise. Huh, I knew boy Ryosuke would be fine. Jiraiya laughed, but actually he was also worried just now. After all, the strength shown by that Uchiha face hemp is too terrifying. If there is no Night God Ryosuke, he thinks that guy can push the whole Konoha by himself. No one could stop that guy then. Fortunately, God opened his eyes and let them have such an invincible, strong man sitting in Konoha. Only then did the village be saved from the bad luck of being destroyed. I'm fine, Li Zhao, but I couldn't keep that guy either. Yagami Ryosuke said. It's fine. Tsunade checked Night God Ryosuke's body and was relieved to make sure he was not injured. As for not leaving that Uchiha noodles, that's nothing at all. That guy is so strong. If he wants to leave, it's normal that Night God Ryosuke can't stop him. No one would blame Night God Ryosuke for this kind of problem. Unless it's Sabi. But 2 of Konoha's 4 big Sabis are dead now. The remaining 2 are also much more peaceful. Now I dare not jump out to show my sense of existence. The others are all sane people. It's too late for them to worship the Night God Ryosuke. How can you blame him for not keeping that Uchiha face? The other side. Not long after the Night God Ryosuke came back, Uchiha's numb figure also fell from the sky and landed beside Sasuke and Afei. Teacher, are you okay? Sasuke asked concerned. It's not that Sasuke has developed such a deep relationship with Uchiha Minma after only meeting 3 times. But at the moment, whether Sasuke can become stronger depends on Uchiha's numbness. Of course, he didn't want Uchiha to be upset. It's okay. That Night God Ryosuke can't hurt me yet, Uchiha said with a numb face. However, Afei on the side could still see a trace of fatigue that Uchiha's face was numb on purpose. It seems that Night God Ryosuke is even stronger. Damn, what's going on with this Konoha? Why do such unreasonable monsters always appear? Obito was depressed. With Night God Ryosuke around, how can he capture Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? It seems that in the future, we can only do it when Night God Ryosuke is not in Konoha, or when Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is not in Konoha. Anyway, as long as Night God Ryosuke is still with Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Obito would not dare to let the people organized by Akatsuki come to Konoha to collect Nine-Tails. Isn't that here to die? Although he was only using the people from the Akatsuki organization as tools. But the tools are not used up yet. Of course, he will not let these tools be scrapped in advance. While Obito watched Uchiha Minma watched him too. Does this show that I am very weak now? Very well, let's just misunderstand like this, so as not to scare you, the 6th child, from committing crimes. Uchiha said hesitantly. He pretended to be weak on purpose, just to show Obito. This is also the order of the ontology. Otherwise, with Obito's timid character, I'm afraid he will hide again and continue to be his 6th son. To be honest, Yagami Ryosuke really had a bit of hilarity today. Accidentally showed some overpowering power a little bit. It kind of scares some people a little bit. Like Uchiha Obito in front of you. Another example is Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, who planned to count the Night God Ryosuke before. They were all intimidated by the strength displayed by Ryosuke and Uchiha Minma tonight. But, in fact, the strength shown by Night God Ryosuke tonight is far from his peak strength, whether it's with Clone's full body or his super adult. In fact, it is also the strength of the peak of Chowing. That is, the strength of Uchiha Madara at the time of the Battle of the Valley of the End. It's a little bit worse than Senju Hashirama, but not by much. And the real peak strength of Night God Ryosuke is actually after turning on Sage Mode, and then using the Susanoo Buddha. That is his real peak combat power, much stronger than what he showed tonight. It's a true 6 paths level power. Certainly, Night God Ryosuke does not have 6 paths chakra. It's just that the destructive power has reached the 6 paths level, and it is at the middle level of the level. The 6 paths level also has high and low strength. 870. Awakening Eternity before Mangekyo got the entry of Rinnegan's container. Night God Ryosuke's destructive power was at the early stage of the 6 paths level, close to the middle stage. And after awakening Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, get the entry of Rinnegan's container. His destructive power has reached the level slightly above the midterm of the 6 paths class. It's just destructive. On the level of life, Night God Ryosuke has no sage of 6 paths body, nor 6 paths chakra, not as strong as the real 6 paths level powerhouse. But his immortality is not bad. Next, what Ryosuke has to do is to fuse the chakra with 7 attributes to create the 6 paths chakra, truly stepping into the 6 paths level realm. This step will take a lot of time, but if his eyes can evolve to Rinnegan, it can save a lot of time. Step into the 6 paths class faster. Reaching the level of life also enters the goal of 6 paths level. After, Night God Ryosuke intends to go to the interior of the moon. On the one hand, it transforms the entry on Otsutsuki Tonari. Another aspect is to capture that giant Tensigen. See if there is any way to make Hinata's white eyes evolve into Tensigen. As for Otsutsuki, this guy has been eyeing Hinata for a long time and wants to marry Hinata as his wife. For such a guy with bad intentions, Night God Ryosuke will naturally not keep him alive, and when the conversion of the entry is completed, just expel him. It doesn't take much effort anyway. And after Tensigen's matter is settled, Night God Ryosuke has nothing to do on his side. But Uchiha Myanmar still needs to do things in the ninja world. Help him get more entries. It is also a further increase in the attribute value of the entry public enemy. At present, the attribute value of this entry is still very low, but it has a bright future. Uchiha has left Konoha with Sasuke and Hobby over there. The other side, after Yagami Ryosuke came back, he went to report to Hinata and the others that he was safe, and then he was called to the Hokage building for a meeting. In the conference room, everyone here is the mainstay of Konoha. Sitting at the top is naturally the 5th Hokage Tsunade. Then on the first seat on the left is Ryosuke, the Night God, followed by the patriarchs of some ninja clans. Sitting in the first position on the opposite right-hand side is Jiraiya. Behind him are 2 old guys, Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu. Ryosuke, tell me about Uchiha's strength first. Tsunade saw that everyone had arrived, so he turned his head and said to Night God Ryosuke, asking him to introduce the specific strength of that shoji. After all, among them, only Night God Ryosuke has really fought against each other. As for the few of them, it was purely playing tricks on the other side. It's embarrassing to say it. The strength of this Uchiha face is indeed very strong. The destructive power of the complete body is much more terrifying than that of the tailed beast. Although I have never seen Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, I think the strength of this Uchiha face is already not lost to Uchiha Madara, the ninja shuro of the year. Night God Ryosuke didn't say too much, just took Uchiha Madara as a comparison and briefly described the strength of Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, everyone present also nodded in agreement. If that strength is not as strong as Uchiha Madara, then how strong was Uchiha Madara back then? Anyway, they think that should already be the strength of the ninja world's ceiling. Fortunately, they also have Night God Ryosuke, who is also not weak. Just like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama back then. If anyone is missing, it will be a disaster for the rest of the ninja world. What is the full body Susanoo? Does Susanoo have a level distinction? Patriarch Shimura, who is sitting in the lower position, couldn't help asking. The Shimura clan was not completely liquidated after Danzo's death, but they were severely suppressed in terms of strength and welfare. At this moment, the newly appointed Shurha clan chief also sat at the end of the conference table. It's like a little transparent. Same. And the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, too. Not much better. After all, when night god Ryosuke stole the Book of Seals, he killed many elite ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, resulting in a considerable loss of high-end power of the Sarutobi clan. In addition, Konoha's top management has changed, and the attitude toward the Sarutobi clan is obviously not very good. The Sarutobi patriarch didn't dare to take the lead. He just wanted to keep a low profile. At this moment, when Patriarch Shimura spoke, Sarutobi patriarch who was sitting opposite him couldn't help but look at him in surprise, thinking, how dare this guy speak in this kind of meeting? Doesn't he know how much these people here hate the Shimura family? If we say that after Sarutobi Hiruzen died and Tsunade came to power, the status of the Sarutobi clan was not as good as before, and the benefits they could get were also exploited layer by layer, leaving less than 1% of the original. Then the Shimura clan is much worse than them, because Shimura Danzo died in disgrace. Plus, Zengjin Shimura Danzo offended too many ninjas in the village. Although the Sarutobi clan is disliked by others, it is because they have taken too many benefits in the past, which is a conflict of interests. Now that the benefits have been handed over, those ninjas will not do anything to them. On the contrary, for the sake of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the late Hokage, these ninjas are more or less polite to them. At least there is some politeness on the face. But the Shimura clan is quite different. Even if the Shimura family has given up all the benefits, 90% of the clan land has been confiscated and the remaining 10% of the houses. In the past, one person could have several houses, but now several people need to squeeze into a small house inside. But even so, when they are away from home, these Shimura ninjas will still be targeted by ninjas from other ninjas. At the least, they would laugh at them and make things difficult, and at the worst, they would directly find excuses to beat them up. Quite a few ninjas from the Shimura clan would go to Konoha Hospital every now and then, but the doctors and nurses at Konoha Hospital didn't like them very much, and they acted rudely during treatment. Although the injury was healed in the end, the pain in the process was not uncommon. Logically speaking, the Shimura clan is like this, and the head of the clan should keep a low profile. I wish everyone could not see me. Why would you take the initiative to ask? Isn't this asking for trouble? Facing the puzzled eyes of the Sarutobi patriarch, the Shimura patriarch sitting opposite seemed to have not seen it, but stared at the night god Ryosuke above him with scorching eyes. Night god Ryosuke also looked at the Shimura patriarch with some surprise. To be honest, the Shimura clan can still exist in Konoha. That's because of Tsunade's extrajudicial grace. The reason why he can participate in such a meeting is because Tsunade's time as Hokage is too short, and he has not had time to plan a new high-level Konoha team. When she has made a plan, all the people who can come to the meeting will be her own people. Like the Shimura patriarch and the Sarutobi patriarch, just stay where is cool. It's okay to dangle in front of their eyes, so as not to be an eyesore. The so-called full-body Susanoo is the final stage of the Uchiha family's ultimate pupil technique, Susanoo. Besides, Susanoo has 5 forms from the initial primary form to the first stage form, the second stage form, etc., until the full body shape position. Although Night god Ryosuke didn't understand where the Shimura patriarch had the courage to speak here, he still answered the other party's doubts. After all, in fact, if he doesn't ask, other people will ask. Regarding Susanoo, the ultimate power of the Uchiha family, there are always only a handful of people here who know about it. Behind Tsunade is the background of the Senju clan, and one should understand this. And Hyuga Hayashi is the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga is known as the 3rd largest clan under Senju Uchiha, and naturally has a full understanding of his old rival Uchiha. So it's also possible to know some distinctions about Susanoo. But others? To be honest, even Jiraiya, I'm afraid the pigs don't know much about it. Hearing this explanation from Yishun Ryosuke, everyone present suddenly realized. It turns out to be the final form of the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan. No wonder it's so terrifying. But no matter how terrifying the power is, he was beaten away by the knight, god Ryosuke, in the end. So they don't need to worry. Anyway, the sky is falling and there are tall people standing on top of them. Facing enemies of this level, it's not their turn to worry about a group of elite jonin. They still manage. Doing your own thing is enough. This time, Uchiha noodles appeared in Konoha. The reason is because of Uchiha Sasuke. About this Uchiha Sasuke, Tsunade said, looking at Kakashi, "Kaka, do you have anything to say?" Hearing this, Kakashi also smiled wryly, and then said, Sasuke has always wanted to avenge his clansmen, so in order to pursue power, he worshipped under Uchiha's face. The thing I am responsible for is that I did not teach my students well. No, Kakashi, this matter has nothing to do with you. Sasuke's character is like this. He will pay any price for revenge. This is not something you can change. Yagami Ryosuke said. Ryosuke is right. This matter is not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself. As Hokage, Tsunade also expressed his attitude at this time. There's really nothing to blame Kakashi for this one. After all, if Uchiha Sasuke insists on following outsiders, they can't stop them, can they? However, since Uchiha Sasuke has chosen to betray the village, it's time to issue a warrant for his arrest. Let's tentatively offer a reward of 10 million, listed as the village's. Grade A rebellion. Tsunade thought about it and gave a reasonable price. Although Uchiha Sasuke is just a genin, but he is the last Uchiha in the village. In terms of emotion and reason, for the sake of the three characters Uchiha, we cannot give a price that is too low. So 10 million is quite appropriate. As for the A-level traitor, it is actually just a title. It is also given in the face of the three characters Uchiha. Otherwise, Tsunade would give him a B at most. This Kakashi really wanted to intercede for Sasuke, but seeing Tsunade's cold gaze above him, Kakashi still got the words on his lips and swallowed them back. This time is very different from the original Sasuke defection. Not only was there such a big commotion, it even involved such a terrifying enemy as Uchiha Myanmar. So, no matter what, Sasuke's identity as a traitor cannot be escaped. Even if Jiraiya intercedes, Tsunade will not agree. Not to mention Kakashi. And Jiraiya is not familiar with Sasuke, so it is impossible to plead for him. Regarding Uchiha Sasuke's defection, it has been decided and cannot be changed. Knight God Ryosuke also did not say a few good words for Sasuke, because there is no need. They have all defected, so what can they do with a rebellious identity? Not to mention, Yagami Ryosuke's arrangement for Sasuke is a character who will make troubles in the ninja world in the future dash. Such a character is it normal to be rebellious? On the contrary, if Sasuke hadn't been a traitor to Konoha, what would he do if he would do things outside and provoke a lot of enemies, and then they couldn't find Sasuke and come to find Konoha? What a hassle. So, it's much easier to directly announce the identity of Renegade Ninja. Anyway, Sasuke will grow super fast in the next few years, so there's no need to worry that he will be hacked to death outside. Even if Knight God Ryosuke doesn't care about him, my dear brother won't ignore him. End of the meeting. Yagami Ryosuke yawned and went home to sleep, although it was already daylight now. But he doesn't have to get up early tomorrow, so what else can he do if he doesn't go home and sleep now? As a result, as soon as he came out of the Hokage building, he saw Yuahong standing not far away, as if waiting for someone. Sister Hong, why are you here? Knight God Ryosuke went over to say hello. Talk for a few words? Kurenai Yuhi said the same thing when she saw Yagami Ryosuke coming out. Okay, let's talk while walking and stop by Ms. Hong's house to sit for a while. Yagami Ryosuke nodded with a smile. So the two walked towards Shiri Hong's house together. Ryosuke, do you think I'm useless? Yua Hong suddenly asked. Why did Sister Hong say that? Sister Hong, you are amazing. The cooking is delicious, and you're already a jonin in the village at a young age, and you are so beautiful. How can you be useless? Yagami Ryosuke looked at her, not understanding how Kurini Yuhi would ask such a question. What stimulated you? It can't be me. But you are younger than me, and now you are the elite jonin of the village, and your strength is even stronger like a monster. Compared with you, I feel like a waste. Yua Hong looks at Yagami Ryo. Sister Hong, I'll take it as if you're praising me, but next time, please don't use the adjective monster to praise others. It sounds weird. Yagami Ryosuke touched his nose with a wry smile and said, However, Sister Hong, you don't need to compare with me. Look at Anko and Shien. They are all similar to you. In terms of strength, they are not as good as you. As you said, Sister Hong, my growth rate is obviously beyond what normal people can possess. If you insist on comparing me, it will only hurt your self-confidence. Yagami Ryosuke didn't understand why Kurini Yuhi suddenly compared herself. He didn't look at other people's comparisons. If you really want to say that, 99.999% of the ninjas in the ninja world have to commit suicide on the spot in shame. But Yuhi Hong hesitated to speak. Night God Ryosuke looked at her and suddenly seemed to understand something. Sister Hong, what I said last time still counts. Yagami Ryosuke suddenly held Yua Hong's little hand with one hand, rubbing the back of her hand gently with his thumb. Yua Hong instantly blushed to the base of her ears, lowered her head, and dared not speak. The two walked in silence, and soon came to the door of Shi Rihong's house. I'm here. Yua Hong's still shy words became much softer. Do you mind if I come in and sit for a while? As Yagami Ryosuke said, he directly pulled Yua Hong into the house. Kurinai Yuhi raised her head and looked at the back of the night God Ryosuke in front of her eyes, but she didn't refuse, so she was dragged into the room by him. Sister Hong, are you sleepy? A little bit. Then why don't we do something to lift our spirits? Sunset red. After entering the room and sitting for a while, Yagami Ryosuke held Yuhi Kirin's hand and looked down at her. Shiha Hong lowered her head in embarrassment, not daring to look at him. To be honest, Yua Hong took the initiative to find Yagami Ryosuke tonight, and she was also mentally prepared. But when things came to an end, she hesitated again. But at this time, it is usually the boy's turn to take the initiative. You can't expect every girl to be like Anko, can you? Therefore, Yagami Ryosuke, who had already seen through Kurinai Yui's thoughts, also took the initiative to hug her, then hugged Kurinai Yuhi horizontally, and walked towards the upstairs room. Ryosuke, Anko Shi. Anko must be asleep by now. Then Hinata and the others. They're asleep too, Miss Hong. We're the only ones who haven't slept tonight. www. Kurinai Yuhi buried her head in Yagami Ryosuke's chest and stopped talking. That night, many people in the village suffered from insomnia. Some people were because of the devastating battle before. Some people are anxious and apprehensive. Some people can't fall asleep because they are too excited. Certainly, there are also those who are too busy doing other things to sleep. Yui Hong had imagined countless times what kind of person her future husband would be. He may be an unrivaled hero who will save himself in a desperate situation. He may also be a handsome guy with super good looks who fascinates thousands of women and finally falls under his pomegranate skirt. It is also possible that he is a philandering scumbag who can sweetly talk to girls to make them happy, and he accidentally completely confessed his obsession to the other party. However, the reality is that the other party synthesized all her fantasies. He is the hero of the world, saving the village from danger. He's a handsome guy again, with the best appearance in the ninja world. No one can match him. But he is also a playboy with a lot of girlfriends, and he always likes to flirt outside. He already has a group of wives and concubines at a young age, and he may have many more in the future. But Yua Hong found that she did not regret giving her most precious thing to the other party. Tonight, when she watched Night God Ryosuke and that Uchiha Noma fight outside the village, and the fight was devastating, she suddenly regretted it in her heart. Regret why I was so hesitant before? As ninjas, there are actually people who may have no tomorrow after today. Today's hesitation may turn into tomorrow's regret. That moment, Yua Hong figured it out. Actually, what does age matter? Since Anko can ignore age, Yagami Ryosuke himself doesn't care that she's older than him. What else does she have to worry about? Care what other people say? But if you force yourself to make a decision you don't like because of some words from others, so who are you living your life for? For those strangers? Yua Hong wants to live for herself. That's why she stood outside the Hokage building and waited for Night God Ryosuke to come out. That's why she didn't reject Night God Ryosuke at this moment, and even gradually cooperated actively, although unfamiliar, but very hard in catering. Horizon. The sun is rising. Time passed. The street outside began to buzz with people, but it didn't affect the two people in the room. The closed windows and the drawn curtains seemed to cut off the outside world. Until more than 9 o'clock in the morning. Only then did Yui Hong gradually fall asleep. She's so tired. I didn't sleep for an hour or two last night, but something like that happened suddenly. Tired 5 or 6 hours now. She needs a good rest to recover her energy. Hashtag. Today's task of their 8th class has been taken over yesterday. Even if Jonin, the leader of her team, is not around, Hinata and the others can complete this simple D-level task by themselves. After all, that has been experienced hundreds of times. Those who have already been proficient can no longer be proficient. Even though Yagami Ryosuke had worked all night, he was refreshed and didn't look tired at all. He went to the bathroom to take a shower and came back to cover Yua Hong, who was already asleep with a blanket, and then he turned and left Yua Hong's house. Today is his first day as the Jonin leader of Class 10, and he can't be late. Number 2 training ground. The 3 members of the 10th class have arrived here ahead of schedule. Shikamaru, do you know who our new teacher is? Ino asked Shikamaru beside him while yawning. She didn't sleep well last night. As soon as you close your eyes, you will see the scene of Night God Ryosuke and that Uchiha fighting. The power that destroys the world makes Ino unable to fall asleep. He fell asleep in a daze, and he didn't know what time it was. Asked for flowers. Then she was woken up by the alarm clock she had set. So if she counts everything, she actually only slept for 4 or 5 hours last night. And it's segmented. No wonder I'm sleepy now. I don't know, but it must be some jonin from the village. Shikamaru also looked sleepy. But it's not the first time he looks like this every day. Beside, Choji was still eating his breakfast. His breakfast is very long, and he often eats 1 meal for half a day and eats 3 meals a day. In other words, he actually eats all day. All right, people in Akamichi's family seem to be similar, eating all day long. Their family's secret technique needs this. Otherwise, after one use of the secret technique, they would have to be skinny and skinny. It would be bad if he killed himself directly at that time. Therefore, all the ninjas in Akamichi's family are fat. But there are occasional skinny moments after they've used too much family occult, but usually only for a while. Soon, I will become a fat man again. Choji, is your onigiri delicious? Ino rubbed his stomach and felt a little hungry. She just ate a little breakfast and came here in a hurry. Not full at all. Do you want one? Choji graciously handed over a rice ball to Ino. Okay. Ino took it, opened a layer of wrapping paper outside, and began to eat with big mouthfuls. It can be seen that she is really hungry. While the 3 of them were sitting on the ground, waiting for the new teacher to lead the team. Night God Ryosuke also appeared silently on a tree behind the 3 of them. That's right, they all came quite early. Night God Ryosuke way. With a smile, he instantly appeared in front of the 3 of them. A gust of wind whipped up a dozen leaves. Then Ino and the others saw another person in front of them. Yeah, Ryosuke. Ino stood up in surprise and quickly ran over and threw himself on him. Ryosuke, why are you here? Ino hugged the Night God Ryosuke and asked overjoyed. I am a new leader of your 10th class, Jonin. Yagami Ryosuke smiled and patted Ino on the back, telling her to come down. After all, Shikamaru and Choji were still watching. But Ino has long been used to flirting with Night God Ryosuke in front of his 2 friends, and he doesn't feel embarrassed at all. But she obediently let go of Night God Ryosuke, but kept holding his hand and not letting go. Ryosuke, you said you are our new team leader? Shikamaru is also familiar with it, and he may not be used to it at first, but after watching too much, he will get used to it. In contrast, he was even more surprised that Night God Ryosuke would be their new leader Jonin. It's not that Ryosuke The night god is not strong enough to lead Jonin. In fact, after last night, everyone in the village has known the terrifying power of night god Ryosuke. Not to mention leading Jonin. Even if it is an ancestor, no one objects. B. They are classmates who graduated from the same year. My classmate became my leader Jonin? Shikamaru feels weird. Yes, is it a surprise? Is it a surprise? Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Shikamaru, the accident is quite unexpected, but it is not a surprise at all, but feels a bit awkward. Ryosuke, shall we call you teacher from now on? Choji managed to swallow what was in his mouth and asked, this is not necessary. You're still the same. Just give me your name. Night God Ryosuke laughed and said, as expected of Choji, he is really straightforward. Hearing that Yagami Ryosuke said that there's no need to call the teacher, Shikamaru was secretly relieved. To be honest, he was a little speechless. Ryosuke, are you really our leader, Jonin? Ino looked happy. Night God Ryosuke became the leader of their 10th class. Jonin, doesn't that mean they can be together every day from now on? Don't be too happy, Ino. That's right. If you don't cultivate well in the future, my teacher will punish you. Yagami Ryosuke scratched Ino's nose with a smile. Then how are you going to punish me? Ino said with a blushing face. Some pictures could not help appearing in Shunin's mind. What are you thinking? Yishan Ryosuke saw that Ino was thinking about some unhealthy pictures at a glance, reached out and tapped her on the head lightly, and then said seriously, Okay, let me see your strength next, so it is convenient for me to take over. Come down and arrange tasks for you according to your strength. Do you want to come again? Shikamaru had a troubled look on his face. For him, who has a lazy personality, this obviously increases his daily exercise. It's so torturous. www. Training Ground 2, somewhere. Night God Ryosuke, Fort Wood Clone. Let Wood Clone test the actual combat ability of the 10th squad. Remember, you have to fight with the belief of killing my Wood Clone. Show your best state and strength. Don't take advantage of the opportunity to fish. If I find out that someone fishes, the punishment will be to run around the wood leaf 10 laps. Yagami Ryosuke put his hands in his pockets and said to the 3 people in the 7th class in front of him. Shikamaru rolled his eyes at that. These words were obviously aimed at him, because out of the 3 of them, he was the one who would steal fish. Start. As the night god Ryosuke started to fall, the 3 people in front of him disappeared instantly. Seeing that the 3 of them were hiding well, Yagami Ryosuke also nodded with a smile. Go ahead and try their standards. He said 890 to Wood Clone. Wood Clone nodded, and then disappeared in place in an instant. This is not a training to snatch the bell, but a test for the 10th squad's actual combat ability. After all, Night God Ryosuke will not accept any D-level tasks and send the 10th class to do handyman. The last is also a C-level task, or even a B-level task. Therefore, this requires Night God Ryosuke to have a good understanding of the strength of the 10th class. Otherwise, if they take on a task that is obviously beyond their ability, then the Night God Ryosuke, who leads the team, Jonin, will not be able to personally get out of the game. Then how can it serve the purpose of training them? On the training ground, the Wood Clone of Night God Ryosuke has been surrounded. Shikamaru is the brain of the 10th class. Once he gets serious, even if the 10th class is not very strong, he can still surpass their opponents by dressing up as weak and strong. Night God Ryosuke observed their various tactical arrangements from the perspective of God throughout the whole process, with admiration in his eyes. In terms of tactical arrangements, Night God Ryosuke is far inferior to Shikamaru. After all, his battles rely on the crushing of absolute strength. You are weaker than me, then you are dead. If you are stronger than me, feel sorry. I have the ability to split 50 to 50, forcing you to be at the same level as me. But, so far, Night God Ryosuke has not encountered any enemies that allow him to use his 50 to 50 split ability. But it will be hard to say in the future. Not to mention Otsutsuki Kagaya, the goddess of the moon who has been sealed on the moon for thousands of years. just the Otsutsuki clan on the Otsutsuki planet alone. Bauchi has the kind of existence that is invincible at the Six Paths level. After all, the Otsutsuki family has been developing for an unknown number of years. Coupled with the fact that each of them has the ability to be immortal, the power accumulation of some of them has reached an extremely terrifying level. Even horror bosses above the Six Paths level are not ruled out. As long as Night God Ryosuke can remember, the Otsutsuki family has always been a mysterious existence in the world of Hokage. There are only a few Otsutsuki that have played at present. The strongest person in this clan, the patriarch of the Otsutsuki clan, doesn't even know where he is. Never played at all. Maybe that's a horror boss whose strength surpasses the Six Paths level. So, even the Night God Ryosuke is already very strong now. Enough to top the ninja world. Even if the Fourth Ninja World War broke out, he would not spare anyone. That is, the Six Paths class and Otsutsuki Kagaya are a little more troublesome. As for Six Paths Obito, forget it. That guy is far inferior to the Six Paths class and Otsutsuki Kagaya. According to Yishan Ryosuke's estimate, the strength of the Six Paths class should be in the late stage of the Six Paths class. That is to say, it is one level stronger than the current Night God Ryosuke. As for Otsutsuki Kagaya, her strength is probably close to the peak level of the Six Paths class. But Otsutsuki Kagaya's combat experience is rubbish. Nothing compared to the Six Paths class. Even if they are stronger in physical strength, if they really want to fight, they probably won't be able to beat the Six Paths class. If it weren't for Black Zetsu's sneak attack from behind, he said something from the bottom of his heart to Lord Madara. Even if Otsutsuki Kagaya broke the seal at that time, it is estimated that he would be taught to be a man by the Six Paths class. After all, Ten Tails was still inside the Six Paths class at the time. Otsutsuki Kagaya's strength was not at its peak in that state. Coupled with the combat experience and stretching the hips, it is normal to fail the Six Paths class, and it is only a problem if you pass the fight. However, besides Otsutsuki Kagaya, there is another Otsutsuki Ishiki in the ninja world. I just don't know where this guy is hiding. Night God Ryosuke doesn't know much about Otsutsuki Ichishi. This guy is a character who only appeared in the legend of a certain incombustible Boruto, and also the boss of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Status is the same as Otsutsuki Peach and Otsutsuki Gold. It's just that because of lack of brains, Otsutsuki Kagaya chopped off the fruit of the sacred tree, so he had to feign death and hide in the ninja world for thousands of years. He has been planning to plant the sacred tree again to recover everything he lost. Otsutsuki Ichishiki is very powerful and possesses a special divine art. His left eye is a white eye, and his right eye is an unknown eye. His magic is born from the right eye. At the same time, Otsutsuki Ishur also mastered an ability called Chi, also very powerful, known as the creator of Tattoo Era after colored contact lenses. But which one is better, colored contact lenses or tattoos? This is actually hard to say. Anyway, Yagami Ryosuke wants it all. No matter which one is stronger, as long as I have them all, it doesn't matter. Yagami Ryosuke vaguely remembers that Otsutsuki Ishiki seems to be like Orochimaru, who has been reincarnating and looking for a suitable container. But because his strength is too strong, he can't tolerate me. He remembered that there seemed to be a guy named Sichuan or Sishien, who seemed to be a type of Otsutsuki. Moreover, Otsutsuki also made a shell structure. But for the time being, Yagami Ryosuke has never heard of such an organization in the ninja world. Maybe it's still in hibernation? Or is it not created yet? Who knows? Anyway, the Night God Ryosuke couldn't find it. It seems that this Otsutsuki Ishiki has a second 10 tails, which he has been hiding in a different space. If I can find this different space, I can devour the power of this 10 tails. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. 10 tails seems to be particularly scary and high-end in the ninja world. But in fact, this thing was mass-produced in the Otsutsuki family. Just like livestock in a farm, they are mass-produced batch by batch and then taken to other planets by the Otsutsuki family for planting, planting the sacred tree and bearing the fruit of the sacred tree. The Otsutsuki family always wanted the fruit of the sacred tree, not 10 tails. 10 tails is too low-end for the Otsutsuki clan. Just like chickens in a chicken farm, normal people would not just grab a chicken and eat it raw, right? They kill the chicken first, then clean and cook it. The food cooked by this chicken will be tasted at the end. The relationship between 10 tails and the fruit of the sacred tree is the same as that of chicken and chicken. Compared with the Otsutsuki clan, these ninjas in the ninja world are still in a stage of drinking blood. They only want to be 10 tails Jinchuriki. But I didn't want to use 10 tails to plant a god tree and then devour the fruit of the god tree. However, this is actually a gap in information. After all, these people in the ninja world don't understand 10 tails and the sacred tree at all. Add to that preconceived notions. Aren't the 9-tailed beasts all sealed in Jinchuriki's body to exert stronger strength? Then the 10 tails, the combination of the 9-tailed beasts, can be used in this way? So, becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki has become the consensus of those ninjas in the ninja world who know the existence of 10 tails, including Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito. Both became 10 tails Jinchuriki successively. Feel like you have mastered the ultimate power, but in fact, they just mastered a sapling. Night God Ryosuke also wants to use 10 tails to plant the god tree, and then devour the fruit of the god tree to gain the power of the fruit of the god tree. But that thing is not easy to control. He also doesn't know how to plant a sacred tree. This is either to ask Otsutsuki Kagaya or to ask Otsutsuki Ashiki. But no matter which one, at present, the night god Ryosuke is out of reach. And he doesn't have 10 tails either. Currently, he only got 1 tail and 9 tails, and there's still one size smaller. Still need time to grow. It would be nice to have the ability to travel through space. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. What he's talking about is not the space-time ninjutsu of Flying Thunder God technique. It's a pupil technique similar to Obito's Kamui, and it also has to be able to discover unknown space coordinates. Can't just anchor in one place. Sudden. Yagami Ryosuke's left eye's a bit cold. He reached out and touched his eyes. Is the cool down over? That's right. My sage body is about to evolve to the intermediate stage, and my vitality has increased by 500%. The cooling time of the left eye's plundering pupil technique is related to the vitality. The vitality is increased, and the cooling time is shortened. There is nothing wrong with it. The original cooling time of half a year has now been shortened several times. Yagami Ryosuke was happy. This means that he can plunder the second pupil technique again. Just choose Kakashi's Sharingan. Anyway, Kakashi's Sharingan has always been his burden. Except for the eyes that Obito returned from the Pure Land in the final stage, other times not only cannot improve his strength, but it is a kind of drag. Night God Ryosuke quickly identified the target for the second plunder. Just choose Kakashi's Kamui Mangekyo. Exactly. Kakashi is right in the village. And because Sasuke defected, Naruto is being taught by Jiraiya again. So only the 7th class is left. Little Sakura got off alone. Apparently one person cannot form a Genin squad. So, Kakashi is pretty empty right now. As for little Sakura, she may be placed as a replacement for other Genin teams. It is also possible to find 2 more Genin who do not have a team and form a new 7th class with her. Anyway, Naruto and Sasuke will not return. They all followed Uchiha Miyama away. One followed Jiraiya. They all have a better home. Little Sakura was left alone, all alone, just when Night God Ryosuke's thoughts diverged. On the other side, the 3 little ones from Class 10 were already fighting with his Wood clone. Under the layout of the Deer 2.6 pill, even if Wood clone showed the strength of an ordinary Jonin, it was still calculated by 3 people and controlled by Shikamaru's shadow secret technique. It's now, Shikamaru shouted. Moment. Choji directly cast the family's expansion jutsu. His arm instantly became huge, and he slammed down towards the controlled Wood clone. Boom. There was a loud bang. The ground shook 3 times. Wait until the dust settles. Shikamaru found that the controlled wood clone was fine. It is 2 legs that are planted into the ground. Shikamaru was speechless. Choji's full blow did not even hurt a single hair of the night god Ryosuke's would clone. This is too much. Brush. At this time, the figure of night god Ryosuke also appeared in front of them. Yes, your cooperation is very good, especially Shikamaru's tactical arrangement. It is excellent. Night god Ryosuke praised the 3 of them, then dispersed would clone, leaving a big tree in place. Let's go. Let's pick up the missions. I already have a general understanding of your strength. The 10th class will mainly focus on B-level missions, and occasionally I will pick up some missions for you. Relax for the C-level tasks. As for the D-level tasks, forget it, and I won't take it again in the future. Yay! Ino jumped up happily. I've been tired of those D-level missions for a long time. It's troublesome and tiring. Ino said happily. This point of view of hers was also agreed by Shikamaru and Choji. They feel the same way. Konoha, Mission Hall. Not all of Konoha's entrusted tasks are handed over at Hokage's office. If that's the case, Hokage must be busy. After all, there's so many ninjas in the village, and they hand over tasks countless times a day. If Hokage is really required to handle each of them, then Hokage doesn't have to do other things all day long. As long as he is responsible for this one, he will be busy enough to die. So, in fact, there is a special hall in charge of handing over tasks in the village, and there are also special ninjas in charge of this job. Previously, this job was performed by ninjas from the Sarutobi clan, but now it has been handed over to other ninjas. Master Night God. The person in front of him should be Chunin from the Yamanaka clan. Seeing the Night God Ryosuke coming with the 10th class, he quickly got up respectfully and said hello. You know, the prestige of Night God Ryosuke in the village is unmatched. 1 sentence from him is more effective than 100 sentences from Hokage Tsunade. Give me a B-level mission, assassination or escort. Yagami Ryosuke said. With his status, he no longer needs to be given any task by others, but directly specifies it himself. Wait a moment, Lord Yagami. The Chunin of the Yamanaka clan heard this, and immediately looked for a task that met the requirements of the Night God Ryosuke on the task list. Soon, he found a qualified mission, which was an escort mission. Master Yishun, here is a mission to escort a caravan to the Iron Country. I wonder if this meets your requirements, Lord Yishun. The Yamanaka Chunin handed a quest scroll to the Night God Ryosuke. Night God Ryosuke opened it and looked at it, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, he took over the task. The 10th shift has taken over this task. Yagami Ryosuke said, Okay, Lord Yishun, I'll register for you right now. The Yamanaka clan Chunin in front of him quickly completed the registration, and then handed a task guide to 18 Yishun Leon. Thanks. It is my honor to help Lord Yishun. Saying goodbye to this Chunin, Night God Ryosuke left the mission hall with the 10th squad. Gather at the entrance of the village in an hour. Now you go back and prepare. Night God Ryosuke said to Ino and the 3 of them. The 3 nodded, and then went home to get ready. After all, this is the first time they have performed a B-level mission. They don't want their performance during the task to be too bad. Inside the Mito clan. Are you sure? Well, it has been confirmed that the 10th squad led by Night God Ryosuke will leave the village today to perform an escort mission to the Land of Iron. Okay, my side has already released the news. This time the Night God Ryosuke is definitely dead. In the room, 3 figures sat together, plotting something. The 3 were Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Koharu, formerly Hokage advisors who had been relieved of their positions, and Shimura Saizo, the patriarch of the Shimura clan. Since Tsunade came to power, the families behind us Konoha veterans have been suppressed. I know that Tsunade dared to do this because she has the Night God Ryosuke behind her to support her. This time, as long as we succeed in borrowing a knife to kill the Night God Ryosuke, Tsunade will never dare to be so arrogant again in the future. Shimura hid his eyes and said viciously, during this period of time, it is too difficult for them Shimura clan. Because of Shimura Danzo's relationship, Their entire family was suppressed by other ninjas in the village. Even those commoner ninjas who are usually looked down upon dare not give them a good face now. There are also people who worship Ryosuke, the god of night, and Shimura Danzo has rumors that they are targeting Ryosuke, the god of night, so they specially ran to the door of Shimura's family to throw rotten eggs. The gates of the Shimura family caused them to stink for days. It just doesn't make sense. Don't worry, they won't be happy for long. I admit that Ryosuke is very powerful, but how strong is he alone? Can he suppress the ninja village of the Four Kingdoms? Midokado Hamura said with a sneer, the stronger he is, the more jealous those ninja villages will be, and they want to get rid of him quickly. If he honestly hides in the village and doesn't go out, that's fine, but now that he is so arrogant and dares to leave the village, it means that he is not far from death. To be honest, what happened last night really freaked them out. The strength shown by the night god Ryosuke is too terrifying. But it is precisely because of this that they want to get rid of Yagami Kyosuke more and more. Who told them not to stand with night god Ryosuke? If the night god Ryosuke is not eliminated, how will they and the family behind them survive in the village in the future? Perhaps in another 10 or 20 years, there will be no more Shimura, Mito, and Zhuangxia clans in Inya. Therefore, they have to. The stupid Sarutobi clan didn't dare to resist. If Hiruzen is still alive, he will be killed by them. Uchiha Koharu said with a cold face. They had also secretly contacted the Sarutobi family before. But the patriarchs of this generation of the Sarutobi clan seemed to have been terrified. He didn't dare to resist the current high-level Konoha. Especially after the incident last night, he directly cut off the contact with them. Uchiha Koharu was angry. Zungjin and Sarutobi Hiruzen are the closest partners. Unexpectedly, now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead, the family behind him is so useless. It is a waste of the resources that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave them before. Also, don't think about. Now the Sarutobi family has been suppressed in this way. If several decades passed, would there still be a place for the Sarutobi clan in the village? Isn't this slow death? Instead of this, it's better to take a gamble. And they have a high chance of success. Although the strength of night god Ryosuke is so terrifying, it is simply not human-like. But how long can he maintain this peak state? Back then, he was as strong as Third Raikage, but wasn't he killed by tens of thousands of ninjas in a Wagakure? Although night god Ryosuke is stronger than Third Raikage. But this time he has to face more than just an Wagakure, but the four great ninja villages of the entire four great nations. They have already passed on the news, and many spies in the village also witnessed the big battle last night. I believe that as long as the shadows of Ninja Village are not stupid, they all know what to do. After all, this is a rare opportunity to deal with night god Ryosuke. They can't possibly miss it, can they? Sunagakure, in Fenging's office. Because 4th Kazekage died not long ago, the position of Kazekage has not been decided yet. At this time, in Fenging's office, all the top executives of Sunagakure are discussing one thing here. Everyone, let's take a look. These two pieces of information were sent back from Konoha. One was sent back by our spies, and the other was secretly given to us by Konoha's own people. After reading it, we will discuss it again. Grandma Chio sat on a chair, looked at the village seniors in front of her, and said, she was already retired. It's time to take care of yourself. But this time Fenging was killed, and the village has no leader. So I had to return to the front line again to preside over the overall situation. Soon, everyone in the office read the two pieces of information in their hands. Is this true? That night god Ryosuke is really so powerful. What style is really so powerful? Is it fake? Are you exaggerating on purpose? After reading the two pieces of information, these people expressed doubts about the contents of the report. The information sent back by our own spies should not be wrong, and there are also spies in Konoha and other villages, and they also saw the big battle last night. Grandma Chio tapped her cane and said, I have already contacted Onaji of a Wagakure before, and the spies in their village got the same information. So the information about the strength of night god Ryosuke should be true. Is this still human? The Senju Hashirama back then was also so strong. It's terrible. We invaded such a terrible village some time ago. Baki, it's unbelievable that you came back alive. The mentioned Baki looked at the speaking person with a dark face. This is not something glorious. Why do you still admire it? Master Chiyo, if this knight, God Ryosuke, really has such terrifying strength, then I don't suggest that we offend him. Baki spoke. He once saw the power of the knight, God Ryosuke, in the Konoha collapse plan. At that time, the strength shown by knight, God Ryosuke, was already very scary. But it is still far from what is described in this information. If the information is true, then Baki raised his hands against the village being an enemy of such a terrible person. The 800-meter super wooden golem. If they come to Sunagakure and walk around, they don't have to do anything, just walk around, and their Sunagakure is over. I don't agree with Baki Jonin's statement. Because this knight, God Ryosuke, is powerful, we should get rid of him as soon as possible. That's right. This knight, God Ryosuke, is only 12 years old. It is well known that a ninja's peak period begins after adulthood. That is to say, he may become stronger in the next few years. We can't let him grow any longer. But how can we get rid of this monster? I think Baki Jonin is right, and we sign an alliance treaty with Konoha again. The alliance treaty? That thing is just a piece of waste paper. I think this knight, God Ryosuke, should be eliminated as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. Everyone said what they said, and some people agreed with Baki's statement, and they didn't want to be an enemy of such a terrifying person. But more people advocate taking the initiative to eliminate this knight, God Ryosuke. Lest Konoha take the initiative to tear up the alliance treaty in the future, then what will Sunagakure use to block this knight, God Ryosuke's with style? Master Chiyo, what do you think? These people argue and argue, but they can't discuss a reason. In the end, I asked Grandma Chiyo, who is the only one in the village who can call the shots. Baki has a point, but it really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mother-in-law Chiyo sighed and said, with the power of our village, we can't fight this monster. So if we want to move, we must use the power of the other 3 villages to kill the opponent. Master Chiyo, what about Sasuke? Asked Baki. Grandma Chiyo glanced at him and said, Anoki means to discuss it again. Why don't we wait until Sasuke and the others have discussed it before making a decision? Baki said, is this too passive? What if Onaji thinks that we, Sand Shinobi, are cowardly? I think we should reach out to Rock Shinobi and tell them about our determination. Master Chiyo, if you miss this opportunity, maybe Sunagakure will no longer exist in the ninja world. Master Chiyo, give the order. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Grandma Chiyo pondered for a moment before saying, well, I'll reply to Onaji first, and if he can convince the other 2 villages too. When our 4 villages join forces, we, Sunagakure, will participate in this matter. If other villages have different opinions, then let it go. To be honest, having never seen the terrifying power of Knight God Ryosuke with her own eyes, Grandma Chiyo always had some doubts about this information. And even if Knight God Ryosuke is really that powerful, how long can he maintain the state of adjustment? Like that level of surgery. How terrible is the consumption of chakra? He is only 12 years old. Even with Senju blood, the number of chakra is huge, but it is not endless. So, with crowd tactics, they have a chance to kill Knight God Ryosuke. Certainly, the premise is to limit his flying thunder god technique first. Otherwise, if they can't beat them, they will just run away. Wouldn't their people die in vain? At the same time, while Sunagakure was discussing and finally making a decision, similar scenes were happening in the other 3 ninja villages. The difference is, at Cloud Shinobi Village, 4th Raikage made a direct decision to kill Yagami Kyosuke. He even planned to directly launch a war against Konoha after killing Knight God Ryosuke. As for Rock Shinobi and Miss Shinobi, they are still considering it. Soon, letters from Sand Shinobi are delivered through Summoning Mon. Iwagakure, in Sachikage's office. 3rd Sachikage Onaji is discussing with his son Huang Tu and others whether to send someone to kill Night God Ryosuke. For the part of the information about the strength of the Night God Ryosuke. To be honest, Inoki only believed half of it. He thought that the intelligence personnel might have been frightened at the time, so the words were exaggerated. As for why Sand Shinobi has the same information, please, just allow your spies to use exaggerated words and not allow others to do the same. Scaring this kind of thing is not on the individual, it may also be on the group. So everyone was frightened and used exaggerated words, which is normal. For Inoki, who had seen Uchiha Madara's strength when he was young, he didn't believe that a mere 12-year-old kid could have the terrifying power comparable to Uchiha Madara. But even if the spy used exaggerated words, one thing is certain, that is this Night God Ryosuke does have the strength beyond the general Kage level. If he really wanted to fight alone, Inoki didn't have much confidence. After all, he is old and his body is not as good as before. Although his dust escape is extremely lethal. But if you can't hit someone, it's useless. The key is, with his chakra, it doesn't take a few times to escape the dust. If he fails to hit this several times, what awaits him will be the crazy pursuit of the other party. Inoki didn't think his old bones could hold up. And this matter is not the matter of their Awagakure family at all. Why should they Awagakure do it by themselves? For nothing Cloud, Shinobi Mist Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi them. Think beautiful. Father, what does Sand Shinobi say? In Tsuchikage's office, Onaji's son Huang Tu also looked at his father and asked at this time. Just now, Sunagekyu's reply letter was delivered, and after reading the reply letter, Onaji looked lost in thought, and Huang Tu couldn't wait, so he hurriedly asked the construction area. Onaji glanced at his son, and then said, Sand Shinobi means that as long as the other 3 villages agree, they will take action together. What do you mean, Dad? Huang Tu hurriedly asked again. I'm still thinking. Cloud Shinobi doesn't have to think about it. With Raikage's violent temper, he will definitely not refuse. The question now is, what is Mist Shinobi thinking? Inoki said, Father, is it really necessary to gather the strength of our 4 villages? I think 3 villages are enough, right? Huang Tu thought for a while, and still spoke out his thoughts. Black Soil, what do you think? Inoki did not answer his son's question immediately, but looked at Queen's son who was beside him. Grandpa, I think what Dad said is right. Even if that Night God Ryosuke has awakened with style, but after all, he is still young, and his strength is definitely not as exaggerated as the information said. At most, he is a little stronger in Kage level, that's all. That Flying Thunder God technique is more troublesome. Although Black Soil is still young, he has already shown some clues of the future 4th Tsuchikage in terms of ability. Hashtag. In previous meetings, Inoki would ask the young Haitu to sit in on it. Occasionally, I will ask her a few words to see what my granddaughter thinks. The same is true today. After Inoki inquired about Black Soil, he pondered for a moment and said, After all, this Night God Ryosuke is the 2nd successor of Wood Style after Senja Hashirama, so it should not be underestimated. And even if there are exaggerations in the intelligence from the spies, it is basically certain that this person's strength has surpassed the Kage level. If you fight alone, even with my Dust Dungeon, you may not be an opponent. What's more, as Haida said, his Flying Thunder God technique is also a problem. Father, we can set up an ambush in advance. Huang Tu said. Inoki nodded, he thought so too. But now the problem is Konoha's information credible? What if this is a trap? Inoki is old. What kind of conspiracy has he not seen? Therefore, he had to consider whether such a possibility existed. If it exists, how can it be eliminated? Let someone go to Konoha to investigate first. The person who sent the information must have enmity with Night God Ryosuke and even Konoha's current high level. Investigate who the other party might be. Inoki ordered. Okay, I'll give orders now. Huang Tu nodded and immediately turned around to go down to work. Grandpa, is sleepiness really that bad? Haida walked up to Inoki at this time and couldn't help asking curiously. Of course it's amazing. That's Senju Hashirama's Wood Style. It's the power to calm the troubled times. Onaji shook his head and said, You young people don't know how powerful Senju Hashirama was back then. He and Uchiha Madara forced our other Hushan ninjas to dare not invade the country of destruction E. It wasn't until Uchiha Madara left Konoha and Senju Hashirama died that the first ninja war officially broke out. Before this, there was Senju Hashirama sitting in Konoha and no one dared to invade. Why? Because his wood style is an invincible force. Haita couldn't help opening his mouth in surprise when he heard the introduction of his grandfather Inoki. Wood style is so amazing. Of course, Onaji said. That's why we have to kill the knight, God Ryosuke. Konoha can no longer give birth to a second Senju Hashirama. To be honest, the current pattern of the 5 major ninja villages in the 5 major countries has survived to this day, all relying on the benevolence of Senju Hashirama. If Senju Hashirama's character was not too benevolent, then there would have been only one country and one village left in the ninja world. Where else will there be a pattern like the present? But Onoki can't guarantee that the next person with Senju Hashirama's strength will be as kind as Senju Hashirama. And, judging from the information obtained so far, this knight, God Ryosuke, is not a benevolent person like Senju Hashirama. On the contrary, he is quite murderous. If he has the strength of Senju Hashirama, will Konoha want to unify the entire ninja world? When the time comes, the sleepy Duntion Budo will come. What should the ninja villages of these 4 countries resist? Tail Beast? Do not make jokes. Now, their Tail Beast, isn't it what Senju Hashirama gave them back then? Senju Hashirama can suppress the 9-tailed beasts by himself. Then the knight, God Ryosuke, who grows up in the future, has a high probability of having such strength. Therefore, they can't gamble and they can't wait, as long as this time is not a trap deliberately arranged by Konoha. Then Inoki will never hesitate at all. When the time comes, the 4 major ninja villages will join forces and send out the strongest ninja team, which is bound to kill Knight God Ryosuke. Kill it before it's fully grown. As long as it is confirmed that this is not a trap, then I will personally contact Mizukage of Miss Shinobi. Even if Miss Shinobi is not involved at this time, we can give it a try by gathering the strength of the 3 major ninja villages. Onoki thought to himself, Miss Shinobi inside the water office. Terumi Mei, who just took the position of 5th Mizukage not long ago, is also discussing these 2 pieces of information with her subordinates Ao and Chojuro. Master Mizukage, I do not recommend that Miss Shinobi participate in this plan. The village has just begun to restore stability, and it is really not suitable to participate in this kind of action against a large country ninja village. After reading the information, Chojuro directly gave his own suggestion. They, Miss Shinobi, have never had much direct conflict with Konoha. In the 3 ninja world wars, Miss Shinobi didn't participate much, and their relationship with Konoha can't be said to be good, but it is definitely not as bad as Cloud Shinobi. And the most important thing is that Kirigakure has just ended the coup, and 5th Mizukage has just come to power, which is the time when the power in the village is empty. The most important thing at this time is to recuperate and cultivate the next generation of ninjas, instead of offending a ninja village like Konoha, making enemies for yourself for no reason. As for saying, will that knight, God Ryosuke, grow up to endanger them, Miss Shinobi, in the future? This Chojuro is not worried either, because the shadows of the other 3 villages are more worried than Miss Shinobi. Even if they Miss Shinobi do not participate in this matter, the other 3 villages will not stop for this. Master Mizukage, we can completely watch this matter from the sidelines. Even without us, the other 3 villages will definitely take action. Regardless of whether they succeed or not, we will be the ones who take advantage of it. Ching also opened his mouth to express his thoughts at this time. Like Shangjuro, he disapproved of participating in this matter. For no other reason. It's the Miss Shinobi are too weak right now. There are less than 1,000 ninjas in the village. Jonin can't even make up 100. With such strength, if they rashly participate in this kind of thing, even if they kill that knight, God Ryosuke, in the end, Miss Shinobi will suffer heavy losses. If they don't keep it all together, other villages will take advantage of them. Not to mention, doing so is tantamount to offending Konoha to death. When the time comes, Konoha will beat them like crazy. What should they do? To know, Konoha's current Hokage is Tsunade. That's the princess of the Senju clan. They killed the knight god Ryosuke, the wood-style successor. Will the hand swallow their anger? Please. She is not Sarutobi Hiruzen. I also want to know that Tsunade will definitely go crazy to avenge the knight god Ryosuke by then. That time, Kirigakure, who is the weakest, is likely to become the first target to be targeted by Konoha. As for expecting the other 3 villages to help them at that time, even a 3-year-old knows that's impossible. The other 3 villages will just watch their missed shinobi die, because I can further consume Konoha's strength and ensure their own safety. Don't worry, I didn't want to participate. Terumi casually threw the 2 pieces of information aside. She smiled and said, however, I'm quite interested in this little brother of the night, god Ryosuke. He is already so powerful at the age of 12. If he really grows up, will he be invincible in the ninja world? It's hard to say. Some people's potential will be exhausted before they reach adulthood. This night god Ryosuke may be such a person. Chojuro said, who knows, but I really want to see this little brother. Terumi said with a smile. Kingdom of Fire, on a certain official road. A caravan is advancing. There are more than a dozen carriages in the team, escorting a large amount of equipment and materials, all of which are to be sent to the country of Iron. At the same time, before and after the team, the 10th squad, led by Knight God Ryosuke, is also protecting the caravan. In front of the caravan are Knight Gods Ryosuke and Ino, Li Zhao, with Shikamaru and Choji guarding the rear. It has been half a day since they left the village. In about 2 or 3 hours, we will arrive at the first resting town. At that time, they will rest in the town for 1 night, and then continue to set off after dawn tomorrow. It takes about 10 days to travel from Konoha to the delivery location of Iron Country. No way. The progress of the caravan was slow. No faster than their ninja running. That's why, this time the task will be rated as B-level instead of C-level. Because of the long distance, there are too many unexpected situations in the middle. If they are not in order, they will be targeted by ninjas. After all, there are several towns on the way from the Fire Country to the Iron Country. In these towns, there may be some rebellious and perseverant. Ryosuke, do you think someone will come to rob the caravan later? Ino looked around curiously. This was her first B-level mission, and she was escorting such a large caravan, so it was inevitable that she would be a little excited. It's hard to say today, but it is estimated that there will be a high probability tomorrow. 11. Yagami Ryosuke said. The place they walked today is relatively close to Konoha. Some rebels dare not act near Konoha. But tomorrow they will be farther away from Konoha, and the number of rebels active around them will also increase sharply. For those rebels, such a caravan is very valuable. That's it. Ino nodded upon hearing this, and then glanced curiously at the carriages in the caravan. I don't know what's on it. She muttered something under her breath. You want to know? Yagami Ryosuke looked at Ino with a smile. Ryosuke, do you know? Ino nodded and looked at him. I checked before I left. Yagami Ryosuke said that of course he didn't check directly, and that wasn't appropriate either. He used white eyes. Through direct perspective, I saw the things contained in the boxes on the carriage. What is it? Ino asked softly. Seeing her sneaking appearance, Yishin Ryosuke also laughed and said, It's okay, they can't hear us when we talk, so there's no need to sneak around. Is that so? Ino blushed a bit, then looked at the caravan's own guards and found that they really didn't seem to have heard the conversation between himself and Knight God Ryosuke. It's just a little illusion, Knight God Ryosuke explained. In terms of the attainment of illusion, Yagami Ryosuke said that he is the second in the ninja world. I am afraid no one dares to say that he is the first in the ninja world. To some ordinary people, he doesn't need to be serious. He confuses their 5 senses casually. Amazing. Ino looked at him adoringly. That little girl's appearance made Yi Shun very cool. Who can resist the adoration of a beautiful girl? right? Actually, the boxes on these carriages are all empty. Yagami Ryosuke said. Huh, empty? Ino asked in surprise. How? Why are they shipping a bunch of empty boxes? She couldn't figure out. The reward for B-level missions is not low. A caravan can't pay such a large sum of money for transporting a bunch of empty boxes. Can it? That's too unfair. Of course, they're not going to pay us to escort a bunch of empty boxes. And that's not what they're going to escort at all. Yagami Ryosuke said, pointing to a carriage behind. The carriage pulled not a box, but a carriage. Sitting inside was the owner of the caravan, a chubby middle-aged man. Have you met the caravan boss? Yagami Ryosuke said. Ino nodded. What he wants to escort is on him. Yagami Ryosuke said, I don't know exactly what it is, but it's in his bag. What? Why didn't this guy say it directly at the beginning? 573, Ino said a little angrily. In this case, if there's a robbery, wouldn't they have to protect a bunch of empty boxes? In contrast, if the target of protection is only one person, isn't that much simpler? After all, what is the goal of a talent? And how big a goal is a dozen carriages? Isn't this adding trouble to them? No wonder Ino was angry. Fortunately, Ryosuke, you found out early on, otherwise we would all be kept in the dark. Ino said angrily. Hearing this, Yagami Ryosuke rubbed her head with a smile. But in fact, that guy Shikamaru probably found out a long time ago. After all, the weight of an empty box and the weight of a full box are two completely different things. This point can be seen from the root prints. Shikamaru is so smart, impossible not to discover. The second day after leaving Konoha, the caravan continued to set off after resting overnight. The 10 squad is still protecting the back and forth. At noon, the caravan was attacked by a group of bandits. There were about 20 or 30 people on the opposite side, and the guards of the menacing caravan were all frightened. But there is no need for Knight God Ryosuke to remind this enemy at all. Shikamaru and the three of them can easily deal with it. After solving these bandits, the caravan continued on the road. It's just that the road behind is not as peaceful as yesterday. As Knight God Ryosuke said to Ino yesterday, when the caravan is far away from Konoha, the attacks they will encounter will continue to increase. Now it's just bandits or something. It's time to test the strength of the 10th class when we meet those rebels later. On this day, the caravan encountered a total of 3 attacks. Both times were bandits and bandits. But the last time there were 2 traitors. Fortunately, the other party said it was Chunin, but in fact the level is equivalent to the stronger level of Konoha Genin. Shikamaru and the 3 of them cooperated and easily solved the 2 traitorous ninjas. The caravan arrived at the next town smoothly for rest. Nothing to say all night. Kbef. On the 3rd day, the caravan was on the road again. Attacks continued on the road. With such a large caravan, it is hard not to attract the attention of bandits, and even rebels. So at the end of the day, they encountered 5 more attacks. This time there were fewer bandits, and only 2 groups came. On the contrary, the number of attacks by rebellious ninja began to increase. They encountered 3 waves of rebellious ninja attacks. Fortunately, they were not strong enough. Shikamaru and the others could solve it by themselves. No need for Knight God Ryosuke to lead Jonin to make a move. On the 4th day, the journey is almost over. Unexpectedly, the day turned out to be calm and there was no attack at all. The whole Shikamaru and the others felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the previous 2 days were full of various attacks. It turned out to be fine today. It's just weird. Knight God Ryosuke was not surprised. Since there was no attack, then let's go on our way with peace of mind. At the end of the day, under the deliberate speeding up of Yishun Ryosuke and the others, they walked for almost a day and a half and arrived at another small town to rest. The Land of Fire has many plains and fertile land. Therefore, the population is also large, and the number of domestic mineral deposits is large. So many small towns have emerged because of some local minerals. If you zoom in on the map of the Land of Fire, you will find that the Land of Fire has the largest number of cities and towns among the 5 major countries, even several times that of the 2nd place. All over the country, there are towns of all kinds, large and small. Therefore, the caravan went all the way down, so they didn't have to sleep in the wild. Certainly, this is also because the route they took followed these towns all the way, and they did not deliberately choose roads that did not pass through these towns. Otherwise, you really have to spend the night in the wild. Although it is normal for ninjas to spend the night in the wild during their missions. But if there is a choice, who would like to take the sky as the bed? Somewhere in the Iron Country. How about it? It's been confirmed. The target will arrive in the Iron Kingdom in 2 days, and we will lay an ambush here then. Very well, then wait another 2 days. In the mountains and forests, teams of ninjas are hidden in various parts of the mountains and forests. If you don't look carefully, you can't find the traces of these ninjas at all. These people are all teams sent by the 3 major ninja villages. This time, Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi, the 3 major ninja villages joined forces to kill Night God Ryosuke. At this time, there are thousands of ninjas hidden in this mountain forest, and all of them are elite. The worst strength is Chunin. The number of Jonin is more than 300 or 400. On such a scale, unless the Ninja World War broke out, it would be impossible to gather so many elite ninjas to form a team, and it was to target one person. It can be seen that the 3 major ninja villages attach great importance to the Night God Ryosuke. On Rock Shinobi's side, the leader is Onagi's son Huangtu. Lus is a Wagakure's elite Jonin, and his strength has reached the Quasi-Kaga level. His strength is extremely strong, and he is the 2nd strongest person in a Wagakure besides Inoki. On the other side, Sand Shinobi is leading the team with Chiyo Granny. No way. Sand Shinobi's strength is too weak. If the veteran Kaga-level powerhouse Chiyopa doesn't come, she will appear too weak among the coalition forces. At that time, people in the other 2 villages will inevitably think that Sand Shinobi has no sincerity. Therefore, mother-in-law Chiyo came here in person and brought half of the Jonin in the village with her. It can be said to be full of sincerity. But, in contrast, the most sincere one is Cloud Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi sent the most ninjas, and they even sent 8 Tails Jinchuriki and 2 Tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee is the leader of Cloud Shinobi leading the team this time, although 4th Reikage did not come. But Brother Abby came with 1, which is enough to show that Cloud Shinobi is absolutely determined to kill Ryosuke, the Night God. After all, even the 2 big Jinchuriki in the village were sent. It can be said that it is full of sincerity. In contrast, neither Sand Shinobi nor Rock Shinobi sent their respective Jinchuriki. Sand Shinobi didn't send Gaara here, because Gaara is not comfortable using the power of the tailed beast unless he directly uses the sleep technique, and his own strength is a little weak after all. After all, he is still young. And once one tail gets out of control, I'm afraid they will attack Sand Shinobi before attacking the target knight, God Ryosuke. So, Sand Shinobi did not send Gaara. As for Rock Shinobi, that's even simpler. It's simply that the old purple man is not in the village at all. Even if Anoki is 3rd Tsuchikage, his words don't work when it comes to Lao Z's matter. Old Z doesn't listen to him at all. What can I do? The 8th day after leaving Konoha, the caravan escorted by the 10th squad finally entered the territory of the Iron Country. When they arrived here, they were only half a day away from their destination, and the last half-day journey was quite quiet. Very smoothly, they escorted the caravan to the target point. I have worked hard on this journey. Konoha Shinobi, this is a little care from me. I hope the 4 of you will not refuse. The owner of the caravan smiled and handed over a few gifts to Night God Ryosuke and the others. Take it. Shikamaru and the others looked at Night God Ryosuke and only accepted the other party's gift after the latter nodded in agreement. After saying goodbye to this cunning caravan boss, Night God Ryosuke and the others also turned around and walked out of the town, while opening the gift that guy gave them. Wow, it's a detonating talisman, a total of 60 pieces. Ino looked at the stack of detonating charms in the box. The price of this thing is not cheap, and it costs 600 taels in Konoha. In some other places, there are even 1,000 taels, or even more expensive ones. The price of Konoha is still relatively cheap. But even so, the value of 60 detonating talismans reached 36,000 taels. This is more than the remuneration they can get after a few D-level tasks. And the gifts Shikamaru and Choji received were also 60 detonating charms, which together amounted to 108,000 taels. With so much money, that middle-aged uncle who looks like a stingy man suddenly became so generous? Ryosuke, what gift did you get? After Ino looked at the gift Shikamaru and the others received, he looked at Night God Ryosuke again. Actually, Shikamaru and Choji are also curious. I want to know what that middle-aged uncle gave Night God Ryosuke. Same as you, they are detonating charms, but there are 300 of them. Yagami Ryosuke said. 300 detonating symbols. That is 180,000 taels, including Ino and the others. It's almost 300,000 taels. Ryosuke, why do you think that uncle gave us so many extra gifts? Ino frowned, puzzled. Shikamaru, what do you think? Night God Ryosuke looked at Shikamaru and asked him. It should be to make amends. Shikamaru said he deliberately concealed that the things to be escorted this time were actually on him, and those carriages with boxes were just a cover. He probably knew that we saw it, so out of guilt, or because he didn't want to offend Konoha, he gave such a gift of apology. Ah, is that so? Ino suddenly realized and put away the detonating talisman with a smile. Since it's a gift of apology, Miss Ben will accept it. Night God Ryosuke also looked at the three of them with a smile. Immediately, these 3 kunai, you take them. Yagami Ryosuke suddenly took out 3 special kunai and handed them 3. The reason why it is said to be special is that these 3 Kamara are all imprinted with his Flying Thunder God mark, and they're the improved Flying Thunder God mark of Night God Ryosuke. Direct remote activation, and then directly teleport the person holding the kunai to the location of another imprint. It's a bit similar to the second stage Flying Thunder God Guide Mine, but it's different. It is a means of use that Night God Ryosuke has only recently developed. Ryosuke, what does this mean? Shikamaru asked kunai, frowning. He had a bad feeling. You go back to the village first. I have some personal matters to deal with. I'll be back soon. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Ryosuke, is it troublesome? Ino asked with some concern. Night God Ryosuke touched her head and said softly, Don't worry, it's just a group of ants who are overwhelmed. I will go back soon after I finish solving it. Hearing this, Ino, who has full confidence in the Night God Ryosuke, also nodded. Well, then you come back quickly. Ino said. Yagami Ryosuke nodded, and then looked at Shikamaru who was beside him. Shikamaru, after you return to the village, hand over the task, and then go to the Hokage office. I forgot to tell you before that you have been approved to be promoted to Chunin. I will treat everyone to dinner later in the evening. You go back afterwards, contact everyone else to celebrate. Chunin, what a trouble. Shikamaru stared at a pair of dead fish eyes and said helplessly, In terms of Jinin, basically you only need to obey the orders of the leader Jonin, and then perform various team tasks. But after being promoted to Chunin, it will be more troublesome. For example, sometimes Jonin who leads the team has something to do, and Chunin and the team will be responsible for leading the team to perform tasks. Shikamaru is such a lazy person. Of course, he doesn't want to add a workbench to himself. But no way. This was decided by Konoha's superiors. Even if he refused, it would be useless. And if he really wanted to refuse, his father would probably give him a good meal of fried meat with bamboo shoots. Okay, I'll contact them when I get back. Shikamaru nodded. Of course, he knew who the other people Yagami Ryosuke was talking about were. It is nothing more than those students who graduated from the same class. Of course, not all of them, but Naruto, Shino, and others, and Xiao Li and others from the previous class. These are people familiar with their Jinin circle. There are also some exchanges during the Chunin exam before. That's fine, you go. After the Night God Ryosuke finished speaking, he directly activated the Flying Thunder God imprint in the hands of the 3 of them. Following a burst of space distortion, the figures of the 3 disappeared in place in an instant. Now it's time to have fun with those guys. After seeing off Ino and the three of them, Night God Ryosuke also looked up at the forest in the distance. In fact, he had already discovered this group of ninjas before he entered the Iron Country. After all, the abnormal situation of thousands of ninjas gathering in a small area is hard not to attract his attention. Then he found that the place where these guys gathered was near the target location of their escort mission, and he guessed that someone in the village had leaked the information about their mission. Then the ninjas in these outer villages were notified. As for the purpose, Night God Ryosuke knows it with his A**. It must be aimed at him. Is there really someone who is not afraid of death? Or, they don't believe that I am so strong? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. If these ninjas in the outer village believed in the strength he showed in the face-to-face battle with Uchiha played by his clone that night, they would not dare to intercept him. After all, no one dared to intercept Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara back then, did they? As for Kakuzu, that's the brains of the people in Taki Ninja Village. But in the end, wasn't Kakuzu treating it? The current group of people includes Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi. It is impossible for the three shadows of Ninja Village to lose their minds at the same time. Then there's only one possibility left. That is, they don't believe the description of the strength of Night God Ryosuke in the intelligence at all. It is because of disbelief. That's why this interception was arranged, trying to kill Yagami Jing, the Konoha shinobi who had awakened with style. It's really naive, but people always have to pay some price for their own naivety. Night God Ryosuke had a playful look in his eyes. He obviously didn't pay attention to the killing of these three ninja villages. After all, his current destructive power in the middle of the Six Paths level, let alone thousands of elite ninja troops. Even if it is a ninja coalition army of the size of the Fourth Ninja World War, he can kill you 7 in and 7 out by himself, and still be unscathed. It's so awesome. Get ready, the target is coming our way. Everyone in the enchantment class is ready. Once the target enters the designated place, immediately set up a ghost formation. In the mountains and forests, the Ninja Alliance ambushing is ready to fight. As the Night God Ryosuke slowly stepped into their predetermined ambush location. Hundreds of ninjas from the enchantment class shot together and laid out a boxy, large-scale enchantment covering a side length of about 1 kilometer. Target is trapped. The squad leader of the enchantment class shouted excitedly when he saw the Night God Ryosuke trapped in the enchantment. Very good. This time Ryosuke, the Night God, can't escape even with wings. In the Ninja Coalition team, Huang Tu laughed, and his honest-looking face was full of murderous intentions. Next, according to the plan, first consume his chakra. Let the puppet team and clone troops go up to harass. Grandma Chio was leaning on a cane, looking old and likely to collapse at any time. But don't look at her old age, but her strength is enough to rank among the top 3 in this group of ninja coalition forces. The reason for saying this is because of the relationship between 2 Jinchuriki sent directly by Cloud Shinobi. Otherwise, the strength of Grandma Chio is definitely ranked first among the ninja coalition forces present. For the puppet master, the older he is, the actual influence is not so great. After all, their battles are mainly about manipulating puppets, and the puppet doesn't have old age. Within the enchantment, Night God Ryosuke stopped after the enchantment rose. He put his hands in his pockets and raised his head to observe the barrier. Interesting, it seems to be the enchantment of banning time and space ninjutsu. This is specially designed to restrict my flying thunder god technique. Are you afraid that I will escape? Yagami Ryosuke twitched his mouth and said with a smile. At this time, the barriers behind him and on the left and right sides suddenly swayed like layers of ripples on the surface of water, and then puppets and mini-earth clones and water clones all ran into shit. The number is densely packed, several times more than the number of coalition ninjas ambushing outside. Is this a war of attrition? Yagami Ryosuke blinked, seeing through the opponent's scheme, and couldn't help feeling the urge to laugh. Fight a war of attrition with him? Even if all the ninjas in the ninja world go up together, they can't consume him. This group of people, really ignorant. But although these ninja coalition forces are very ignorant, the tactics they arranged to deal with ordinary super shadows really worked. After all, ordinary super shadows do not have such a huge chakra as Night God Ryosuke, nor does he have such a terrifying recovery ability. People's normal super shadows are only 20 to 30 times the Kaga level chakra. The recovery speed is similar to that of ordinary ninjas. In high-intensity battles, it is basically difficult to replenish the consumed chakra. Therefore, if you fight a war of attrition, you will only get weaker. In the end, it may be consumed to death. The third Reikage back then had actually touched the threshold of surpassing Kaga level. But wasn't he also exhausted to death? This time, the coalition forces of the three ninja villages obviously also had this idea, intending to kill Night God Ryosuke. Pity, Night God Ryosuke is not third Reikage. Want to consume him? They are 100 years too early. Here we go. Outside the enchantment, mother-in-law Chiyo and the others stood in an open space, with a large number of ninja coalition forces behind them. All of them are paying attention to the battle situation in the enchantment. As a large number of puppets and clone troops rushed up, Night God Ryosuke, who was trapped in the encirclement, also clapped his hands and shouted, "Fire-style fire is extinguished." How Homya is a B-level fire-style ninjutsu. The caster releases a large piece of high-temperature flames to burn enemies within a fan-shaped range in front of them, causing fire damage to them. However, the range covered by the normal fire extinguishing is only 20 to 30 meters in front of the caster. Whether it is the temperature of the flame or the impact force, it is no different from ordinary flames. However, this ninjutsu was released in the hands of Night God Ryosuke, but it was so powerful that all the ninja coalition forces outside the barrier were taken aback. As the overwhelming sea of flames surged in, the entire space inside the barrier was instantly submerged in flames. What? Is this the extinction of the fire? Asking for flowers? Is it true that I have never seen the Great Fire Quench? This is not the Great Fire Quench at all. Can the puppet troops and clone troops block it? Grandma Chiyo and others outside the barrier obviously did not expect this to happen. Night God Ryosuke just used a ninjutsu, or was it a B-level ninjutsu, that directly wiped out their well-prepared puppet troops and clone troops. Originally, they expected this wave to consume part of chakra from Ryosuke, the Night God. But now, consumption is consumption, but how much is a ninjutsu chakra? Maybe this is not the fire-style forbidden technique, but a fire-style forbidden technique that is very similar to the fire-style forbidden technique, but with much greater power and consumption. Huang Tu guessed, isn't Konoha's second Hokage very good at developing various forbidden techniques? This may be a forbidden technique developed by Senju Tobarama. Maybe Night God Ryosuke has consumed a lot of chakra at this moment, and it's possible. Heard, Grandma Chiyo and the others thought about it and thought it was possible. After all, how can it be possible to have such a power when the serious fire is extinguished? This is obviously not a serious fire extinguishing. That's right. There must be a fire-style forbidden technique missing. Now what? Behind Grandma Chiyo, Baki, who followed the Sand Shinobi troops, also asked at this time, "Yo, Night God Ryosuke, amazing, let me, Killer Bee, go in and kill you, see?" 0. Several pairs of eyes looked at Killer Bee, who was playing rap again. Then they shook their heads and continued to discuss how to proceed with the plan. As for letting Killer Bee in, forget it. Now that Night God Ryosuke's strength is still at its peak, they don't dare to bet that Killer Bee can beat Night God Ryosuke. If he can't beat it, wouldn't it mean that a peak combat power will be ruined? Seeing that no one paid any attention to him, Killer Bee suddenly became unhappy, just about to sing two more. When he was speaking, the two next to him were pulled by Wooden Golem. "Killer Bee, have you forgotten Master Raikid's instructions before going out? You just need to watch and listen to the arrangements. The two are spoken by Wooden Golem to Killer Bee. Killer Bee pursed his lips. Killer Bee, who had never been very obedient, naturally didn't pay attention to his elder brother's advice. But now being stared at by the two directors, Wooden Golem, he can only temporarily give up his plan to continue singing a few lines. Anyway, there is still a chance later when he, Mr. Killer Bee, comes out in person. He must show these guys who don't know music well. The other side, after the flames and the barrier dissipated, there were scorched black marks all over the ground. As for those puppets and clones, of course it was burnt to ashes. The golem is either made of wood or metal, but even metal can't withstand a fire-style attack from Night God Ryosuke. It was burned directly into molten iron. Not to mention the avatars. They were all blown up in one direct encounter. They didn't even have time to use ninjutsu to resist it. Hey, do you have any other moves? Don't make me wait too long. Night God Ryosuke stood in the center of the barrier and shouted at the people outside. Grandma Chiyo and others who had just finished the discussion also looked at Ryosuke, who was trapped in the barrier but still so arrogant with a dark face. But they do have arrogant capital. Just the fire style just now has already amazed them. Continue with the original plan. The illusion team and the water style team will go together. Grandma Chiyo ordered. Following her order, 2 teams of 20 to 30 people also headed towards the barrier. At the moment of entering the enchantment, the allied ninjas who had already learned how to do it directly formed seals and released ninjutsu. Water style. Great waterfall technique. Water style. Explosive water and waves. Various water styles release a large amount of water rushing towards the Night God Ryosuke. Water style. Yagami Ryosuke sneered. Isn't that right? That's it. Don't you think I only know fire style ninjutsu? As Yagami Ryosuke said, he saw those ninjas who released water style run away. Yes, they directly exited the range of the enchantment. No, there also escaped once and still hit and run. Isn't that rascal? These guys can enter and exit the enchantment freely. Night God Ryosuke didn't change his expression in the face of the oncoming monstrous water. He was just curious. How could these coalition ninjas enter and exit the barrier freely? I also didn't see that the enchantment actively opened any openings for them to enter and exit. Is a certain technique? Night God Ryosuke thought for a moment, and then found himself swallowed by the flood. But he was still standing there, but already underwater. Water style released by dozens of water style ninjas is just as powerful as this. Night God Ryosuke's physique has been so strong that it is extremely terrifying. Even S-rank ninjutsu can't hurt him at all, let alone these poor little water style. It's not even worthy of giving him a shower. Boom! The surface of the water exploded. Yagami Ryosuke burst out of the water, with both feet firmly planted on the choppy water. Hey, is this your plan? Come in and run with water style. He shouted at the coalition forces outside. However, no one paid any attention to him. The coalition continued to follow the previous plan. First, the water style ninjas went up to release water style, and then the lightning style ninjas from Cloud Shinobi went up to use the water style ninjas created by the water style ninjas to release heavy roads to cover the entire barrier. Night God Ryosuke quickly saw through the plan of these ninja coalition forces, but he didn't make any resistance. Instead, he watched those Cloud Shinobi ninjas come in with great interest, and then cast lightning style, still running away after fighting. Playing is a rogue style of play. TSK, TSK. I really don't want Billion. Arcs flickered all over Ryosuke's body, and crackling electric currents ran wildly on him. The entire surface of the water was filled with August 20th blue thunder, illuminating the entire area. But no use. Ryosuke, the night god bathed in thunder, has nothing to do with it. He was even in the mood to chat with the Ninja Alliance outside. I said, "Can you be more helpful? You will make me feel that you are wasting time, understand? I'll give you one more chance. If I don't have any decent tricks to show up, I'll take the initiative to attack." Hey, did you hear that? At this time, The ninja coalition forces outside the barrier also looked at the night god Ryosuke, who was yelling in the barrier as if they were looking at a monster. How? Why is nothing wrong with him? This is unreasonable. How can a person resist this level of lightning style without getting hurt? Monster. This guy's an absolute monster. My God, what kind of people are we fighting? The morale of the coalition forces has been affected to a certain extent, and some people have even retreated. At this time, Grandma Chio stood up. Let me come. This night, God Ryosuke is too strong. Ordinary attacks are useless to him. The subsequent harassment plan can be canceled and directly send the strongest combat force to fight him to the death. Originally, their plan was to consume Night God Ryosuke again and again. Try to consume every 10 of his chakra, preferably not 1 out of every 100. But now it seems they really underestimated the young Konoha shinobi. The opponent's physique is so strong that it can resist the lightning style jointly released by dozens of cloud shinobi ninjas. Such a physique. Their follow-up plans were useless at all. Going there is just giving away people's heads. Yo, finally it's my turn to play Killer Bee Concert. Amazing appearance, playing Night God Ryosuke, holding the head rat string. Wow, wow, wow. Killer Bee sang a weird tune again, sang a rap that no one could appreciate, and walked out with weird figure-of-8 steps. Huang to Jonin, I leave it to you to command here. Grandma Chiendai, said a Huang Tu. Huang Tu nodded. His strength is much weaker than that of Grandma Chio and Killer Bee. Therefore, he was responsible for directing and maintaining the enchantment outside. If Grandma Chio and the others fail, then what he has to do is to hold down Night God Ryosuke as much as possible. Buy others time to retreat. Brush, brush, brush. One after another figures rushed into the barrier. These people are all the elite of the Ninja Alliance. Each one is the strength of elite Jonin, and the headed, even a Kaga-level powerhouse like Grandma Chio. Oh, are you finally going to be serious? Yishan Ryosuke also smiled slightly when he saw these people entering the barrier, and said, on the other side is the Chio old lady from San Shinobi, Killer Bee from Unhidden, and the 2 Yuzimu. Brush. Killer Bee was so fast that he appeared in front of Night God Ryosuke before everyone else. Yo, are you Night God Ryosuke? What a scary guy. It's rare that Killer Bee didn't rap this time. Although the tone of his speech still gave people a weird feeling, it was much more normal than rapping. Killer Bee of 8 tails can let the 2-tailed beast Jinchuriki join forces to deal with me. A Konoha Jonin. It is really flattering. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. He looked at the Killer Bee in front of him, but he thought in his heart that he could just collect the biological pheromones of Chakra and Killer Bee from 8 tails later. Maybe this is the 2 talent entries of 1 gold and 1 purple. Even if it's just 2 purple entries, it's not bad. And don't forget that there are also 2 second-tailed Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi called Wooden Golem, and the veteran Kaga-level powerhouse Chiyopa. Here are 3 purple entries again. More critically, Night God Ryosuke can collect chakra of 2-tailed beasts through this time. In the sealed space within his body, the 3rd and 4th-tailed beasts were born. Brush, brush, brush. Another figure approached. Grandma Chio even released her strongest puppets, Kenmatsu and 10 people, who looked at Ryosuke, who had a very immature face in front of her, with a serious look on her face. It seems that everyone is here. Don't people from outside come in? Night God Ryosuke glanced outside the barrier. Those coalition ninjas are now increasing the output of chakra to maintain the operation of the barrier. Isn't the existence value of these emotional guys to consume one's own chakra or to maintain the operation of the enchantment? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself, but also right. A group of ordinary Jonin and Chunin came in just to give away their heads. Unless it is like before, hit and run, that can barely survive. But what's the use? Apart from consuming his own chakra, it has no effect on Night God Ryosuke at all. It's better to use this chakra to keep the barrier running. After all, such a large enchantment with the characteristics of space ninjutsu, when it is banned, can imagine how much it will consume chakra. That is not comparable to the 4 purple flame formation that Orochimaru let his 4 people use in Konoha's collapse plan. Night God Ryosuke. Being betrayed by someone from your own village. You must be feeling bad now, right? Grandma Chio said lightly. Is it uncomfortable? In fact, it's not. After all, it was expected. Night God Ryosuke looked indifferent. In fact, he had expected Mitokado Hamura and these guys to be dishonest. But Night God Ryosuke has unprecedented confidence in his own strength. I don't care about it at all. And doesn't this just happen to let these people come to the door by themselves? He even gave him an excuse to attack other ninja villages. It can't be that you can intercept and kill me, but I can't take revenge, right? As for the extent of this revenge, Night God Ryosuke has always believed in cutting grass and roots. But, for the sake of the entry, public enemy. Night God Ryosuke will still give them a sigh of relief for the 3 ninja villages. After all, any of their ninja villages is worth 100% of the power of ninjutsu, the power of taijutsu, and the bonus of physical fitness. Night God Ryosuke is not willing to let them completely disappear in the ninja world. What a waste of money. Then did you expect that you would die here today? Chidai's mother-in-law's cloudy eyes were flickering with coldness. Die here? Just rely on you. Yagami Ryosuke couldn't help but burst out laughing. No way. The joke is simply too funny. Just relying on these so-called 3 kingdoms allied forces? In the eyes of Night God Ryosuke, they're just a group of chickens and dogs. I don't know where the confidence comes from. He even tried to say that he could kill him. You really don't know anything about real power. Night God Ryosuke looked at them with contempt. You are really arrogant. The duo, with blonde hair and braids, was watched by Wooden Golem and said, Arrogance. Yishun Ryosuke smiled faintly. You will know if you try it later. Superior. Grandma Chio shouted loudly. Moment. The Chikamatsu 10 under her control charged directly at Night God Ryosuke. Puppet? Just a bunch of garbage. Yagami Ryosuke didn't even bother to pull out his ninja sword. He punched him directly. Terrifying power erupted from the fist, and with a bang, it exploded a puppet of Grandma Chio. Be careful, this guy's physical skills are also very strong. Grandma Chio reminded loudly. Lightning style, pseudo-dark. Earth style, earth spear. Wind style, more than people. Night God Ryosuke looked at the group of elite jonin who surrounded them. The corner of his mouth curled up, and in the next second he clapped his hands and directly separated out more than a dozen would clone Shunku, these coalition ninjas. One time, all kinds of screams joined together. In the hands of the Night God Ryosuke, the elite jonin of these coalition forces are no more powerful than the ants crawling on the ground, and they are all rubbish that can be crushed to death. It was just a face-to-face meeting, except for the 3 of Grandma Chio and the others. The rest of the elite jonin were all killed by Night God Ryosuke. Certainly, before beheading these elite jonin, he did not forget to collect their biological pheromones. Although people are dead, biopheromones are collected before death, so they're still useful. Although these biological pheromones can only transform blue talent entries. But it's good to break it down and turn it into experience value. Anyway, each one is worth 100 experience points. Dozens, that's thousands of experience points. Exactly. Night God Ryosuke is very short of experience points recently, and every time he accumulates some, he uses them to synthesize the 2 golden talent entries. So many experience points have been consumed up to now, but the synthesis has not been successful yet. Damn it. Grandma Chio watched several elite jonins from Sand Shinobi get killed, including Baki in this operation. All of them were blown away by the wood clone of the Night God Ryosuke. Besides, her Chikamatsu 10 people are also as fragile as ragdolls in front of Night God Ryosuke. One face-to-face, 3 puppets were blown up. The attack of the 10 people in Shimatsu was either blocked by the Night God Ryosuke, or they were easily dodged. Can't cause any substantial harm to him at all. How can this guy be so strong? Is everything in that information true? Isn't it an exaggerated description? Grandma Chio also regretted it at this moment. She had clearly decided before that unless the 4 great ninja villages joined forces, she would never agree to participate in this operation. But later, he was persuaded by the old 2.0 Gaiology, saying anything without a Miss Shinobi makes no difference. Now it seems that there's really no difference, because whether Miss Shinobi comes or not, they seem to be attached to this night god Ryosuke. This guy, strong as a monster. How did he practice? Besides, what about wood style? Why only one wood clone is used? Are they unworthy? In fact, Grandma Chio guessed right. Yagami Ryosuke didn't use wood style. It's really just that they don't deserve it. Against a few Kaga levels and a bunch of elite Jonin. Could it be that he also uses ninjutsu like wooden golem jutsu? That's too much for them. Just use physical skills to fight well. It's not just a piece of garbage with one punch. If Grandma Chio knew what Yagami Ryosuke thought of them, she would probably vomit blood on the spot in anger, right? Called garbage. And it also appears to be true. Can this not make her vomit blood in anger? Rat Tail Ball Jade. At this time, the 2 figures of wooden golem suddenly appeared in midair behind Night God Ryosuke. She manipulated the chakra silk thread with 10 fingers with both hands and controlled a large pile of fire mouse jade to strike from all directions of the night god Ryosuke. See how you hide? The second was coldly voiced by wooden golem. Hide? Why should I hide? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the 2 wooden golem. Follow closely. A hand hugged her from behind and then smashed her heavily to the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang. Wooden golem couldn't help spitting blood out of the 2 who were hit hard on the ground. Brush! She gritted her teeth, enduring the severe pain, and disappeared in place. Then he turned his gaze to Ryosuke, who smiled and looked at him. Damn, when did this guy run behind me? The 2, led by wooden golem, couldn't help but feel a palpitation. If Night God Ryosuke didn't smash her to the ground with a throw, but stabbed her with a ninja knife in his waist, I'm afraid I would have died in hell. Right? Damn it. Is the power gap really that big? The 2 wooden golem felt dissatisfied and then consciously communicated with the 2-tailed Matatabi in his body. Matatabi, I need your calendar. The other side, Killer Bee unleashes the green heron machete and fights a wood clone of Night God Ryosuke. Fool! Idiot! Fool! Killer Bee cursed in a strange tone while watching his attack being easily blocked by wood clone. Killer Bee, it's useless. This guy's strength has far surpassed Kaga level. Use my strength, or you won't even be able to beat the opponent's wood clone. At this time, the voice of 8 Tails Gyuki sounded in Killer Bee's mind. Fool! Fool! Come on, Gyuki, lend me your strength. Killer Bee turned away, and at the same time, a terrifying chakra emerged from within. Huh! Killer Bee let out a loud shout, and the chakra gushing out from his whole body made him directly enter the half-tailed beast state. In this state, his strength will increase dramatically, far from being able to compare with him in the normal state before. Rotten wood, go to hell. Tailed Beast Bomb. Killer Bee, who turned into a half-tailed beast, released a tailed beast bomb directly, and the terrifying chakra sphere blasted out instantly, hitting the clone in the distance. Bang! The shock wave from a huge explosion hit the barrier of the enchantment. Hold on, Huang Tu yelled. All the ninjas present were working hard to maintain the operation of the 21 barriers. On the other side, within the barrier, when the flames of the explosion dissipated, the half-beast-like Killer Bee also saw a group of wooden barriers like snail shells appear in the center of the explosion. Kacha! The wall of the wooden ingot was cracked, and the intact wood clone came out from behind. Is this the tailed beast bomb? It seems to be normal. Wood clone also inherited the poisonous tongue of Ryosuke, the night god, and looked at Killer Bee with a smile and sarcasm. Stupid. B asterisk 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 D. Look at me, tailed beast bomb barrage. The half-tailed beast-like killer bee spit out one after another smaller-tailed beast bombs from its mouth, and a dozen or so tailed beast bombs blasted towards the wood clone in front of it. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Wood clone clapped his hands and instantly cast wooden golem jutsu. A wooden golem, 20 to 30 meters tall, instantly rose from the ground. Block. Wooden golem stands in front of Killer Bee's tailed beast bomb barrage with his arms outstretched. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions sounded. The impact of the explosion pushed Wooden Golem back a distance of 20 or 30 meters. When the explosion was over, Wooden Golem's hands were just blown apart, and as would clone poured chakra into Wooden Golem's body, the injury was quickly repaired. No way. As Eight Tails Jinchuriki, you won't be able to defeat me, even with a Wood Clone. Wood Clone stood on Wooden Golem's shoulders and spammed Killer Bee. Stupid. B asterisk 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 D. How can this guy's Wood Clone be so powerful? Gyuki, I'm going to use full tail beastization. Killer Bee shouted angrily when he saw that the strength of the half-tailed beast could not defeat a Wood Clone of the night, God Ryosuke. Come on, this guy is too arrogant. I really want to beat him up too. Eight Tails Gyuki in Killer Bee's body is also a bit hot. After all, he and Killer Bee are both prosperous and dead. The other party laughed at Killer Bee. Isn't it just laughing at him, Eight Tails Gyuki? So, in any case, if he cooperates with Killer Bee, he must at least destroy a Wood Clone on the opposite side, right? Otherwise, it's too bad. Complete tail beastization. L. Killer Bee, who is black and red all over, has turned into a half-tailed beast. At this time, Chakra, which is far more terrifying than before, erupts from his body. At the same time, his size also began to skyrocket. In just a few seconds, a monster nearly 90 meters tall appeared on the spot. Eight Tails Gyuki. Complete tail beastization. 8 volumes of tailed beasts. Killer Bee, who has just completed the full tail beast transformation, immediately cast a big move. Eight Tails Gyuki's 8 shots instantly rolled up to form a mountain of meat. Next second, the huge meat mountain suddenly rotated at a super high speed, and the terrifying power instantly changed the surrounding terrain and landforms, and the earth was torn apart under this terrifying twisting force. And the Wood Clone controlling the Wooden Golem on the opposite side also rushed forward with a loud drink, constantly resisting the attack of the fierce shock wave caused by the 8 volumes of the tailed beast. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying 8 volumes of tailed beasts directly covered the entire range of the enchantment. If it weren't for the enchantment blocking it, maybe the coverage area would be even bigger. This all at once. Night God Ryosuke is fine. The power of the tailed beast's 8 volumes hit him like a little girl gently massaging him. Not only was it okay, but it was quite comfortable. The Chiyo grandmother and the 2 wooden golems are even more miserable, especially Grandma Chiyo. The 2 of them, wooden golem, have completely transformed into tailed beasts at this time. With the strength of the 2, they can still withstand the impact of the 8 volumes of tailed beasts. But what about Grandma Chiyo? She's just an aging Kaga-level puppeteer. At this time, the 10 strongest members of Chamatsu under him were blown away by the night god Ryosuke for a little while. The remaining puppets rushed back to protect Grandma Chiyo, while Killer Bee cast tailed beast 8 scrolls. But it is so. These puppets, as well as the machine light shield displayed by Grandma Chiendai herself, only resisted for a moment before being blasted to pieces by the terrifying power of the 8 volumes of tailed beasts. Grandma Chiyo watched with a dark face as the puppets standing in front of her were blown up. What made her sad was not that the puppet was gone. It's that these puppets didn't die in the hands of the enemy, but were blown up by her own teammates. This is so F asterisk 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 ed up. Damn Killer Bee, Grandma Chiyo cursed softly. While trying his best to rush out of the enchantment range, he barely saved his life. Rumble. In the enchantment, the terrifying vibration stopped after a few minutes. And Killer Bee, who has cast the 8 volume tail beast, is also looking for the night god Ryosuke at this time. But the enchantment is so densely covered with smoke and dust that it is impossible to see things 10 meters away, let alone find someone. Likes. Eight Tails Gyuki can also perceive technique, and with the help of Gyuki, Killer Bee quickly perceives the two chakra within the range of the enchantment. One of the chakras, which is so huge that Gyuki's heart trembles, belongs to Ryosuke, the night god, and the other is two by Wooden Golem. Killer Bee, why don't we run? Gyuki was a little timid at this moment. No way. He was pinched and sealed by Senju Hashirama with one hand back then, and now he meets another ninja who inherited Wood style, and the chakra in his body is even better than Senju Hashirama back then. This made Gyuki panic. I'm afraid of being pinched with one hand again like in the past, and then sealed up abruptly. He is now staying in Killer Bee's body, and he's also a friend with Killer Bee. I lived a relatively comfortable life when I was young. Apart from the lack of freedom, everything else is fine. I don't want to be sealed up, and there will be no one to speak by then. That would drive him crazy. Run. It's too late, isn't it? Just when Gyuki proposed to escape, the figure of Night God Ryosuke had already appeared in front of Eight Tails Gyuki. Eight Tails, who is 90 meters tall, faces Ryosuke, a night god who is about 1.8 meters tall, turned around and ran away in fright. Late. Spiral lumber. On Ryosuke's right hand, a black ball the size of a ping-pong ball appeared. The black spiral wheel hub is surrounded by a circle of white airflow like a star ring, as night god Ryosuke throws it. In an instant, the black spiral wheel turned into a black meteor and hit the Killer Bee, who was fully body-tailed. Rumble. The scorching white light instantly engulfed the entire enchantment. The coalition ninjas maintaining the barrier spurted out big mouthfuls of blood in an instant, and the chakra in their bodies was emptied in an instant. Boom! The enchantment that was originally maintained exploded instantly. The terrifying shock wave swept across, killing more than 100 ninjas from the coalition forces on the spot. Granny Chiyo, who had just escaped from the barrier, gritted her teeth and used the machine light shield, but it only lasted for a few seconds. The machine light shield was blasted into pieces. Afterwards, she was also thrown by this force, and after breaking several big trees, she slammed into a half-collapsed mountain wall. Ahem! Grandma Chiyo coughed and struggled to get up from the ground. At this time, so you are here. The figure of Night God Ryosuke appeared in front of Chiyo. You. Just as Chiyo was about to speak, he was kicked away by Night God Ryosuke. Boom! Grandma Chiyo, who broke several big trees, was covered in blood, and her old body was trembling, trying to get up, but she couldn't do it after trying several times. At this time, Night God Ryosuke dipped a little bit of Chiyo's blood on the ground with his finger, and then put it into the system's biopheromone warehouse. It cannot be wasted. As he said that, he turned and left, not caring about the dying Chiyo over there. The old guy is dead. Hurt so badly. Plus the body is already old. It won't last long at all. Night God Ryosuke didn't bother to make that effort. Just let her fend for herself. Soon, Night God Ryosuke found the two who had passed out by Wooden Golem. This guy is pretty unlucky. At the beginning, it had just completely turned into a tailed beast and wanted to resist. As a result, I met Eight Tails Gyuki's tailed beast and was beaten like a baseball flying around in the enchantment. If only this is the case, the two wooden golems will not pass out. After all, it has completely turned into a beast with 613 tails, so it won't be knocked out by a star beast with 8 scrolls. But behind the night, God Ryosuke sent a spiral wheel, and the shock wave generated by the explosion directly hit the second wooden golem, who was completely tailed. Spiral Luinyu itself is the destructive power of S-rank ninjutsu, plus the bonus of various ninjutsu powers on Ryosuke, the night god, causes more damage than Nine Tails. Tail Beast Bomb is more than 10 times bigger. Under the impact of this terrifying explosion at close range, the two wooden golems only supported for a few seconds before passing out. But under the protection of Urwei Matatabi, Wooden Golem was not seriously injured, more just lost consciousness due to the impact. Night God Ryosuke came over and slapped Wooden Golem on the abdomen, and directly used violent means to pull most of the chakra from Matatabi's body out of her body. Wooden Golem, who was in a coma, was also twitching all over. He looked like a man with epilepsy. After a while, Night God Ryosuke stopped. It's almost there. If you smoke again, it will be gone. Night God Ryosuke withdrew his hand. His move was deduced by using the power of wood style and the Magic Dragon 9 seals learned from Shao Organization. The effect is similar to that of Magic Dragon 9 seals, which is to extract the tail beast chakra from the target body. But the efficiency is higher than that of Magic Dragon 9 seals. And stop whenever you want. Smoke as much as you want, so that you don't smoke all at once, which will make Jinchuriki die. Separate a small portion of the chakra of the two-tailed Matatabi, which is about half the amount of Jinin chakra. System, convert the entry. Night God Ryosuke said silently in his heart. Ding! Transformation succeeded. Congratulations to host for obtaining the talent entry. Two-tail Matatabi, purple. Is it directly named after Urwei Matatabi? The system feels a little lazy. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. Then he opened his character panel and checked the situation of this new entry. Two-tailed Matatabi, purple, the second of the 9 big-tailed beasts, two-tailed Matatabi, also known as a sexy kitten. Chakra plus 500%. Ninjutsu power plus 300%. Comes with two-tailed Matatabi chakra. It's not bad. At least it's much better than Showa's entry. It's worthy of the shame of the tailed beast. Yagami Ryosuke nodded in satisfaction. The entry transformed from Urwei Matatabi is purple, which is not what he expected. At the same time, in terms of attributes, it is indeed stronger than Shoha, the shame of the tailed beast. At least one more 300% ninjutsu power bonus. This is something Shuha doesn't have. Really, even if it's just an extra tail, that's still a gap. Shikaku, what rubbish. Equipped with this entry, the two-tailed beast chakra in the sealed space inside the Night God Ryosuke added another one. Then, Night God Ryosuke stuffed the two-tailed chakra that had just been drawn from Wooden Golem's body into the sealed space to allow the newly born earth-tailed chakra to assimilate them. Because they're all two-tailed chakra, it is very easy to assimilate. In just a few breaths, a newer way was born in the sealed space inside Night Ryosuke's body. In terms of size, it is not smaller than the previous 9 tails and 1 tail. After all, Night God Ryosuke took away about 80% of the two-tailed chakra from Wooden Golem's body. It can be seen from this. The other two-tailed beast chakra in the sealed space inside Ryosuke's body have grown so huge. It's no less than 80% chakra of Saturn cultural tourism. How would clone look at the two here by Wooden Golem? Night God Ryosuke also turned around and found Killer Bee. He even ran away. Night God Ryosuke looked at the unconscious Killer Bee in the deep pit in front of him. It seems that there is no problem, but under the perception of Night God Ryosuke, this is obviously not the real Killer Bee, but just a section of 8 Tails octopus foot. Killer Bee has a special ability, which is the octopus foot clone technique. Even Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't see any flaws in this clone technique. However, under the powerful perception ability of Night God Ryosuke, he found that the chakra in the body of the Killer Bee in front of him was too little, and it could not be the real Killer Bee at all. In addition, Night God Ryosuke knows that Killer Bee has such an ability, so it is not difficult to guess that the comatose Killer Bee in front of him is actually just an octopus-legged clone. Forget it. Let's run away. The biological pheromones of chakra from 8 Tails and Killer Bee have been obtained. Night God Ryosuke shrugged, completely unconcerned with Killer Bee's escape. Anyway, if you run away, the monk can't run away from the temple. If you really want to settle the score, go straight to Cloud Shinobi. Picking up the octopus foot in the deep pit, Night God Ryosuke collected some Killer Bee's blood and put them all into the biopheromone warehouse of the system. You have run out of conversions for today. Therefore, The transformation of Killer Bee and 8 Tails can only be placed tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. At the same time, there are Chio. Can be put in the day after tomorrow. By the way, there are also those coalition ninjas that can't be let go. They're all good materials that can break down experience points. Yagami Ryosuke slapped his forehead and almost forgot about these little shrimps. But, thinking of the explosion just now, many coalition ninjas were probably killed. Knight God Ryosuke couldn't help feeling a little distressed. This is all about experience. 1 is 100, 100 is 10,000. Can he feel bad? I knew earlier. Just take it easy. Now I don't know how many people were killed by the bombing. What a waste. Night God Ryosuke reflected on his wasteful behavior and immediately distributed hundreds of shadow clone. After all, it is a bit troublesome for him to hunt down so many ninjas by himself. Just leave it to Shadow Clone to do such simple things. A few minutes later, Ryosuke, the night god who was waiting in place, received the captives brought back by the Shadow Clones. These coalition ninjas passed out when they were brought over. Some had broken arms and legs. It looked like he might be dying. When Ryosuke saw it, he immediately asked the Shadow Clones to collect the biological pheromones on their bodies, especially those who were dying. If you don't collect them, it will be a waste. Fortunately, most of those who were killed by the aftermath of the explosion before were some chunin. Specialized entries are only green entries, and 1 is worth 10 experience points. Even if hundreds of people are killed, it is only 1,000 points. 1,000 points is not a lot. Night God Ryosuke once again reflected on himself. Next time he must first collect biological pheromones, and then amplify his moves. Otherwise, with one big move, everyone will die. He also collects shitty biopheromones. Don't need experience points. It took a little time for the Shadow Clones to collect all the biological pheromones of these ninjas. Yagami Ryosuke counted it, and there are about 800 copies. Most of them are Jonin. Especially Jonin is also Jonin, a small portion of Chunin. There's one more special guy. Yagami Ryosuke identified it carefully and finally remembered who it was. Onogi's Sun Huang 2. Quasi-Kaga level Master WoW. Pity. Captured alive by Night God Ryosuke's Shadow Clone. What a shame. Leaving aside the lust biopheromone alone, this guy's strength is Quasi-Kaga level, similar to that of the special Jonin and Jonin. Maybe it could be transformed into a purple talent entry? So take it out and set it aside. Just put it together with Chio and the others. Great Harvest W degree. Yishun Ryosuke looked at the group of coalition ninjas with a happy smile on his face. You are really my money-giving boy. The captain of the transportation brigade is nothing more than that. They're all good people. Night God Ryosuke sighed with emotion, and then a flying thunder god disappeared in place. A few minutes later, boom, a large group of people was brought over by Night God Ryosuke using flying thunder god technique. Hey, the captives are here, take them all back and lock them up, and then ask the village behind them for ransom. Night God Ryosuke pointed to the group of comatose ninjas in front of him and said to the group of Konoha shinobi behind him, so many people. These Konoha shinobi brought by Night God Ryosuke only knew that they were here to escort captives, but they didn't know there were so many captives. There must be 700 or 800 comatose ninjas in front of me, right? Good guy. Is this killing all the elite troops of the 3 ninja villages? In fact, it's about the same. These ninjas in front of us cannot be said to be all the elites of the 3 major ninja villages, but at least 60 to 70%. The loss of these people for Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi can be said to be a major loss. It is enough to hurt the bones. So, to redeem these people, they will definitely be willing to spend their money. The work of escorting these captives must be accompanied by Night God Ryosuke. Otherwise, they can't really send them back to Konoha with the walking gun, right? That's too time-consuming, and accidents are prone to happen in the middle. FFLX. Night God Ryosuke directly asked the Konoha shinobi who brought them to tie them up one by one, and then uses exclusive developed Flying Thunder God technique 2-stage teleportation. Send them back to the village in batches. It took almost half an hour before night God Ryosuke sent these 700 or 800 captives back to the village. And then he went back to pick up the 2 wooden golem who had been watched by would clone, scattered Effigan would clone. A Flying Thunder God technique disappeared in place. Konoha, a vacant property in Yagami Ryosuke. Ryosuke, the night god carrying 2 wooden golems, appears in the house and puts wooden golems down. Zairo Wamo, if you don't want to die, you'd better persuade this woman. If she dares to run around, you know the consequences. Night god Ryosuke said to wooden golem lying on the sofa. He said this not to wooden golem, but to the 2-tailed Matatabi inside wooden golem. Although passed out by wooden golem, Urwe Matatabi is awake. At this time, the 2-tailed Matatabi in the sealed space was shivering and curling up in a corner. After hearing the words of the night god Ryosuke, this little black cat nodded again and again. He did not dare to disobey the meaning of night god Ryosuke. No way. 2-tailed Matatabi is really scared of night god Ryosuke. Even, it fears Ryosuke, the night god, far more than Senju Hashirama, the ninja god who once sealed him. After all, Senju Hashirama is at best sealing it or killing it. But there is no way to really kill a tailed beast, because they are aggregates of chakra. As long as there are chakra in the ninja world, they will never disappear. At most, it is dead for a while, and then it will be resurrected again. But before the night, god Ryosuke used Phantom Dragon 9 seals, changed to absorb 80% of the chakra of Urwe Matatabi, and at the beginning it could still perceive the existence of this part chakra. And then it completely lost the perception of this part chakra. It's as if they've completely disappeared. This is very abnormal. Urwe Matatabi was terrified at the time. It was afraid that this terrible human would absorb all of its chakra. Like that, it is 10,000 times more terrifying than killing it, because it is not sure whether the self that has disappeared like this can be resurrected again. And from the bottom of my heart, Urwe Matatabi thinks that the probability of his resurrection is really low. So it is terribly afraid of the night god Ryosuke. And the words of the night god Ryosuke are also regarded as imperial decrees. Don't dare to disobey at all. Night god Ryosuke left the house directly after warning the 2-tails Matatabi. He also has to report to Ino and the others that they are safe. And there's a party to attend tonight. No time to stay here until the 2 wake up from wooden golem. As for why the 2 were brought here by wooden golem alone, very simple. Those who were escorted away and locked up could be redeemed with money. But 2 by the woman wooden golem. Yagami Ryosuke didn't intend to put it back. In the future, let her stay in Konoha and serve as a maid serving tea and water for herself. I believe she will love this job. After all, what an honor it is to be the maid of the first person in the ninja world. No one else can get such a good job if they want to grab it. Night god Ryosuke feels that the 2 should be grateful to wooden golem. If it wasn't for his kindness, he would have locked her up with those ninjas long ago. Where will she be given such a good opportunity? So, she should be grateful. She should cherish this hard-won opportunity. Hokage office. Yagami Ryosuke knocked on the door, then opened it and walked in. In the office, Tsunade was tapping his fingers on the desk with a serious expression on his face. There were several people standing in front of her. Jiraiya is here too. Others include Nara Shurgio, Yamanaka Haichi, all present. Everyone is here. Yagami Ryosuke walked in and greeted them. Ryosuke, tell me what's going on here. Tsunade saw that night god Ryosuke finally came and asked quickly, "It's nothing, it's just that this group of guys got the news to ambush me in the Iron Kingdom. And because their strength is too rubbish, I beat them all to the ground." Night god Ryosuke said in short words, "Ryosuke boy, you really are this." Jiraiya gave him a thumbs up from the sidelines. He, Mei Zhao, went to see it before, and there were more than 800 ninjas. Most of them are Jonin. Even Huang, too, the son of Onaji, was included. And He also heard that the body of Chiyo's old woman was found near the scene. There is also a Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi, who was taken alone by Night God Ryosuke. Such a force was managed by Night God Ryosuke alone, and it is still in the case of an early ambush by the enemy. Yagami Ryosuke is unscathed, although I have seen the terrifying strength of Night God Ryosuke that night. But Jiraiya still couldn't help being surprised. Powerful, really too strong. Jiraiya even thinks that Night God Ryosuke can overthrow the other 4 countries by himself. Regarding the issue of intelligence leaks, do you have any suspects? Tsunade asked, frowning. She doesn't care how the Night God Ryosuke blows up the coalition forces of the 3 ninja villages, because she knows that Night God Ryosuke has this ability. What Tsunade is most concerned about now is who betrayed Night God Ryosuke. Leaked the route of their mission this time. Not surprisingly, it should be the 2 former Hokage consultants. Night God Ryosuke said, "Oh yes, add a Shimura to hide. That guy's name is right? Just arrest the 3 of them, and then control their 3 families first, and let Mr. E interrogate them and find out if they are right." Although it is only Night God Ryosuke's own guess. But he was basically sure that it was these 3 guys. Otherwise, who else could it be? The whole Konoha hates herself the most, wishing she could die sooner. Isn't it just the 3 of them? Are you sure it's the 3 of them? No Sarutobi, asked Tsunade. Yagami Ryosuke looked at Tsunade, and after seeing the other's eyes, he understood instantly. Well, if you think about it this way, the Sarutobi patriarch is indeed suspicious, so let's arrest them all and interrogate them. Yagami Ryosuke said while touching his chin. By the way, bring my wood clone with you when arresting people, lest they rebel and cause damage to the village. Ishin Ryosuke clapped his hands together as he said, and directly separated 4 wood clone, exactly 1 for each family. When the time comes to catch people with his wood clone, I don't believe what they can do. Okay, it shouldn't be too late. Lugio, you can lead the team to arrest people now. Tsunade is also resolute enough. As soon as Ishin Ryosuke finished speaking, she directly ordered Nara Lugio to lead a team to arrest people. Nara is such a smart person. Of course, he can hear the meaning of Tsunade's words. In fact, it is not important whether the 4 of them betrayed the Night God Ryosuke. The important thing is that this time something made Tsunade very angry, so she decided not to wait. Taking advantage of this opportunity, these families were completely eradicated. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams, I will come up with some moths in the future. This time it was Ryosuke, the night god, who was ambushed, so he could be safe and sound, and even captured more than 800 elite ninjas of the opponent. But what about someone else? They don't have the strength of Night God Ryosuke. Can they escape the opponent's ambush? Obviously not. So, Tsunade will deliberately remind Night God if Ryosuke missed the Sarutobi family. The Night God Ryosuke also understood the meaning of Tsunade in an instant, so he added the Sarutobi family. As for the truth of the matter, are the Sarutobi clan innocent? That doesn't matter anymore. Who made them too close to the other 3 families? Even if they are unlucky, just like Zungjin Senju, didn't Tsunade think he was unlucky before? She can accept bad luck. Why not the Sarutobi clan? Nara Shikahisa went down with Tsunade's order and also took 4 wood clone of Night God Ryosuke. There are 4 wood clones with Super Kaga level strength of 157, including Night God Ryosuke. Whether it is Sarutobi or Shimura, it is impossible to make waves. This time, they are destined to be completely eliminated by the times. Ryosuke, I heard that Cloud Shinobi sent Jinchuriki this time. After talking about dealing with the inner ghost, it was time for others to turn. Tsunade also looked at the Night God Ryosuke in front of him with a playful look. But she heard that Night God Ryosuke took Cloud Shinobi's 2 by wooden golem alone. I heard that is a very beautiful woman. Well, 2 Jinchuriki are coming. Yagami Ryosuke nodded and said, Huh, both sent. Tsunade was a little surprised because she heard that there were only two and one was Wooden Golem. Aren't there only two by Wooden Golem? Asked Tsunade. Night God Ryosuke shook his head and said, Killer Bee is also here, but that guy escaped by disconnecting his tail, but he hit me hard, and there's a high probability that the spiral wheel is also seriously injured. Even with the protection of 8 tails, it is definitely not good to take a hard hit to Killer Bee with a spiral wound. The lightest is a serious injury. If it is more serious, it may even be dead soon. Spiral Luinyu, is that your newly developed Rasengan jutsu? Jiraiya looked very interested. Well, this is it. Yagami Ryosuke stretched out his right hand, and a chakra that made Jiraiya and Tsunade feel their hair stand on end in the palm gathered into a black ball the size of a ping-pong ball. Kid West won't explode, will he? Jiraiya looked at the black ball in Yagami Ryosuke's hand with tingling scalp. He felt a deadly threat from it. Intuition told him that facing this black ball, he would die. Tsunade was similar, looking at the spiral wheelyu in the hands of Night God Ryosuke with a solemn expression. Don't worry, I can control it. Night God Ryosuke waved his hand and directly retracted chakra on the spiral wheel. Can this thing be recycled? Jiraiya exclaimed. Night God Ryosuke gave him a disdainful look. Master Jiraiya, can you stop yelling like this all the time? It will make you look very ignorant. Embarrassed Jiraiya glared at Yagami Ryosuke angrily, then licked his face again and asked Yagami how Ryosuke developed this move. Can you teach him? Night God Ryosuke also doesn't mind teaching Jiraiya the spiral wheel trick, but he thinks that Jiraiya probably won't be able to learn it. He himself spent a lot of energy on this thing, using a large amount of shadow clone and researching day and night before he successfully developed it. In fact, Yagami Ryosuke is also not sure if his spiral wheelyu is the same thing as Uzumaki's spiral wheelyu. Anyway, they look alike. Is it exactly the same principle? This is really hard to say. After all, Night God Ryosuke has never seen Uzumaki's spiral wheel. Really? After Night God Ryosuke described to Jiraiya the gist of Spiral Luinyu's move, Jiraiya showed a frustrated expression. I probably won't be able to learn this technique. He shook his head and said, It's okay. In fact, the power of this move is different in different people's hands. Normally, it's just an S-rank ninjutsu, similar to Wind-style Spiral Shuriken. Night God Ryosuke comforted Jiraiya and said, As for me, it is quite special. I have increased the output of chakra. If there are not dozens of Kaga-level chakra, it is impossible to use my effect. Jiraiya, Tsunade, see, listen. Is this what people can say? Dozens of Kaga-level chakra amounts? I'm afraid that in this whole world, apart from you, only Jinchuriki can meet this requirement, right? Wrong. Jinchuriki other than 9 tails Jinchuriki may not necessarily match. After all, that is dozens of Kaga-level chakra amounts. Tail Beast is not really infinite chakra. In other words, 9 tails is special. Forget it. I'll continue to learn Wind-style Spiral Shuriken. I think this move is quite suitable for me, and Naruto also likes this move very much. The two of us can learn from each other's experience. Jiraiya shook her head, completely giving up on the trick of learning to spin Luinyu. Actually, I still have a big spiral wheel. Yagami Ryosuke said. Ahem. Seeing Jiraiya's gloomy expression, Tsunade secretly laughed a few times, and then said seriously, Ryosuke, I heard that you took the two of you away by Wooden Golem. Well, that's right. Night God Ryosuke nodded and admitted honestly, after all he didn't intend to hide from the beginning. Now the upper layer of Konoha is his own people. Tsunade is his god-sister. Jiraiya is Naruto's teacher. Narashikahiza is the father of his good friend Shikamaru. So, there is no need for Yagami Ryosuke to hide things like this. Just say it outright. What are you going to do with her? CBBB. Tsunade stared at Night God Ryosuke, looking like 8 trigrams. Let her be a maid. I really need a servant by my side. Yagami Ryosuke said with a serious face. Jiraiya, How did you say such shameless words in such a serious manner? In the past, Jiraiya always felt that her skin should be the thickest except for teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now it seems that Knight God Ryosuke said these words in such a serious manner. Jiraiya suddenly felt that his skin was not thick enough. At least he can't do it like Knight God Ryosuke. Jiraiya, originally called you the thickest skin ninja. Knight God Ryosuke didn't know that Jiraiya was complaining about his thick skin in his heart. But Knight God Ryosuke himself doesn't think so. He really felt that it was a blessing for the two wooden golems to be his handmaidens. You must know that in the original timeline, the two wooden golems were about to die at the hands of the Akatsuki organization, and they were later brought out by the impure world reincarnation. What a tragedy. But as the maid of Knight God Ryosuke, she doesn't have to die, and she doesn't have to be released by impure world reincarnation in the future. If this is not luck, what is it? I'm giving benefits. Why can't you speak more harshly? Is there a problem? Okay, as long as you know what's in your heart. Tsunade also didn't bother Ryosuke too much about the arrangement of the two by wooden golem. Anyway, he caught them at home, and Knight God Ryosuke is also capable, so he has the qualifications to leave the two with wooden golem. Even if Cloud Shinobi knew about it, he didn't dare to fart. I can only pinch my nose and confess. They also have to pay a large amount of ransom to redeem those Cloud Shinobi ninjas who are being imprisoned. This is the reality. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak, and whoever can do whatever he wants. Back then, Cloud Shinobi used despicable means to blackmail Konoha. In the end, Hyuga Hizashi died in vain, because Konoha's fist was not big enough back then. Certainly, there is also a reason why the high-level Konoha is too wasteful. Otherwise, with the strength of Konoha back then, if they were about to integrate and fight Cloud Shinobi, it would be possible to fight. Although Konoha lost the Nine Tails Jinchuriki at that time. After all, Naruto was only young at that time. But you must know that the Uchiha clan was still there at that time. It is also one of the living forces of Konoha. As long as Konoha's senior officials can discuss it with Uchiha, they're also willing to send their own people to the battlefield. But what did the high-ranking Konoha do at that time? They gave it immediately. Why? It's not that I can't beat it, but I think it's not worth it. The cost of fighting Cloud Shinobi is far more than sacrificing a Hyuga Hizashi. So, they would rather succumb to Cloud Shinobi and sacrifice a Hyuga Hizashi. Also unwilling to actually go to war with Cloud Shinobi. To be honest, the dead are neither themselves nor their relatives. Of course they don't care. Evening. Konoha Akamichi Yakiniku Restaurant. In a large box, the 8 young masters who graduated this year and the 3rd young masters who graduated from the previous class all arrived. Come on, let's raise our glasses to celebrate Shikamaru's promotion to Chunin. On the left of Ryosuke is Hinata, and on the right are Ino and Xianglin. All of them raise their glasses high to celebrate Shikamaru's promotion to Chunin. Shikamaru is fine, already Chunin, but we are still Jinin. Don't know how long it will take to rise to Chunin. Inazuka took a sip of the juice and muttered, looking very depressed. This year's Chunin exam, he was originally full of confidence. But in the end, he didn't even make it to the finals. Thinking of this, Inazuka has a look of resentment. At this time, Jinai, who was next to him, said, "It's useless to enter the finals. I didn't get promoted either. Shina, you are worse than me. I just didn't make it to the finals, but you made it to the finals, but you became Shikamaru's background board." Inazuka tooth patted Shino's shoulder, as if I'm happy that you are worse than me. Shino also rolled his eyes under the sunglasses. Too lazy to talk to this idiot. Speaking of which, shouldn't we congratulate Ryosuke on being promoted to Elite Jonin? Naruto looked enviously at Knight God Ryosuke, who was chatting with a few girls. Damn, Ryosuke is already an Elite Jonin like Kakashi-sensei, but I'm still just a genin. When I thought about the last time I asked Pervy Sage, he was obviously stronger than Shikamaru. Why is he still genin? As a result, Pervy Sage actually pointed to his head. Naruto didn't realize it at first, but it soon becomes clear to him that Pervy Sage is saying he's out of his mind. Suddenly angry, Naruto, don't compare yourself with Ryosuke. If you compare with him, wouldn't we all be killed? Shaoli laughed and said he seemed to be in a good mood. Because he has never been in bed for a long time without being able to practice, Shaoli has been in a good mood recently. And he heard from Teacher Agai that he will be selected with a high probability in the next selection of Chunin, thinking that I might become a Chunin next year. Shaoli's mood is very good. During the dinner this night, everyone ate and drank until after 9 p.m. before leaving the barbecue shop. After paying the bill, Yagami Ryosuke sent Hinata and the three of them home separately, and then went to Yuehong's house. Is the party over? Yuehong came out to open the door for Yagami Ryosuke and said, "Why didn't you spend more time with your little girlfriends?" Hinata, they all went home. Yagami Ryosuke hugged Kurenai Yuhi, waved his right hand lightly, and a soft wind closed the door behind him. Wait a minute, you smell like barbecue. Go take a shower. Shirihong pushed him away angrily, turned around, and threw a set of pajamas to him, telling him to take a bath. Together, Night God Ryosuke looked expectant. "No, I've already washed it, so hurry up." Yuhi gave him a red-white look and pushed him into the bathroom with a blushing face, then closed the door. In the bathroom, Yagami Ryosuke smiled, put the pajamas on the side cabinet, and then began to undress, and walked into the bathtub that had been filled with hot water. The water covered the shoulder of Ryosuke, the god of the night, and only one head was exposed. He breathed a sigh of relief, soaked comfortably in the warm hot water, recalling the past few days by the day. Although he has been leading the 10th squad on missions these past few days, he actually returns every night with the Flying Thunder God technique. And he didn't go home to live, basically either stayed at Yuehong's house for one night or stayed at Anko's house for one night. 1, 3, 5, 4, 4, 6 in turn. What is important is that each bowl of water is level. Red-skinned is still not as thick as Anko. Yagami Ryosuke sighed. If it was Anko, he would definitely come over and take a bath with him right now. Speaking of which, Yagami Ryosuke took a bath with a girl for the first time in the ninja world. It seems to be with Yuyin, right? Thinking of Shiyin, Yagami Ryosuke remembered that he hadn't seen Shiyin for a while. Since he left Umbu's relationship, he won't see each other often. Go and see Shiyin tomorrow. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. After all, Yuzuki Shiyin is also the type that Yagami Ryosuke likes, and the relationship between the two is actually a little bit, because there are too many girls around Yagami Ryosuke. He's a little busy. Having recently dealt with Anko and Hong, it's time to fix Shiyin too. So, in addition to Hinata and the other 3 young girlfriends, he also has Yuha Hong and the other adult girlfriends. Just exactly 3 on each side. But Yagami Ryosuke doesn't mind a few more. Anyway, he's in good health. Can handle it. Next day, Night God Ryosuke woke up early. He glanced at Yuha Hong, who was still sleeping soundly in his arms. Yagami Ryosuke also let go of her lightly, opened the door, and walked out of the bedroom. Went to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. By the way, the entry for 8 Tails should also be transformed. Yagami Ryosuke thought that he was busy singing with Kurenai Yuhi last night, but he sang too much and forgot to convert the entry of 8 Tails, so he immediately took out a chakra of 8 Tails for the system to convert. Ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the talent entry. 8 Tails Gyuki Golden. Not bad. The entry for 8 Tails is indeed golden. Yagami Ryosuke had a satisfied smile on his face. Although he guessed that the entry for 8 Tails would be golden, it was just a guess after all. Now that the result lived up to his expectations, Night God Ryosuke is naturally very happy. 8 Tails Gyuki, golden, the 9 Tails ranked second, and the strength of 8 Tails, which is only lower than 9 Tails, is a combination of octopus and cow. Is this a loss of morality? Or a distortion of bestiality? Maybe only Sage of 6 Paths know. Chakra, plus 700%. Ninjutsu power, plus 450%. Attached, 8 Tails Gyuki Chakra. Chakra, plus 6,400%. Night God Ryosuke did some calculations and found that the addition of these entries had already increased chakra by an astonishing fourfold. This made his total chakra almost reach the level of 2,000 Kaga levels. There are more and more chakra. I wonder if we can improve the quality of chakra? Yagami Ryosuke rubbed his chin and thought. In addition, the entry attributes of the 8-bit Gyuki are much better than the previous One-Tail and Urwei, unsurprisingly. 700% bonus to chakra and 450% bonus to ninjutsu power are good attributes. Then there is also the 8 Tails Gyuki chakra that can be generated automatically. After night, God Ryosuke equipped this entry. A new tailed beast chakra was born in the sealed space inside his body. Subsequently, he took out the octopus foot of 8 tails, threw it into the sealed space, and let his 8 tails chakra assimilate it. However, the chakra on an octopus foot is only about 5% of the total chakra in 8 tails. After assimilation, only the image of a miniature 8 tails appeared in the sealed space. Compared with the other 3-tailed beasts, it is much smaller in size. The one tail on my body has surpassed the real one tail in terms of the amount of chakra, but Urwei, 8 tails and 9 tails are less interesting than the genuine ones. Especially 9 tails, although 9 tails has more chakra than 1 tail. But the real 9 tails, even if it's just a male 9 tails, chakra are much more than the complete 8 tails. One male 9 tails can overwhelm other 8-tailed beasts, not to mention full 9 tails. The young 9 tails in the sealed space inside Ryosuke's body is much worse than the complete 9 tails. Take it easy. After a year or two, the genital 9 tails in my body will not be worse than the one in Naruto's body, or even worse. Yagami Ryosuke said heartily. Because I just completed a B-level task yesterday, Yagami Ryosuke also gave the 10th class a vacation today. Let them have a good rest. Wait for tomorrow to continue the new one. As for the night, God Ryosuke, who leads Jonin, he has nothing to do when the students are on vacation. So he stayed at Shi Rihong's house for a while in the morning, and after the two of them got bored for a few hours, he was kicked out by Shi Rihong. The reason was that she was unwell. Yagami Ryosuke stood outside the door and touched his nose, then turned around with a wry smile and went to play with Yuzuki Shien. Exactly. He sensed that Shien's chakra was in training ground number 1. It seems that she should have no tasks today, so she is practicing in the training ground. Somewhere in training ground number 1, in front of a few stakes, Yuzuki Shien was practicing swordsmanship with a serious expression on his face, holding a ninja sword. Sister Shien, how boring it is to practice alone. Let me practice with you. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared behind Shien. She subconsciously turned around and slashed at her with a knife. In an instant, the knife light split into 3 strands, attacking the target from 3 different directions. Ding ding, clang. Yagami Ryosuke flicked away the 2 sword lights with his fingers and clamped the ninja sword on the back of his forehead with 2 fingers. Ryosuke, it's you. Yuzuki Shien withdrew her ninja sword, looked at Yagami Ryosuke in front of her, and said in surprise, I heard that you captured thousands of ninjas from other villages yesterday. You also killed Chiyo from San Shinobi. Oh, they are courting their own death, but I am a peace-loving person. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Yuzuki Shien also smiled when she heard the words. Yagami Ryosuke loves peace? To know. His nickname is Konoha Shinigami, but I'm afraid it has been changed to Shinigami now. Come on, Sister Shien, I'll be your training partner. Yagami Ryosuke pulled out his ninja sword and said, Okay, I'm worried that practicing alone is a bit boring. Yuzuki Shien nodded with a smile. Night God Ryosuke suppressed his own strength to the same level as Shien. Immediately, the two started fighting, but the clanging ninja knives kept ringing out. Sunagakure. In Foming's office. The few senior executives of San Shinobi were left looking at the letter in their hands with a sad face at this time. The letter is from Konoha, written by 5th Hokage Tsunade himself. The content is very simple. It is to ask Sunagakure to compensate for the previous behavior, and to pay a large amount of ransom to redeem the ninjas they were imprisoned in Konoha. The same letter was received by both Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. Everyone stop talking. Let's talk about it. How to deal with this matter? Ebizo, as the senior in the village, seeing that no one else spoke at this time, he had no choice but to ask first. Asking for flowers. Actually, yesterday, the news that their plan failed and the sent ninja was captured by Konoha had already come back. Although none of the ninjas from the other two villages escaped. But Cloud Shinobi's killer bee ran away with the octopus foot clone technique. So bring back the news. At that time, Sand Shinobi realized that something bad was going to happen. Originally, they thought they would usher in Konoha's revenge. What I didn't expect to receive was a compensation notice. It's just that the content and amount of compensation listed above really makes Sunagakure a bit unbearable. Master Ebizo, I don't know what the shadows from the other two villages said. At this time, the others all looked at Ebizo and asked. They want to see how other villages deal with this matter. If everyone unanimously decides not to agree to the compensation list, then they can also consider whether to reject it, or discuss with Konoha to reduce it. In short, if they really want to pay the amount on the list, then the entire Sunagakure will have to save money for the next 10 years. The decision of the other two villages is still unclear, but there is a high probability that they will discuss with Konoha to reduce the amount of compensation. Ebizo answered their question based on his own knowledge of Onaji. As for Cloud Shinobi's fourth raikage, 0. Ebizo doesn't know much about the character of the other party, but it is likely to be similar to the previous third-generation item with a violent temper. So the probability of a direct answer is not high. Then let's discuss it with Konoha. The amount is too high, and we, Sunagakure, can't afford such a price. These people present discussed for a while, and then came to such a conclusion. Negotiate must discuss well. Although they lost this time, they can't let Ishitsu speak up. If you really do everything according to what Konoha said, so will their days of Sunagakure be over in the future? Then let's discuss it. Ebizo nodded. He is really. I have no experience discussing these things with these backs. What he cares most now is whether his sister Chiyo is still alive. The other side, in Tsuchikage's office in Iwagakure, Inoki was furiously smashing things in the office. Damn Konoha, how dare they? Asked the old man to pay for the land cut. Damn it, Onaji cursed loudly, and none of the surrounding rock shinobi jonin dared to speak. On the other hand, Haitu, who was still young, was pulling his grandfather. That's why Inoki didn't really smash up the whole office. After a while, Inoki's anger also subsided a little. He sat down and said with an angry look, Go to Konoha's Hokage and tell us that we don't agree to this compensation list and ask for renegotiation. Inoki didn't say no to compensation because he also knew that it was impossible. Compensation must be paid, and the ransom must also be paid. After all, as mentioned above, his son Huang too was also among the captives. It's impossible for Onaji to watch his son die, right? And the other ninjas are also the elite of rock shinobi. Without these ninjas, the strength of their village will drop a lot. What if Konoha really gets angry and wants to start a war? They Iwagakure can't beat Konoha now. At the same time, something similar happened in Cloud Shinobi's film office. It's just that fourth raikage temper is even hotter than Inoki's. Before the sackcloth could stop it, Raikage smashed the entire office, almost even the Raikage building. Master Raikage, calm down. The sackcloth shouted helplessly. My boy, how do you tell me to calm down? I was seriously injured and is still in a coma, but Konoha actually asked me to pay such a large amount of compensation and even asked me to cede Leiji. Part of the country. How dare they? Raikage was so angry that he wished he could lead the team into Konoha himself and asked that fifth Hokage what he meant. Pity. He just thought about it. No matter how angry or irrational fourth Raikage is, he also knew that the Konoha of today was not the Konoha of a few years ago. Not that they Cloud Shinobi Village can threaten. Even now it's Konoha who is threatening them, and they, Cloud Shinobi, have no way to fight back. This is what P******************* D off Raikage the most. When did they, Cloud Shinobi Village, suffer such anger? When Sarutobi Hiruzen was in power, facing the threat and oppression of their Cloud Shinobi, they dared not even fart. honestly handed over the body of Hyuga Hizashi. Although this is not in line with the original goal of Cloud Shinobi. But at least on face value, Cloud Shinobi is earning. But now, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, did not give Cloud Shinobi any face at all, not only to compensate, but even to cede land. This is unacceptable to Raikage. Mabuyi, go back to Konoha and say that compensation is fine, but the amount is up to us. As for the cession of land, Raikage shattered a nearby wall with one punch. The land of the Kingdom of Thunder will not be divided up. Tell Hokage that there is no negotiation on this matter. Okay, Lord Raikage. Lina nodded and immediately went down to do things. Raikage was left alone, standing in place. And the more he thought about it, the more angry he was. He simply ran around Cloud Shinobi Village. It seemed that this was the only way to vent the anger in his heart. The country of water, garden hidden. Inside Mizukage's office, Master Hokage has great insight. Fortunately, we did not participate in the plans of the other 3 countries this time. Otherwise, it would have been miserable. 983 in the office, Ao, and Chojuro, who are Hokage guards, also look happy at this time. At the beginning, they refused to cooperate with the other 3 ninja villages to deal with Night God Ryosuke because of the weak strength of the village. But now it seems that they are too prescient. Judging from the information they got, including the most powerful Cloud Shinobi, the 3 major ninja villages suffered heavy losses in this operation. The spies they arranged in these 3 villages also received news. Cloud Shinobi's Raikage directly smashed the office and was still running around the village, roaring from time to time, scary and anxious. Awagakure's Tsuchikage office also heard yelling, accompanied by the sound of smashing things. It could be seen that the old guy Onaji was also in a hurry. On the other hand, Sand Shinobi was relatively calm, with no big movements. But the weakest Sand Shinobi. The situation will definitely not be any better than the previous 2 villages. In fact, the reason why Sand Shinobi is so quiet is because they are too weak. The only Kaga level in the village was sacrificed. In addition, Konoha did not ask the Kingdom of the Wind to cede land, but only asked for compensation. That's why they weren't as angry as those in the other 2 villages. As for Tsunade, why didn't the Kingdom of the Winds cede the territory? Nonsense. The Land of the Winds is a large desert. Why cut the land? Want a desert back? That's a fart. So, the compensation invitation received by Sand Shinobi was just asking for money and gold, not even material requirements. After all, everyone knows that there is a shortage of supplies in the Kingdom of the Winds. Even their daily necessities are purchased from other countries. The country with the most winds should be gold. Because Tsunagekyu's Kazekage is good at magnet style, he can use magnet style to find gold mines underground in the desert, so as to mine gold, and even the refining work is done by Kazekage alone. Therefore, there's a lot of gold piled up in Sand Shinobi's warehouse. They also rely on these gold to maintain the normal operation of the village. And now, Konoha will take almost 95% of their gold as soon as they open their mouths. I don't want to pay that much money. After all, the 4th Kazekage is gone. This also means that if they want to mine gold in Tsunagakure in the future, they will have to rely on manpower. It is impossible for Feng to handle everything by himself like in the past. Even if the strength of this Night God Ryosuke is not as exaggerated as the information said, it is at least far beyond Kaga level. Terumi Mei was not as happy as Ao and Chojuro, but rather distressed. The strength of Konoha has far surpassed our other 4 villages. I don't know if they will not be satisfied with the little territory of the Fire Nation in the future and want to occupy more land craftsmen. This is exactly what worries Terumi Mei. In case Konoha wants to launch a war in the future, will the 4 great ninja villages of their other 4 countries really have the ability to stop Konoha at that time? Even now, only the Night God Ryosuke has such terrifying strength. What about the future? Night God Ryosuke is only 12 years old this year. Wait 4 or 5 years later. Do they still have the ability to resist Konoha's hegemony? Shangjuro, please write a letter to Konoha's Hokage for me, saying that Miss Shinobi intends to form an alliance with Konoha. From now on, we Miss Shinobi and Konoha will be eternal allies. By the way, if Konoha agrees to form an alliance with us, then remember to prepare a generous gift, and I will personally send it to Konoha. Terumi Mei instructed Chojuro, who was on the side. Mizuki-sama, are we going to form an alliance with Konoha? But will they agree? Chojuro thought to himself. Konoha probably doesn't like Miss Shinobi at all. After all, Konoha is so strong now. And what about their Miss Shinobi? Having just ended the tyranny of the fourth Mizukage, they are now at their weakest. Now go to form an alliance with Konoha. Do people really look at them? Chojuro was very skeptical. We'll have to try it anyway. Terumi Mei said. It's all right. Chojuro nodded, thinking that if Konoha's reply letter was worded too badly, he would not show it to Mizukage-sama, lest Mizukage-sama would be angry. In the evening, Kakashi returned home, went to the kitchen by himself to make some food, and solve the problem of dinner. Then he came to the yard and sat down, staring blankly at a wooden stake in the yard. It was the wooden stake he used to practice swordsmanship when he was young, and it was riddled with holes and could not be used for a long time. But Kakashi never lost it. Every day when he returns home, he will sit here for a while, look at the wooden stake, and recall the scene of his childhood, thinking about how his father taught him to learn the national swordsmanship when he was still alive. Father, how are you doing in the Pure Land? Kakashi muttered to himself. At this time, the scene in front of me seemed to be blurred for a while, but it quickly returned to normal. Kakashi, who was lost in memory, didn't realize this. At this time, a figure appeared in front of Kakashi. Red cloud on a black background, wearing a mask. It is Ryosuke, the night god who pretends to be Uchiha. The reason why he appeared in the Hitaki family's mansion at this time was, of course, not to talk to Kakashi. It's for the Mangekyo in his left eye. Kakashi, this Kamui is of no use to you anyway. Instead, it's still your drag. Why don't you just give it to me? Yagami Ryosuke muttered to himself. But Kakashi in front of him seemed to not be able to see him at all, nor could he hear his voice. In fact, at this moment, Kakashi has fallen into the illusion of night god Ryosuke. All perception of the outside world has been blocked. Immediately, night god Ryosuke reached out and pulled Kakashi's forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan in his left eye. This Sharingan looks like a 3-go jade, but actually Mangekyo. It's just that Kakashi never thought about that, as if Sasuke had actually opened his eyes on the night of the genocide, although it was only a single hook jade. But for several years later, he didn't know that he had opened his eyes and thought that he hadn't awakened Sharingan at all. Kakashi's situation was the same as that of Sasuke at that time. Because I don't know, I never used the Mangekyo ability of this eye. Pupil technique, looting. Yagami Ryosuke lightly tapped Kakashi's left eye with one finger. Moment. A wave of pupil force poured into night god Ryosuke's body along his fingers. The plundering pupil technique of his left eye is actually plundering the other party's pupils in essence. Then use this pupil power to seize the opponent's pupil technique. The distinguished heavenly gods that night god Ryosuke robbed Danzo before directly took away all the pupil power on it, so that distinguished heavenly gods took revenge completely and directly became a blind eye. And this time, night god Ryosuke is not as thorough as plundering. After he took away most of the pupil power of Kakashi, the Sharingan, and confirmed that Kamui, the pupil technique, had been plundered by him, he didn't continue to plunder the remaining pupil power. In fact, there is not much pupil power left. It's like 1/10 of it. It is just enough to maintain the state of the eyes, staying at 3. But Mangekyo has completely disappeared, and because Mangekyo's pupil technique has been awakened, even if this eye is injected with huge pupil power, it will return to the state of Mangekyo. However, it is impossible for the lost pupil technique to come back. It is even more impossible to awaken a new pupil technique. On the side of the night, god Ryosuke, after successfully robbing Kakashi's Kamui, he also closed his forehead protector again, and then disappeared in place in an instant. After a while, Kakashi was in a trance, feeling dizzy, and his left eye was itchy. Strange. Is it because you are tired? Kakashi thought suspiciously. At this time, etc., Kakashi suddenly discovered that the loss of chakra in his body was 10 times faster than before. What's going on? My chakra. Kakashi had a surprised expression on his face. To know, Kakashi's own chakra is actually quite a lot. As a ninja of the Hitaki family, there must be more chakra than ordinary civilian ninjas. But because of the Sharingan in the left eye, Kakashi's chakra has always been inferior to ordinary commoner jonin. If you use a little more ninjutsu, there'll be insufficient chakra. Let him only rack his brains in the battle to think about how to defeat his opponent while saving chakra. And now, the loss rate of chakra in his body was 10 times slower than before. Such a loss rate will not cause much drag on his body. Kakashi watched as the chakra in his body increased instead of decreasing. In the past few years, the chakra in his body has barely maintained the standard line of a jonin threshold, which is Kakashi's own improvement. Only after learning the chakra refining method of the Hitaki family did it work hard. Otherwise, his chakra might just barely hold up to that of a normal chunin. In this case, Hitaki Kakashi, I am afraid that he will be completely abolished. But now, the chakra in his body is increasing little by little, and the speed of increase is not slow, and it will soon exceed the amount of chakra in a general jonin, and approaching the chakra standard of elite jonin. Kakashi couldn't help blinking, a little skeptical about life. My own chakra. For point 4, why is it so much better all of a sudden? Has my Sharingan's demand for chakra plummeted all of a sudden? What exactly is going on? But no matter how hard Kakashi thinks about it, he still can't figure out what's going on. Have no choice. Kakashi can only see what standard his chakra can hold at the current rate of loss. After a few hours, Kakashi discovered that the chakra in his body had stopped growing. Compared with the amount of chakra before him, the amount has increased by about 8 times. That is to say, he used to be able to use Raikiri's Kakashi only 4 times a day. Now it can be used 32 times a day. Kakashi felt this chakra in his body and was so moved that he almost cried. How old is it? How many years had he not experienced this chakra-filling feeling? In fact, Kakashi, who became a jonin at a young age, has the potential to be more than an elite jonin. For him, Kaga level is appropriate. Like his father, Hitaki Sakumo, reaching the peak of Kaga level is his goal. But because of the burden of the Sharingan in the left eye, so much so that Kakashi did not dare to practice like in the past since then, because too much body energy was consumed, which would cause Chakra's recovery speed to not keep up with Sharingan's consumption speed. Spend. So much so that I sucked myself dry. So, after that, Kakashi became lazy. Not that he wanted to be lazy, but the body does not allow it. And now, the need for Sharingan has been reduced by more than 10 times, so that Kakashi finally fully recovered the amount of chakra he should have at this age. 8-fold Jonin's chakra. Although it is not yet Kaga level, it is very close. This is also the reason why Kakashi's practice has been too wasteful these years. If he starts to practice again, the upper limit of this chakra will increase, even after so many years have been wasted. But as big as Kaga level, there is no problem at all. After all, Kakashi is only in his 20s now. It's not 40 or 50 years old anymore. Still have a chance, although I don't know what's going on. But no doubt, this is a good thing for Kakashi. In front of the bathroom mirror, Kakashi observed the Sharingan in his left eye and found nothing unusual. Strange, is it really the blessing of the father's spirit in the sky? Kakashi muttered, but he couldn't believe that the fact would be such an outrageous result. But no matter how much he checked, he didn't find any changes in the Sharingan. Finally, Kakashi could only give up the idea of exploring the truth. Man, it's rare to be stunned. Kakashi has learned to pretend to be confused due to the poor lifestyle in these years. Since you can't figure it out, just don't think about it. Anyway, I can't see any disadvantages for the time being. Next, do you want to start practicing again? Kakashi stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself in the mirror. I'm not sure if I can still be as passionate about cultivation as I was when I was young. After all, he is used to a lazy life. Give it a try, and my strength is indeed a bit weak, Kakashi said heartily. Just when Kakashi was about to pick up his practice again, on the other side, Ryosuke, who had already returned home, was also experimenting with his newly acquired pupil technique. Kamui, the space in front of him distorted for a while, followed by a piece of soap and disappeared directly on the original countertop. The consumption of pupil power is not a lot. It is not a problem to use it 100 or 80 times a day. Yagami Ryosuke felt the consumption of pupil power in his eyes. It was found that it was only about 1% missing. Not much. That means that this Kamui pupil technique, Yagami Jing can use it at will. But this is not to say that Kamui consumes less. In fact, the pupil power of Night God Ryosuke is too huge. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, plus the entry's pupil power bonus. This caused Night God Ryosuke to feel that the pupil power was not consumed much. And in fact, Kamui pupil technique consumes much more pupil power than Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, at least twice as much. By the way, Kamui should be able to teleport himself, right? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself, then cast the Kamui pupil technique again. But this time the Night God Ryosuke did not teleport other objects, but teleported himself into the Kamui space. Brush. The figure of Night God Ryosuke disappeared in the bathroom. Appearing again, he has come to a dimly lit space. The surroundings here are dark, and there are huge stone pillars under the feet. These stone pillars are everywhere, which makes the whole Kamui space give people an extremely depressing feeling. Does Obito like this style? Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. But considering Obito's Kamui Mangekyo was awakened when Noera Rin was killed by Kakashi, this makes Obito realize that he is actually in hell. When you think about it that way, it's no surprise that the Kamui space he awakens in is so oppressive and dark. Night God Ryosuke saw the piece of soap scent and not far away. He walked over to pick it up and planned to take it out later. Obito isn't here. Night God Ryosuke sensed it with Kagura Mind Eye and did not find Obito's chakra in the Kamui space. The entire Kamui space is empty. Yagami Ryosuke walked around, feeling that this place is probably only Obito would like. If it was him, it would have to be remodeled. Forget it, there's nothing to see here. Yagami Ryosuke shook his head, ready to go out. But at this time, he suddenly thought of something, and then smiled and went over and carved a line of words with kunai on a particularly tall stone pillar. Hitaki Kakashi to visit here. Looking at his work with satisfaction and nodding, Night God Ryosuke cast Kamui again and teleported himself out. In fact, he really wanted to see what kind of expression Obito would have when he saw this line of words. Must be fun. The next day, Yagami Ryosuke went to the Hokage office. Ryosuke is here. Tsunade smiled and reached out to rub Yagami Ryosuke's hair, but he avoided it. Miss Tsunade, didn't you say you have something important to do? Night God Ryosuke said speechlessly. This woman always wants to ravage his hair. This is not the first time. Although Yagami Ryosuke himself likes to ravage the hair of several of his girlfriends. But that's different. Because Yagami Ryosuke is not the one who is ravaged. It is different. Cut. She's getting less and less cute. Tsunade curled his lips and then handed him several letters from the 3 shinobi villages for him to read. Night God Ryosuke simply looked through it. I don't even want to subdue compensation, and this rakeage even said that it is impossible to agree to cede the land anyway. Yagami Ryosuke chuckled, but that smile looked a little dangerous. What do you think? Asked Tsunade. Simple. It just so happens that I'm going to take the 10th squad on a mission today, and then I'll stop by and have a friendly exchange with them. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Certainly, what he called cordial and friendly exchanges. It is estimated that the people in those 3 villages probably would not like it. But Yagami Ryosuke doesn't care if they like it or not. If it weren't for keeping them and providing entry bonuses for themselves, Yagami Ryosuke has already gone to kill these stupid idiots. Look how smart Miss Shinobi is. I have no intention of participating in this matter at all. Thinking that Sand Shinobi, who is not as powerful as Mist Shinobi, would foolishly go to conspire with Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, Night God Ryosuke would like to put aside the heads of those Sand Shinobi executives, see how much water has entered their brains. You really don't know how much you weigh, do you? How long until the end of Konoha's collapse project? Still hit too lightly. How else would Sand Shinobi be stupid again? That's fine. Then you have a good talk with them. I think they should understand our Konoha's good intentions. Tsunade smiled and nodded. By the way, here is an alliance letter sent by Miss Shinobi. Do you think we should form an alliance with Miss Shinobi? Tsunade picked up another letter at hand and handed it to Night God Ryosuke for him to read. No, you're Hokage, right? Why do you keep asking me this kind of thing? Night God Ryosuke rolled his eyes, but still took it and opened it to look. After a while, alliance is fine too, but tell Miss Shinobi that Konoha should be the leader, and we have to make sacrifices every year. Yagami Ryosuke said. This is not an alliance, but an attachment. Tsunade said. Anyway, whether to answer or not is their business, so you can reply like this. We Konoha have no shortage of allies, and now they Miss Shinobi are begging us. Yagami Ryosuke said. That's right, then I'll reply to Miss Shinobi like this. Tsunade nodded, thinking that what Yagami Ryosuke said made sense. Now Konoha is on the strong side, and Yuan-in has something to ask of them. Then the conditions are naturally opened by their Konoha. As for whether to answer or not, it depends on whether the pattern of fifth Mizukage from Miss Shinobi is big enough. Around 10 a.m., Night God Ryosuke took Ino of the 10th Squad, and the three of them took a simple task of suppressing bandits. This time the task is a sea-level task. No difficulty. The main reason is that I haven't encountered any suitable B-level missions, so I just randomly took a relatively close-range sea-level mission and let them play around. And tasks like bandit suppression are mainly for genins to adapt to the profession of a genin. Ninja, either on the way to kill or waiting to be killed. So if a ninja is still soft-hearted and dare not even kill people, then don't be a ninja at all. But there are occasional exceptions. For example, some wandering ninjas who are very poor will become bandits. Generally, this kind of bandit cottage with ninjas is quite difficult for novice genin. But for Shikamaru in their 10th class, this kind of task is not difficult at all. Later, you will find a way to get in, no matter what method you use. Anyway, the goal of the mission is to wipe out the entire cottage. Yagami Ryosuke brought the three of the 10th Squad to a stop at the foot of a mountain. Then he said to the three of them, I have something to do. I will leave a wood clone to protect you. If you encounter any difficult enemies, just run away. Ryosuke, don't worry, it's just a bandit cottage. It's not the first day we are ninjas, no problem. Ino patted his chest and said, with a confident look on his face, be careful and make no big mistakes. Yagami Ryosuke flicked Ino's forehead lightly with his finger, then waved to the three of them. Go, go, get it done as soon as possible. I heard. The three of them also nodded, and then flew towards the cottage on the mountain. Yishun Ryosuke saw that the three of them had left, and clapped his hands to create a wood clone. Go, follow them, and act when you encounter danger. Night God Ryosuke asked. Wood clone nodded, and then instantly disappeared in place. 740 The Kingdom of the Wind. On a piece of Gobi more than 30 kilometers away from Sunagakure. The figure of Night God Ryosuke appeared here instantly. He had a clone who came here before and left the imprint of Flying Thunder God, so he can teleport over here when necessary, without having to run over. Wood style. Super wooden golem jutsu. Boom! An 800-meter tall super wooden golem rose from the ground and appeared on the Gobi Desert. Night God Ryosuke stood on top of super wooden golem. The wings on the back of super wooden golem shook. Its huge body flew up in an incredible way, and with bursts of terrifying roars, it flew towards Sunagakure in the distance. 30 kilometers away. If it's a ninja rushing with the body flicker technique, it will take some time. But Super Wooden Golem's flying speed is extremely fast, coupled with its huge size. After just a while, The outline of Sunagakure was already seen. Look, what's that? What's coming from the sky? Oh my god, that thing is so big. The people in the village soon discovered this huge figure appearing in the distant sky. As the super wooden golem was getting closer, the terrifying roar and the oppressive feeling enough to make the heart stop suddenly made everyone in Sunagakure feel suffocated. Boom! With a loud bang, the gigantic super wooden golem landed directly on Sunagakure's door. Even the gate of Sunagakure was torn apart by the shock wave. The ninjas who were in charge of guarding the gate were even thrown away, one by one flying 10 or 20 meters away, and they were in a panic for a while. Brush, brush, brush. One after another figures rushed towards this side. All the sand shinobi ninjas who rushed over turned pale and looked at the terrifying giant in front of them. Ninjas of Sunagakure, let someone who can make your own decisions come out. Night God Ryosuke stood on top of super wooden golem with his arms folded. His voice resounded throughout Sunagakure like Hong Zhongdalu. Temari, who had just followed other ninjas, was also shocked when he heard this familiar voice and looked at the figure above the head of the terrifying super wooden golem in the distance. It's him. Temari had a shocked look on his face. When they separated last time, although Night God Ryosuke had already shown his powerful strength, everyone in Sunagakure was angry and afraid of him. But compared to the way of appearance in front of me, it really pales in comparison. Lord Ebizo, something is wrong. In Kazakage's office, the door was suddenly knocked open, followed by a panicked sand shinobi running in from the door. There's a... Needless to say, I've heard it. Ebizo raised his hand to stop Sand Shinobi, who was stuttering, and then leaning on a cane, he led Sand Shinobi's high-level executives out of Kazakage's office. Sunagakure Gate. The 800-meter high super wooden golem covers the entire village. The ninjas in the village looked at the huge monster in fear. Even if the opponent was just standing there, the terrifying power still made all of them feel weak, and they couldn't summon up the strength to resist at all. At this time, Ebizo came with a group of people and looked at the huge monster outside the village from a distance. Even though Ebizo was so old, he was still shocked beyond measure. Your Excellency, Old Man Ebizo, is currently in charge of governing all the government affairs of Sand Shinobi. Ebizo dragged his old body and shouted with his loudest voice. Ebizo, Knight God Ryosuke looked down at the old man below. After a while, he said, I heard that you Sand Shinobi seem to have doubts about the issue of compensation. Now that I am here in person, you can talk to me directly if you have anything to say. Boom! Super Wooden Golem takes a step forward, and the whole Sand Shinobi is shaken in an instant. Some houses collapsed directly, and many unlucky people were smashed by the collapsed houses, and there was a series of screams for a while. But the Night God Ryosuke turned a blind eye to this. Speak, tell me your demands, he said coldly. Ebizo held the cane tightly with one hand, listening to the screams coming from around his ears. Even though his heart was burning with anger, he didn't dare to show it. Your Excellency misunderstood. We have discussed it before, and we at Sunagakure have no doubts about the compensation. Ebizo said loudly. Oh, are you sure there are no doubts? Don't wait for me to leave before making any requests. I will come again then. Night God Ryosuke said lightly. We have discussed it and confirmed that there is no doubt. Ebizo said aloud. Very well. It seems that I misunderstood you. Night God Ryosuke nodded with a slight smile, and then glanced at the crowd below. Gaara, Kenkaro, and Temari, three familiar figures came into his eyes. Night God Ryosuke's eyes paused for a moment on Temari's body, and then he controlled the super wooden golem below him and shook his wings. Bang! The strong wind swept through, blowing everyone in Sunagakure tottering. The 800-meter-tall super wooden golem soared directly into the sky, flying to a 1,000-meter-high sky with a terrifying roar. Sunagakure is now in the hands of Ebizo, but in 2 years, it should be handed over to Gaara. Night God Ryosuke overlooked the gradually smaller village below, and then controlled the super adult to fly towards the distance. Below, inside Sunagakure, The people who were staggered by the strong wind got up from the ground one after another. Is he gone? Whoa. Mom, I thought I was going to see you. My God, this demon is finally gone. It's terrible. I just felt like my heart stopped beating in fright. Who isn't? Is this the legendary wood style that quelled the troubled times? It's just too scary. Did we fight against such an enemy before? What do the high-level people in the village think? Why do you want to provoke such a terrifying person? Man, he's a god. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding sand shinobi villagers, Ebizo also sighed. He knew that this time sister they made a wrong decision. Fortunately, this night, God Ryosuke is not as brutal as Uchiha Madara back then, although the other party came to Sunagakure to show off his power and threaten them to pay the compensation that was enough to hurt their village. 1B. At least their village is still there. People are alive. As long as the village is still there and the people are still alive, there is still hope for the future. Go back, get ready for compensation, and give Konoha United a certificate when the time comes. Ebizo sighed and said to the village seniors around him, I heard. None of these sand shinobi executives dared to raise any objections. After all, they don't want to experience another encounter like the one just now. They are afraid that they will be scared to death alive. Leaving from Sunagakure, Night God Ryosuke made another trip to Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. It's all the same routine. Driving the super wooden golem, ran directly outside the village to show off. However, compared to Saiji Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi are much stronger. But Rock Shinobi's Inoki is old. Although Chindun is very strong, but it is only strong on the outside and dry on the inside. Face the threat of Night God Ryosuke. Inoki didn't dare to make a move at all, even if he twisted his waist in anger, but still can only watch the Night God Ryosuke walk away. This time, though, Yagami Ryosuke also took something else from Iwagakure. Nothing but biopheromones for everyone at Rock Shinobi. Yagami Ryosuke asked each of them to pull out a hair and give it to him, and everyone including Anaji had to do the same. Although Anoki and the others couldn't figure out why Night God Ryosuke did this. But due to the powerful strength of the Night God Ryosuke, it was just a hair, but they obediently handed it over. In this way, Night God Ryosuke got another large amount of biological pheromones. It also includes the biopheromone of Anaji, Suchikage, who has the blood successor eliminated. Anoki's biological pheromones are also purple grade. As for reaching gold, this is hard to say. The main reason is that Anoki's strength has not reached Super Kage level, although he has a very strong move, Dust Escape. But only this move is very strong. What else? Is there anything else? Therefore, Night God Ryosuke didn't expect too much to get golden talent entries from Anoki. As long as he can get in touch with Dust Dun, that's fine. It is best to give him a Dust Escape directly. Night God Ryosuke is still very interested in the elimination of Dust Dun, the blood successor. Exactly. Today's conversions have not been used. On the way to Cloud Shinobi, Ryosuke transformed Anaji's hair into a talent entry. Ding! Converted successfully. Congratulations to Hose for getting the talent entry. Short people can also have great abilities. Purple. Not unexpected. The transformed entry on Anaji is only purple, not gold. But Yagami Ryosuke had already guessed it, so there was no disappointment. Opening the character panel, he quickly found this new entry. Short people also have great abilities. Purple, who said that short people have no skills? As the leader of the short people in the ninja world, you have the most right to speak. I am short. I am proud. I save cloth for enduring hardship. If the height is less than 1.4 meters, the power of Jinin technique plus 500%. If the height is less than 1.4 meters, the combat endurance plus 400%. The blood successor elimination power plus 400%. Attached. Dust Escape. When Night God Ryosuke saw the first two attributes of this entry, to be honest, he already wanted to scold her. Fortunately, this entry does not only have these two waste attributes. The subsequent elimination power bonus of the blood successor as well as the attached blood succession elimination dust escape, are the attributes that Night God Ryosuke wants. It would be great if there were no pre-requirements for the first two attributes. Yagami Ryosuke thought to himself. If there are no pre-requirements for the first two attributes, then this talent entry is really perfect. Among the purple talent entries, it is even comparable to the entry True Ninja Man. Pity, its first two attributes are pre-required. And this pre-requirement, Night God Ryosuke, can't get enough. Which young man is less than 1.4 meters tall? Night God Ryosuke complained. However, this entry was equipped immediately. After all, what is there not to be happy about being able to PR *SD *Uda a dust escape for nothing? After equipping this entry, Night God Ryosuke immediately tried the power of Chintong. Being eliminated as a blood successor, Dust Dun's power is far beyond the limit of the blood successor. Certainly, similar to Sharingan's Mangekyo, Senju Hashirama's wood style, etc., are no longer blood succession boundaries, whose blood successor boundary is so strong. The Sharingan before Mangekyo can be regarded as the limit of blood inheritance. But since Mangekyo, it doesn't count anymore. And Senju Hashirama's wood style too. Ordinary wood style should be like Yamato. In fact, that is serious wood style. Senju Hashirama and Night God Ryosuke's wood style are not serious, because they all joined Yang Chakra. This is no longer an ordinary blood succession limit. Therefore, it cannot be evaluated with common sense. As for Dust Dun, it is the blood succession elimination of the ninja world, but it became less serious when it was in the hands of Night God Ryosuke. After all, that 400% power bonus. Let the dust escape in the hands of the Night God Ryosuke, and the power is 5 times that of Inoki's hands. Is this still a normal blood succession elimination? If it is stronger, it will soon be able to catch up with Shueji's snare. Yagami Ryosuke tested it. He casually moved Dust Escape, original realm stripping technique, and the Dust Escape cube in his hand directly swallowed an area with a diameter of 1 kilometer. For a moment, with a flash of white light, that area disappeared completely. It's as if the pencil writing on the white paper has been erased by an eraser. Very amazing. As expected of being eliminated by blood successor, Yagami Ryosuke sighed inwardly. This power is indeed astonishing. A trip to a Wavicure not only got thousands of biopheromone samples, it could be used continuously for more than 10 years in the future. At the same time, he also obtained the talent entry transformed from Inoki and directly obtained Inoki's Dust Escape. This was a pleasant surprise. Afterwards, Night God Ryosuke went to Cloud Shinobi again, threatening Cloud Shinobi in the same way. Show off in front of Cloud Shinobi Village in the 800-meter Super Wooden Golem. Fourth Reikage, who was much more irritable than Inoki, rushed forward to teach him a lesson. The result was no Super Wooden Golem slapped into the ground. Cloud Shinobi's ninjas had a hard time getting the badly wounded Fourth Reikage out of the ground. Fortunately, they moved quickly. Otherwise, they are afraid that they will choose a fifth Reikage again. Regardless of the fact that Night God Ryosuke just let Super Wooden Golem slap Reikage in the face, but the power contained in it is so terrifying that only a guy with a strong body like Reikage can save his life. If it were someone else, such as Inoki, they would definitely be photographed as their UN on the spot. There is no chance of survival at all. Is this how you Cloud Shinobi treat guests? Now I have changed my mind. You Cloud Shinobi Village not only have to pay the original compensation and see part of the Land of Thunder, and you also have to offer your ninjutsu scrolls to Hidden. By the way, there must be your training scroll of lightning-style chakra mode in Cloud Shinobi Village. This time, Night God Ryosuke is focusing on Cloud Shinobi's latent chakra mode training method, which can be used to exercise his body. The recent regular exercise has been a bit difficult to improve his physical strength. At this time, ninjutsu like lightning-style chakra mode is needed to cooperate. Stimulate the cells in the body with lightning style, so that every cell in the body can be exercised. If it weren't for the good results of the previous exercise, Yagami Ryosuke actually wanted to come to Cloud Shinobi Village to borrow their unique ninjutsu training scroll. By the way, all of you ninjas above Chunin and Cloud Shinobi Village, give me one of your hairs. Night God Ryosuke added more at this time. Although the biopheromone obtained from Wagakure is enough for him to use for more than 10 years. But who would think too much of it? Moreover, the biopheromone warehouse of the system is infinite. You can put as much biopheromone in it as you want. That being the case, of course, it is necessary to dress a little more. We can grant your request. Reikage was unconscious and Killer Bee was also seriously injured. At this time, Cloud Shinobi Village can call the shots, and only Mabui, Reikage's assistant. Very well. I like people who know the times. Yagami Ryosuke looked down at the group of people below with a satisfied smile on his lips. Subsequently, like Kakuzu is all about making money, and Deidara is to show his art to the world. Uchiha Itachi is a double agent and more. Therefore, Uchiha Myanmar's disinterest in peace theory is quite normal. Anyway, what Pain needs is that the opponent can contribute in the process of collecting tailed beasts. As for, after the collection of the 9-tailed beasts is completed, will there be any moths? Pain never cared. When all the 9-tailed beasts are gathered, he can use the power of the Ghetto statue to control the power of the 9-tailed beasts. With his Rinnegan, he will not be an opponent in the entire ninja world, even in One Piece. What else has he to worry about? This is your future room. Your clothes have been placed in the room for you. You have to get back the empty chin ring as soon as possible. That ring is a key tool for the members of our Shao organization to communicate with each other. Konan, who led the way, brought Uchiha Myanmar to the door of a room and stopped. Her face was as frosty, and she looked like she refused to be thousands of miles away from everyone. I'll go as soon as possible. Uchiha nodded slightly. Immediately after, Konan gave a turned around and left. Walking into the room, Uchiha saw the Akatsuki uniform prepared for him. It is also a windbreaker with a black background and red clouds. He tried it on, and it fit just right. Uchiha's face is almost 190 tall, much taller than Night God Ryosuke himself. As for Yagami Ryosuke himself, his height is about 178. However, he is only 12 years old, and his body is developing rapidly. He will continue to grow in height in the next few years, and it will not be a problem to grow to 190 in the future. As for whether it can reach 2 meters, this is actually unnecessary. This is the world of Hokage, not the pirates next door. A height of 2 or 3 meters is very rare in the ninja world. At about 1.9 meters, he is almost tall enough. However, Nagato's Pain 6 Paths is a bit average. I thought it would give me some surprises, but I didn't expect it to be this level. After changing his mahjong clothes, Uchiha sat down at the 910, thinking about the process of fighting Pain's 6 Paths before. He has been restraining his strength throughout the whole process. Otherwise, there is no need for Susanoo at all. His physical skills alone can blow up the complete Pain's 6 Paths. Actually, his physical skills are also Super Kage level, and it is close to the level of the Super Shadow Peak. Big Pin's 6 Paths, naturally no problem. Leva would clone with the Shao organization in the future. I'm not used to living in this gloomy environment. Uchiha thought numbly. His identity as Uchiha Myanmar will be played by his avatar most of the time. As for the Night God Ryosuke himself, he still lives in Konoha. After all, compared to Rain Shinobi Village, which rains all day, he still likes Konoha, which is sunny most of the time. In addition, he still has a few girlfriends to accompany Konoha. How can he spend so much time in Rain Shinobi Village? Anyway, one of his 2 important goals of joining the Shao organization has already been achieved. The rest is Nagato's biological information. Just go there in a few days. Not in a hurry. As for the biological pheromones of other people in the Akatsuki organization, to be honest, people from a Shao organization have been running outside for many years. Really stay at the base, namely Nagato and the lodge. Conan's biological pheromone can be obtained with Nagato at that time. It's all incidental. For everyone else, just take your time. Anyway, it's just a few purple talent entries. When the time comes, leave a little more chakra for would clone, lest the chakra be exhausted and dissipate. In terms of strength, although would clone is not as strong as I am, it has also entered the threshold of Super Kage level. The entire Akatsuki organization is also Nagato's Super Kage level. Uchiha Itachi can't use its full strength at all. It's a life and death battle with Nagato. Otherwise, I won't be afraid to push it. Generally, even the task of catching tailed beasts can be easily handled. It's decided. I will leave it with clone later, and then the main body will go directly to Konoha. Just when the night god Ryosuke made a decision, BHC. The other side, a Fae, who was still a little funny before, is standing on a cliff outside range Shinobi Village with Ju at this time. That Uchiha face is a bit too strong. Are you sure there will be no problems? Looking at Obito in front of him, Ju said, "Don't worry, I've already grasped his fate. His strength will only be good for us." Obito said confidently, "I just feel that the plan to collect tailed beasts is a bit slow. Adding such a member of Admiral to Nagato and the others, it's time to urge Nagato. Are you going to start collecting tailed beasts early?" Asked in amazement. "Let's do it in a year. Wait a year later." Obito said, "That's fine. I should get ready too." Ju nodded. He would naturally not object to Obito's decision. After all, if you collect the tailed beasts in advance, you can get your mother out of trouble as soon as possible, and you don't have to continue to be sealed on the moon. Go. Obito nodded, watching Ju get into the ground and disappear, and then looked deeply at the distant sky. "Lin, it's almost here. Wait for me for a while. We will meet soon." In the room of the Akatsuki organization base, Night God Ryosuke left behind a wood clone, and after giving the wood clone 10% chakra, he made the wood clone use the pretending technique to turn Uchiha into a numb face. "I'll leave it to you in the future, and I'll come over from time to time to take a look. Remember, if you meet other members of the Akatsuki organization, try to collect some of their biological pheromones." Yagami Ryosuke said to Uchiha in front of him. "Don't worry, the main body." Uchiha said, "Leave it to me here. Nothing will go wrong. It's okay. Even if something happens, just admit that you are a clone." Night God Ryosuke is quite relieved. Even if a clone is exposed, it doesn't really matter much. "I go first." After Yagami Ryosuke finished speaking, he directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to disappear into the room. Seeing that the main body had left, Wood Clone pretended to be Uchiha and sat cross-legged on the bed, pretending to be refining chakra. The other side, Yagami Ryosuke, who left the room, did not actually return to Konoha. He found the top floor of the tower where Nagato was. After the eyes opened Mangekyo, the body directly merged into his own shadow, and then quickly sneaked towards the top of the tower. After a while, Night God Ryosuke reached the target location. Coincidentally, Konan also came over to chat with Nagato at this time. Night God Ryosuke simply followed Konan and entered Nagato's secret hideout together. "Nagato, are you sure you want to keep that Uchiha face? He's too strong, and I'm worried he'll threaten your status." Konan came in and directly expressed his concerns. She had seen the battle between Uchiha Myanmar and Pain's Six Paths before, and the strength shown by the other party was too strong, and it was not much loss to Nagato. And Konan suspects that the other party still has something to hide. The last Susanoo dispersed on his own initiative, although it seemed that his pupil power was consumed too much. But what if it's not? Besides, I didn't expect you to work hard. Shikamaru looked surprised. Choji also nodded in agreement. Hey. It's normal for me to work hard. Okay? Ino said dissatisfied. Seeing that Ino was about to get angry, Shikamaru and Choji immediately smirked and praised Ino. "Cut. You don't lose your mind when you see it. Get out of the way, I'm going to fire." Ino waved his little hand, looking excited. Shikamaru, Choji, just set it on fire. Why are you so excited? But Shikamaru and Choji didn't know that this was Ino's first real fire-style ninjutsu, and he had only practiced it many times before. For the first time, it's normal to be excited. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Ino spat out fist-sized fireballs from his mouth. These fireballs fell on the buildings in the cottage, instantly igniting the buildings. Soon, the raging fire engulfed the entire cottage. Ino and the others standing outside the cottage nodded in satisfaction, then turned and went down the mountain. Brush! The figure of night god Ryosuke appeared in front of them at this moment. Ryosuke. As soon as Ino saw the night god Ryosuke, he jumped up excitedly. Ryosuke, do you think my fire style is amazing? Ino hugged Yagami Ryosuke's neck, giggling and begging for compliments. How can Ryosuke, the night god, not know about Ino's little thoughts? He immediately praised her a few words. Hearing that Yagami Ryosuke praised his fire style for using it well, Yi was also very happy. Cut. Ryosuke didn't care about it either. Shikamaru stood aside and curled his lips and said heartily, but he didn't dare to say that. It will definitely be beaten by Ino at that time. He didn't want to be beaten. However, what did Ryosuke do just now? Why does he look a little dusty? Shikamaru thought. Take the 10th squad back to Konoha. Night god Ryosuke went to deliver the sea-level task this time. After receiving the corresponding rewards, they were distributed to 3 of them. Retire tomorrow, find something to do yourself, and continue with the next task the day after tomorrow. Night god Ryosuke said to the 3 of them. This is good. Shikamaru nodded with a smile. Rest or something. His favorite. Ryosuke, my mother wants to invite you to dinner at home tonight. Do you want to come? Ino on the side said suddenly at this moment. Future mother-in-law invites you to dinner? Yagami Ryosuke looked at the expectant Ino and clicked. He nodded and said, yes, then you can go buy some gifts with me later. You can't go empty-handed. It's okay. My mother said that there's no need to buy gifts as long as people arrive. Ino waved his hand and said, although Annie said so, I can't really buy nothing. It's a courtesy. Yagami Ryosuke said with a smile. Okay then, I'll go home first, take a shower and change my clothes. You wait for me for a while. Although Ino doesn't quite understand, since Night God Ryosuke said so, there must be a reason for him, but just killed so many bandits and so on, she also splashed a lot of bloodline. It is not good to go shopping with the smell of blood. So Ino decided to go home, take a shower, and change clothes before coming out. Ryosuke, Choji, and I will go first. Seeing that he had nothing else to do, Shikamaru didn't want to stay as a light bulb. So he pulled Choji, who was still eating snacks, said hello to the 2 of them, and left. Let's go to your house first. Night God Ryosuke said to Ino. Ino giggled and nodded, stretched out his arms to hug him, and talked about what his parents liked along the way, giving Night God Ryosuke some reference. Night, Yagami Ryosuke came to Ino's house with some presents. It was Ino's mother Yamanaka Rino who came to open the door for him. Ryosuke is here, please come in. Yamanaka Rino invited Night God Ryosuke into the house with a smile. Yagami Ryosuke called Auntie and handed over the gift he bought. Come and buy something. Yamanaka said that, but when she saw the gift that Yamanaka Ryosuke was holding in both hands, she still happily accepted it. The elders are like this. They will politely say no, but if you really go empty-handed, people will inevitably have some criticisms in their hearts. And if you buy something, the elders will be very happy and feel that you put your heart into it. Walking into the room, Yagami Ryosuke also saw Yamanaka Haichi, who was sitting on the sofa reading a book. Husband, Ryosuke is here. Don't just sit and read your broken book. Hurry up and pour Ryosuke a cup of tea. Yamanaka Rino gave her husband a dissatisfied look. This made Yamanaka, who originally planned to show off his elders, helplessly put down the book in his hand and turned to the kitchen to pour water for Night God Ryosuke.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.